Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with Adam Godley as Lewis Eliot and David Haig as the narrator. Episode 1, A Time of Hope, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
My story is about power and the exercise of power. How men, whether at the highest pinnacle of authority in Westminster or merely in a clerk's office, play the strings that give them power and influence over other people. It is also a story of how England changed over the period of my working life, from the 1920s to the 1960s. It changed and yet remained the same. Always people jockeying for position, trying to outsmart each other, whether in the affairs of the human heart or power over other people's lives. In a minor way, I have helped shape governments, helped win wars even, seen careers reach the stars and then explode in fragments. Curiously, for a tale of such moment, it begins in the Midland town where I was born. My family, the Eliots, were lower middle class and sinking, my schooling rudimentary, and my ambition limitless. After what seemed like a lifetime clerking in a council office, I had resolved to break free from Leicester, free from my class, and free from my past. The ticket to my new life was passing the exam to study at the bar in London. It is July 1927. I am 22, and George Passant, my night school teacher, is throwing a party to celebrate my success.
I won't have another pint, thanks.
Don't be feeble, Lewis. This is your night of nights.
No, really, George.
Scotch, then. Large one?
Yes, please.
I suppose that's more London.
What is?
Not drinking pints.
You know I've never put gallons down my neck, Marion.
George is very pleased with you.
Yes?
It wasn't just because George had already persuaded Eden to article you. That wasn't why he was fed up about the bar exam.
Oh, no, he didn't really believe I had it in me.
Well, you're wrong there, and uncharitable too.
Well, you tell me then.
It was because he thought you'd be kept out, because you haven't got a university background.
Well, that doesn't...
Just listen, will you? And because you'd show him up as having wasted his own chances. And that's precisely why, when push came to shove, he helped pay your tuition fees. To make up for what he hasn't done himself. Oh, he loves you very much, you know.
I know.
As do I.
What?
Joke, I was joking.
You look very happy, Marion.
That's because I am.
Eric's obviously good for you. He was at a drama festival, wasn't he?
It was. And you remembered Eric's name. Very good.
How soon till you get married?
Quick as possible. He's very rich. Might get away otherwise. You're not going to marry that woman, are you?
I don't know.
Oh, it'll be a tragedy if you do. She'll ruin you, believe me, Lewis. I know you're aware she sees other men. I hate her. If I could poison her and get away with it, I would. She acts like a princess when really she's a mad, dangerous, stuck-up...
Marion, please. I know what she's about, and I have to tell you it doesn't make any difference to me. Understand?
Sorry. Eric will make a far better husband than you would have. But even so, I suppose I shan't meet another man like you. What happens next?
I'm going into the chambers of a chap called Herbert Getliff.
Where's your Scotch? Take it before I spill it. Marion! I didn't see it. Do you want a drink?
No, thanks, George. I've got one over there. I'd better rescue it. I'll see you in a minute.
I suppose your mum would have been pleased.
Only for herself. She would have wanted me to take her to London with me. She used to talk about her frustrated ambition like a character from Trollope. She hated Leicester because she regarded it as beneath her. Even though she's dead, I still can't shake off the dread of going home at the end of the day, worrying about what drama I'll run into when I go in through the door. I'm still nervous in the afternoon, even in London.
Then be careful you don't bring another woman like that into your life.
Pardon?
You know who I mean.
Hello, Lewis. George? What were you talking about?
Sheila, at last.
Hello, Sheila. Nice to see you.
Is it?
Do you want a drink?
No, thank you. I don't imagine I'll be here long enough.
Oh, really?
Have a drink, Sheila. Go on. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, do you want to stay then? It's very smoky in here.
Well, don't you think I ought to? Party is in my honour, after all.
George, you must be very proud of Lewis.
Well, he passed the bar exam himself. I just gave him a few pointers.
I mean, he's your project in a way, isn't he? You got him out of his rut with the council. Must make you feel very fulfilled. I've been helping Mummy all evening. I'm tired now.
I suppose we'd better go.
I'll wait outside. No doubt you've got some goodbyes to take care of.
Louis, please don't.
I'll see you tomorrow, George. Thanks for the party.
My first morning in chambers was disconcerting. It was pouring with rain, and although I was on time and Herbert Getliff was late, he maintained the pretence that I had in fact been early.
I'm glad you were early. Shows the right spirit. Awful weather. Don't tell me your name now. You're Ellis.
Lewis.
You're Eliot. You're Lewis Eliot. So you want to come in here, do you?
Yes, I do, Mr. Getliff.
Needn't tell you, Eliot, that I have to refuse more pupils than I can take. Is one of the penalties of being on the way up. Not that one wants to boast. This isn't a very steady trade, mind you. Sometimes I think we'd be better off in the civil service, working out our time with a KMG at the end of it. Still, one might be doing worse. I want to impress on you, Eliot, that I've turned down 10 young men who wanted to be pupils, and that's only in the last year. It's not easy for me to take you, but I shall.
I thought that was already settled.
If our clerk can fit you in, I'm going to stretch a point and take you.
I'm very grateful.
I like to take people like you who've started with nothing but their brains. I think Percy Hall would like to have a proper chat with you.
Yes, he said that. In fact, it sounded a bit like he was giving me an order.
He was. Now, Lewis, you've a year here as my pupil. After that, we'll see if you're ever likely to earn your bread and butter. Mind you, we'll tell you if you're no good. As for the root of all evil, I know we've already acknowledged your circumstances, but I have to think about the others. Can't unsettle the whole thing with exceptions. I shall charge you an ordinary pupil's fees, and 100 guineas a year, October to October. You can pay in quarters. If you start early, you don't have to pay extra. If you're bringing in money sooner than expected, we'll reconsider the third and fourth quarter payments. The labourer is worthy of his hire. Percy!
And then there was Percy Hall. The clerk to Getliff's chambers was, I soon realised, the most crucial single element of the whole enterprise. I had to get it right with him even more than I needed to with Getliff.
I want to explain a little, sir. If you enter these chambers, there are things I can do for you.
I thought it was already fixed that I was coming into these chambers.
It is, in a manner of speaking. I could persuade someone to give you a case before you've been here very long, but I'm not going to until I know what you're like. I've got a reputation to lose myself. The sooner we understand each other, the better. It's down to the solicitors and me. I never overpraise a young advocate, but I do remind the solicitors of each little success. I keep a close eye on a man who's training up into a winner, and I gradually feed him with the work.
What did you mean when you said I'm only here in a manner of speaking?
It's no use being sentimental, not with someone who isn't fitted to survive. Now, I want to know what strings you can pull, sir.
Can't pull any strings.
That's a pity.
I was born poor, I haven't any useful friends. I've no money to back me up. If I can't earn a living within the next 3 years, I'm finished.
Well, I'd say that was a pretty poor show. You'll certainly have something to prove, won't you? Mr. Getliff will expect you to work hard for him. He'll want detailed appreciations of his briefs without more than a night's notice. You'll need to be clear and accurate in everything, or he'll blame you for it. And you'll hear Mr. Getliff using your ideas without giving you a credit. But that's the way it goes, and others will be at your beck and call in time. Perhaps. Mr. Getliff loves the law and his plays in it. And he'll let you know if you're working out.
It didn't take long to spot Getliff's pathological meanness. The notes I made for him kept me up all night. They often won his cases, and yet he still insisted I pay up on the quarter. He made 5,000, while from October 1927 to July 1928 I earned £25 from the dangerous driving cases Percy Hall put my way. When I complained to Hall, he said,
I wouldn't fret, it's just about what I should have expected. But you've got to be in the game for the long haul, you know.
I realised he was judiciously, cold-bloodedly watching my health. In that bitterly cold winter, I reached the depths of melancholy. Dark with my love for Sheila, who tormented me with stories of other men. Fretting for a sign of recognition in my job, so poor I couldn't afford a fire some nights. But there was companionship, ambition, often snuggled against me under that worn-out counterpane. And then there was Charles March. He and I had become firm friends while studying for the bar. Charles came from money and wasn't at all mean with it. Under his patronage, I led a double life as he welcomed me into a society opulent, settled, different from anything I'd ever known. To my discredit, I envied Charles. Charles was always quiet about his family until out of the blue I was invited to attend the Marches' regular Friday night dinner party. Gatliffe heard about it somehow.
I'm amazed, Lewis, and I choose that word for the full force of it. That's the real Jewish upper deck. Usually I'd have said they're too aristocratic for the likes of us. Staying in with them could do us all a lot of good.
So it was I stumbled through an unusually dense London particular for my first visit to 17 Bryanston Square.
I suppose you must be Lewis.
That's right.
This is my sister, Catherine.
Of course.
Here he is.
Mr. L, this is Lewis Eliot.
Pleased to meet you.
Good evening, Mr. March.
No, Mr. L. L for Leonard. That's the way.
Mr. L.
Now, you're not to play the shrinking violet. I know we're an intimidating society, so I put you down the end with the young folk. But I'll be expecting contribution every now and then, all right?
Francis should have been here. Francis Gatliffe, your Grand Cham's younger brother. But he couldn't get away from Cambridge.
Catherine and he are romantically involved.
Francis? I had no idea. Oh, that's how Mr. Gatliffe knew I was coming.
Oh, and there's one more to come. Charles's young lady, Anne Simon. Has he talked about her? She's some sort of journalist.
Catherine keeps Francis out of the way a bit. Mr. L doesn't really approve. Not at all, in fact. You Gentiles get everywhere, don't you?
Charles, what did your father mean by a contribution?
He likes things to be what he calls robust. Don't be surprised if he suddenly shouts at you wanting an opinion on something or other.
What, over dinner?
Especially if he gets tight.
Actually, he's pretty far gone already.
What an extraordinary gallery of portraits.
That's me, age 10.
Is there one of you, Catherine?
No, actually. Charles was a rather beautiful boy, and I was a useful shape from the start.
No. February is a lean month, and so our menu reflects the time of year.
Oh.
But given that, what shall we call it, the understandardized beauty of the assembly, no doubt it'll do some of us good to make do with the following frugal repast. Clear soup, fillet of sole, lamb cutlets, saffron mousse, and mushroom crepe. And if anyone's still peckish, there's an all-night caff on the rank at Paddington to accommodate you, I'm sure. Aha. Anne, my dear, this is Anne Simon, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. L. Sorry I'm late.
Not at all, not at all. Bon appetit, my dears.
Bon appetit. Lewis, this is Anne.
Anne, how do you do?
Oh, very well, thank you. Everyone, please make out we're engrossed in conversation. Otherwise, Mr. L will keep on ribbing me about being late.
My father loves an excuse to show off with a bit of ribaldry.
How often does he give these parties?
Every Friday. My father and his brother, Sir Philip, that's him at the end, they offer dinner alternate Fridays.
Very generous.
It's a matter of honour. There have been Friday dinners every week since the Marches came over from Holland 200 years ago. That's our history up on the walls.
Are you Jewish too, Anne?
Yes. Just a little bit.
Those pictures must make you very proud.
I think we'll leave that one dangling for now.
You like the theatre, don't you, Lewis?
Yes, indeed.
That old turtle down there is Alfred March Hart. He sponsored Diaghilev's first London season.
Personally, I don't think it can be avoided. What do you say, Eliot?
About what, sir?
Do you agree that it's utterly fantastic to imagine Winston doing anything of the kind?
You have the advantage of me, sir.
I'm asking you if you think the budget will have to include super tax, applied within a reasonable limit, of course. Because there really isn't a choice, is there?
I suppose not.
But I heard it from Lloyd George, and he's certainly too dense to invent a story like that, don't you agree?
Absolutely, sir.
Well done, Lewis.
Sitting here amid the portraits and the high talk, I realised how clearly and substantially the chic of Leicester was a world away and beneath that of Bryanston Square.
Eliot?
Sir?
How do you find the law?
Very agreeable. Well, perhaps not just at the moment, but I'm sure it will become agreeable.
When it supplies you with a living, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Charles doesn't need to earn a living. although he does have a responsibility not to deplete the family coffers. Do you think the absence of necessity explains his attitude?
Please, Mr. L.
You do know that Charles is about to make an ass of himself.
I don't understand, sir.
He's got a nasty bee in his bonnet.
I'm afraid I don't know about that.
My son isn't entirely satisfied with the idea of practising at the bar. He wants something more in the line of do-goodery.
I had no idea.
I'm sorry. I have to concur with my father, Lewis. It's no use pretending. The fact is, I shall never work at the bar.
What is behind all this? They tell me you made a good start. What's the matter with you?
I really think we should talk about something else.
Well, Charles, you've made history. No one has ever heard Mr. L put down before.
Serves him right for goading Charles in public.
Charles? I had no idea.
It's the conscience of the rich, Lewis.
What does that mean?
I'm taking up medicine.
Anne is a radical socialist. The real thing, Lewis. Comes from old money, of course. You've got to be well set up to go in for that kind of thing.
Anne is a woman with ideas.
That night, I saw it all laid out on the huge table, beneath the linseed gaze of self-regarding generations. And I knew. I just knew. Charles's convictions might make him give it all up. He could afford to. But I was going to stick like glue. Things kept to the same pattern for pretty much the whole of 1928. Percy Hall drip-fed me pedestrian briefs, watching how I managed. I colluded with Sheila, as she somehow kept my hopes alive.
Hello, Lewis. Darling.
I didn't expect you to be here so early.
Sorry. Should I go?
Of course not.
I'll make some tea.
Why are you here?
Oh, to see you.
Really? Look, Sheila, I'm absolutely at the end of my tether with all the work I have to do. I really can't face one of our sessions just now.
I trust you more than anyone else in the world.
Ah, I see.
What do you mean?
Tell me.
I said I trust you, and that's a very special thing. To be able to trust someone.
It comes surprisingly easily to most people.
Well, we're not most people, are we?
Sadly, no.
I believed that I really had met someone I could love.
Yes? What happened?
He turned out to be useless.
Did you sleep with him?
Well, what do you think?
I doubt it. Perhaps that's why he cleared off.
Well, that hasn't happened with us, has it? Perhaps you should tell me to clear off.
It's too late for that.
You'd like to, though, wouldn't you?
I think I ought to. Yes.
And so our cockeyed romance limped along. Meanwhile, Percy Hall's concentration on my health seemed finally to have jinxed me. I was dizzy if I got out of bed too quickly. I misjudged simple movements, spilling the tea before it reached the pot, knocking over the beer bottle as I absent-mindedly put my hand out. For the first time, I couldn't just fling off my coat and get on with tomorrow's case notes. I actually needed to rest, and was angry about it.
Must you go so soon, Mr. Eliot?
I'm afraid so. I won't get a taxi now, and it's a long walk. That's my coat, I think. Yes.
Shall you be going to the pantomime? You said you liked the theatre.
No, Mrs. Getliff, I doubt it.
Herbert and I shall take the children.
Herbert, Charles. There, you're off then. I meant to ask you, Lewis, will you be dining at Bryanston Square again soon?
Oh, yes. Francis says he'd seen you there quite a lot.
I'm sure they're good for you, Lewis, but a patron doesn't like to feel he's competing for the attentions of a protégé. You should remember that.
Yes, of course.
It has been nice to see you, Lewis. Herbert has said such a lot about you. I do wish we could see you more often.
I'm afraid I spend too much time working to have the social life I'd like.
I'll walk you out to the road.
Good night, Mrs. Getliff.
Good night, Lewis. And a very happy Christmas to you.
Happy Christmas, Mrs. Getliff.
And try not to work too hard.
The ladies, God bless them. They don't understand, do they? You're doing some nice jobs for me, aren't you?
I hope so.
Perhaps you think one ought to mention the help one gets from one's pupils. Of course, it's easy for the pupil to forget how one suggests a line of investigation, reads his little billet-doux, advises him on how to express himself. I'm not pretending that one's pupil doesn't sometimes dig up something good. I read over your additions to tomorrow's notes, and I was impressed by one very interesting, if minor, line of argument. Mind you, I'm not saying I hadn't spotted it, but there's no denying I was pleased you hit on it for yourself, Lewis.
I'm sorry. Are you saying you had already worked out the same argument I put in your notes? The information I quoted came out of a back number of the Times. I don't understand how...
Which do you prefer, Kenneth Graham or A.A. Milne?
I tried Wind in the Willows, but I came to it too late. I didn't really get the point.
And Pooh Bear, what about him?
Same thing, really. I think one has to be operating from a secure base for these things to work.
What on earth do you mean?
The literature of cosy firesides requires, well, a cosy fireside, I suppose.
I don't understand.
It doesn't matter. Really. Why were you asking?
I bought them both for the children. My wife says they'll enjoy Graham because they'll think their father is so like Mr. Toad.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't see it myself.
Good night, Lewis. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. We may not be the best chambers in London, but we do have fun. Percy's Hall seems pretty satisfied with you, I'd say you're holding your own, Lewis. When we get back after Christmas, I think perhaps we should be keeping an eye open for a decent brief, something you might make a little ripple with. Would that suit you?
Very much so.
Mind you, Percy says you've been looking a little tired. Nothing you want to tell me, is there?
No. Nothing I can think of?
Good. That's very good. Happy Christmas!
Indeed. Happy Christmas, Mr. Getliff.
Don't get up. You look relaxed in that chair. I'll do it.
She looked so nice. Kneeling. Sitting on her heels. Her back absolutely straight. The curve of her bottom tight inside the woolen skirt.
Look. I've made a little cave. It's only a matter of scale.
What is?
Oh, if you stare into it, that cave might be a scene from Jules Verne. An enormous cavern, miles underground, with Challenger leading his party through the inferno.
Challenger isn't Conan Doyle.
I saw the swell of her breast. I saw only that.
Kiss me back, please. Sheila.
Yes. Oh, what is it?
I want us to make love, here, with a fire to warm us.
Oh, I don't think I can.
Please, finally, please.
I wonder if I'm frigid.
I shouldn't think so.
I'm afraid of it.
I want to make love to you.
I want to, but I know I can't.
Of course you can.
Look, the more I think about it, the more I know it's impossible.
I don't understand.
I don't believe I can take a man into me.
Is that why you spend so much time searching out new men? Are you looking for the right one to do it with?
Yes. I suppose you might be right.
How about doing it with this one? Just to get some practice.
Oh, Lewis, don't be difficult.
Oh, Sheila.
Oh, Lewis, please don't. I've said no. Lewis, no. Oh.
I'm sorry, Sheila. Please, don't cry.
No. No, you shouldn't stop me. I'm crying for both of us.
God help us. What a bloody racket.
Tomorrow's newspaper's going up to Euston.
I don't know how you put up with it. So, what line are you taking with this case? Have you written anything down?
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Don't you want me to look at it?
Do I ask to peer at your patience? Yes, please. Will you look it over?
My friendship with Charles March turned into one of the most important, most deeply felt relationships of my adult life. I found it very disconcerting when he rejected the law and became a trainee doctor. He had a marvellous, intuitive facility for advocacy, but never valued it at all. I didn't realise the depth of the guilt his situation engendered, and to be truthful, if I had, I think it would have made him seem silly.
Yes, you ought to win it that way. Unless you completely go to pot when you get on your feet. But I have to say, I don't think you should be satisfied with the case you've made here. It's only going to be slightly better than the average. You want to make some impact, don't you?
Yes, but my first duty is to win it for the client. Henriquez let Percy Hall give it to me because the fellow he'd already lined up had to drop out. It's an accident, really. There'll be other chances.
So you want to play safe. But that doesn't exclude doing it with a flourish. I know you're cleverer than these notes suggest. You need to show the bigwigs how smart you really can be.
He set to work on my draft. Impatiently, but with thoroughness and accuracy, he altered the form, amplified detail, so the line of the argument was evident from the opening. I felt jealousy rising as I watched him. At the height of the conflict with his father over being a doctor, here he was, exercising an ability that knocked the rest of us into a cocked hat.
Well, that's slightly less meaningless. It's not especially elegant, but it will do you a little less harm than your first draft, don't you agree?
Yes, I think you've done a good job. But you could have been kinder.
Kinder? I thought I was doing you a favour.
Mr. Robert Fuller, will you please take the stand?
My client was called Chapman. He owned a printing works, invitations, posters, business cards, etc. Chapman was being sued for libel by another printer called Allen, whose income had suffered since Chapman moved into premises in the same locality. Allen's main witness was a third printer, a man called Fuller, who also had it in for my Mr. Chapman. My job was to make it obvious that Allen and Fuller resented Chapman because his works was damaging their business. Hence they'd cooked up this libel action to get back at him. As long as I stuck to the script, things should work out well.
Mr. Fuller, might it be true to say you would both benefit if Mr. Chapman were to suffer some injury to his business? Mr. Fuller, did you hear my question?
Yes, I did, and the answer's obvious, isn't it?
How long have you known Mr. Allen?
20 years or so.
And how long have you known Mr. Chapman?
Only since he moved his business from Worthing.
2 years ago?
About that, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. No further questions.
Pardon me, but I think you're missing the point.
Which is when I should simply have taken my seat and reiterated that I had no more questions.
Oh, yes?
You haven't asked your questions, so the court can get a proper impression of Chapman.
Are you saying there's more to this libel action than what remarks Mr. Chapman may or may not have made?
Yes, indeed. He's a rogue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. That's enough, I think.
Excuse me, sir, but you asked the question. You see, my lord, anyone who has anything to do with Chapman finds that out soon enough.
Let me be clear, Mr. Fuller. Are you saying you feel the truth of the particular libel action against my client doesn't matter? And that you and others feel he deserves punishment, and that's what this is really about?
No, I'm not. I'm saying Mr. Allen is fully within his rights, and he's just one of many professional fellows who have suffered because of what Chapman's put about to our regular clients. Then
what we should really be considering isn't libel so much as malice.
That's right!
Perhaps we should consider the element of malice from a different angle.
What?
I put it to you, Mr. Fuller, that howsoever you may have succeeded in convincing yourself Mr. Chapman deserves punishment, howsoever Mr. Chapman may be regarded by Mr. Allen and yourself as a nefarious individual, this case is actually a concoction born out of malice. That is to say, your bad opinion of my client. And in the midst of all this, the pair of you have sacrificed the truth in favour of righting perceived wrongs. Who do you think you are? Robin Hood and William Tell? You needn't answer that. Thank you, Mr. Fuller. No more questions.
Very nice, Eliot.
Thank you, Mr. Enriquez.
I really must apologise again for giving such short notice. Next time we shan't hurry you so much. Ah, Charles.
Mr. Enriquez, I thought Lewis did well, didn't you?
Absolutely, and I believe we should try to find him something more to do. But what about you? I hear you've left the law.
I'm starting again. Medicine this time.
Well. Brave fellow. Now then, goodbye, both of you. We're motoring down to Emsworth. Mustn't leave it too late. Good night.
Night.
Good night.
You know you're on borrowed time if that's the way you're going to act in court. What? Don't look so shocked. You know it yourself. First thing to learn is not to believe the popular view. You should have done better.
I won the case.
You were expected to. And unless you were hopelessly incompetent, I knew that you must. I thought you started well, although a bit too nervous, perhaps. That little joke you made seemed to get the judge on your side. Then it all went wonky with that last witness, Fuller.
I knew the witness was malicious, and he had another reason for attacking Chapman.
It was bad practice. An unnecessary complication.
Perhaps. But he showed himself up.
You gave him an opening to say Chapman was a liar. If the other barrister had been worth a salt, he'd have pounced on that and used it. I could see you sweating, so don't pretend you weren't.
The jury were back in very quickly, so it was obvious we were going to be all right.
You should have been certain you were in the clear long before that. You can't fiddle about, Lewis. Advocacy is 1 part improvisation to 9 parts planning. You should have stuck to my notes.
I had lunch with Anne.
She said she's going to invite you.
At the Ritz. She asked me if I'd like to join the Communist Party.
She said she might, but I didn't believe her. What did you say?
I politely declined.
Good old Lewis. True to form. She really is a darling, you know.
Why didn't she come with you this evening?
She's nosing out a story for that little newspaper of hers.
Why does she bother with it? I don't understand.
Because it matters, Lewis. I'll explain it to you sometime. Oh, dear. Herbert's on his way over. I'll get her some drinks.
I hope you're enjoying your party.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for organising it, Mr. Godley.
I promised you something special and you came through. Let's hope it's a prelude to great things. Percy Hall confided to me. He reckons you're going to be all right. Now, that's something coming from him, I can tell you. And I've no doubt Enriquez will be talking you up as a coming man.
Let's hope so.
Young Charles March.
What about him?
I've always thought he might have done a bit more for you, you know.
What do you mean?
Lewis, I know I'm kind, but I'm afraid I'm not to be taken for a charitable institution. This is a sink-or-swim business we're in. You didn't bring any money of your own to our chambers, so I rather hoped the Marches would have given you a case or two that would fatten us up a little.
Charles doesn't approve of favouritism.
Then he should go and live on the moon or somewhere else divorced from reality.
Besides, I wasn't sure you'd welcome too much intervention from Charles.
Why not?
You gave me that impression.
Did I? I didn't intend to. I mean to say, the Marches might have pulled a rope or two to get you started, instead of leaving it all to me. Never mind, though. I think perhaps you'll look back on the summer of 29 as the time when you made a real start. That's the daughter of my wife's cousin. She really is such a pretty little thing, isn't she? Susan, have you got a minute?
Hello, Herbert.
Susan, I'd like you to meet Louis Eliot.
Pleased to meet you.
So nice that you could come.
I'm up from Chesham for the weekend.
Oh, where are you staying?
With you, actually. I hope that's all right.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, no one tells me anything these days. I'm afraid I'll have to go in. I can see Nanny searching for me. The children won't go off without their dose of Tigger, and they absolutely insist it comes from their daddy Toad.
So, you're the hero of the moment.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Modesty isn't something I'm used to in lawyers.
I'm pretending, really. In fact, I'm feeling pretty jubilant.
You look it.
Sorry.
No, it suits you.
I sometimes wished I'd chosen a different line, but tonight, I'm glad I stuck at it. I'm beginning actually to believe when the prizes come, they might really have been worth waiting for.
What prizes? Do you mean money?
That and other things.
Such as?
The ability to actually make a difference. To do something worthwhile and get to be pretty well off in the process. I'm sometimes surprised at my own ambition, you know.
Oh, it's getting chilly, and I think your party is thinning out a little.
It's not strictly speaking my party.
Oh.
Mr. Getliff decided to have it, and there's hardly anyone here I know.
Oh, you know me now. Look, why don't we go on somewhere else? It'll take me 5 minutes to put a frock on. The Stork Club or wherever.
Ah, Lewis. Trust you to end up with the prettiest girl here.
Charles, this is Susan.
We've met.
May week, 3 years ago.
Well done.
We were both at that dreadful production of Orlando Furioso, directed by that effeminate friend of Francis's, Ivor something or other. Everybody was terribly impressed with him, weren't they? What's he doing?
Something in musical comedy, I think.
Oh, very good. Well, look, I'm not going to stand here like a lemon. I'll nip around and say my good nights. It was nice to see you again, Susan. Telephone me, Lewis.
Hang on, Charles. We could share a cab into town.
Really? Yes, if you want to, but I...
Susan, it was very nice to meet you. I hope I shall see you again.
Really? Oh, right. Good night, Lewis.
I have not seen her since. Well, I couldn't, could I? I had to keep faith with Sheila. By the early summer of 1930, I was feeling tired all the time. I couldn't concentrate in the way I'd been able to. And then it happened. I lost a case. It was a small one, not given to me by anyone important. Another of Percy Hall's driving convictions. It was pretty much a lost cause, but if I'd shone, I might have turned it around. But it had knocked my confidence. Then a few weeks later I heard a rumour had started that I was finished. Charles had already completed his first year of medical school and recommended a doctor called Morris.
It's shocking bad luck, but I've got to tell you, you may be rather ill. Now, let's work this through. You studied for your bar exams for how long?
2 years.
And did you look after yourself?
There wasn't anyone else to care for me, if that's what you mean.
No, it isn't. I mean, did you have enough money to be able to eat well and so on?
I don't come from a family with money. I had to live frugally.
I see. And how have things been in the 3 years since?
I'm able to live better than I did, and I have the occasional meal out courtesy of friends, but I do have to be very careful, really.
It's as I thought. Very well, this is my diagnosis. I believe you have something we commonly term pernicious anemia.
Doesn't sound too bad, except for the pernicious bit, I suppose.
If you starved yourself, that will explain how this condition got started. But there's something else, too. Look, to be brutally honest, I'm worried there's some liver damage. Maybe from an infection.
As he spoke, my attention started slipping away. I became distracted by his amiable, confident manner. I found myself disliking him for the success which so obviously characterized his life. Then he said...
What?
Liver failure.
We're talking about two separate things. We need to keep an eye on your liver to make sure there isn't progressive damage happening. But there's also an increased incidence of stomach cancer amongst those with pernicious anemia. If, as you say, the condition has been dragging on for a long time, then we can certainly build you up with injections of B12, but we'll also have to watch closely in case something more serious has taken hold.
Right.
You do understand what I've said, don't you?
Yes.
You're going to have to rest. There's no choice.
But my practice...
Is it worth killing yourself for?
I don't know the answer to that.
I do.
It was the long vacation and Getliff was away. Although I was very pale, I did not look particularly ill. I forced myself to crawl, tired, to chambers, sit there for some hours, make an effort to work on a brief.
Percy?
Yes, Mr. Eliot?
It's been a hard year. I'm feeling a little jaded.
Yes, the city is unpleasant right now.
I'm still fed up about that traffic case.
Everyone loses. The important thing is not to get used to it.
I might go away for a holiday.
Don't be away too long, sir.
Things are quiet, aren't they? I might take advantage of that, perhaps miss the first few days of next term.
As you say, sir. But remember, it's easy to get yourself forgotten.
I had not seen Sheila since I went to be examined. Now I wrote to her to say I wasn't well and was being sent abroad for a rest.
You don't look all that ill to me.
That's just as well.
Why?
I have to appear hearty in chambers.
Must have been going on for some time.
It has.
I didn't notice anything.
I expect you were busy.
Well, there's no need to be unpleasant. Are you seriously ill?
I'm not sure yet. The doctors don't know either.
And do they think it might be serious?
Look, I'm going to be away for a long time, Sheila.
I don't think you'll die in obscurity. You wouldn't like that, would you? Are you frightened?
Yes.
Yet you managed to put on a show for your lawyer friends. Oh, there are times when you make me feel ridiculous. Why on earth didn't you fall in love with someone else? Oh, by the way, there's someone I'd like you to meet. But it can wait until you get back.
I had never been abroad before. In Menton, I was exhilarated by the sight of the warm sea and the quickening of the senses which I felt by the shore. Some of my symptoms dropped away as I basked in the sun. But I'd lost my nerve, like a high-wire artist, and I knew I couldn't return to England without it. Optimism seeped back into me. After all, even if I was seriously ill, I still might claw back enough time to achieve something. I wrote Sheila a long, loving letter. August turned into September, and still I'd heard nothing back. Now I knew she didn't deserve me, and that my future success relied on rejecting her. As the Mediterranean summer broke into storms, my resolution grew into pleasure and well-being. I stood on my balcony at night through the rain and the wind, smelt the bougainvillea and the arbutus, and at last I was ready to forget my fears and to sleep. Finally, I went home.
You're back, sir?
Yes.
I was wondering if we'd see you again.
I stayed away longer than I expected to.
Yes, October is quite late, sir.
I want to buy you a drink, Percy.
Do you have an announcement to make, sir?
Let me take you for a drink. You never ask much, do you, Percy?
Mostly don't need to, sir. People are desperate to tell you what they don't want you to know. What is it, sir?
I was getting ill.
I saw it, sir. You weren't up to the mark anymore.
But I'm well now. If you want proof, I can get it.
I'm glad, sir.
No, I mean it. I was diagnosed with a chronic illness. The symptoms of that illness threw me off track. After 8 weeks in France, I feel much better. And now the doctors have confirmed my anemia is cured, my liver's all right, and I don't have cancer. Percy, I'm not mucking about. I'm up for the fight again, and I want you to understand that.
Why didn't you let any of us know, sir?
That's a bloody silly question. How much change would I have got out of you? How much work would you have brought me? Come to that, how much work did you bring me last term?
Not a guinea's worth. I thought you were fading out.
It's all in the game. I don't want charity. I don't need it now. So I think you should be careful not to make a fool of yourself by sidelining me.
That's interesting, sir.
Well, what have you got to say?
Would you like another pint of beer, sir? I'm buying.
Yes, please.
You needn't worry, Mr. Eliot. I don't make promises, but I believe you'll be all right. I should like to wish you a happy and prosperous new term.
Charles!
Lewis, what's the matter? I came as soon as I could. You're not ill again, are you?
No, it's not me. It's Sheila.
Oh, God help us. What's she done?
She's disappeared.
What do you mean?
She's gone off somewhere. I don't know where. Her parents don't have any idea either.
Has she been abducted or something? Wasn't she still living with him in Leicester?
No. She took a little flat in Worcester Street last year to be in London. Near me, I think.
You mean you don't actually know why she moved to London?
No, not really. I assume she wanted to be near me, but she never made a thing of it.
You and she, you're just so odd.
Look, she's just taken off.
Well, that doesn't sound like the end of the world to me. Was she hysterical?
No, she was very calm, very quiet.
Well, then, look, what makes you think there's anything wrong?
About a month ago, she confessed she was in love.
Oh, God.
She said she thought she'd finally found the right man. His name's Hugh. She felt I had to meet the fellow in order to size him up.
Lewis, do you really not understand how odd your relationship with Sheila is? I truly don't believe there's another man in the whole country put up with that woman.
You don't understand.
I understand that she takes advantage of you. Constantly. that she's an emotional cripple of some sort. That you're so used to being treated this way, you've entirely lost the ability to imagine what a healthy relationship might be like. Did you meet this fellow?
Yes.
What was he like?
Pretty decent, actually. A bit flummoxed about what my role was. But I think he behaved rather well. I got angry and found I couldn't make the impartial judgment Sheila asked for.
There isn't a man alive who could.
Even so, I felt ashamed. Anyway, I could see he wasn't up to looking after her. He's the kind of fellow who'd want children and a happy home with seaside holidays.
Well, normal, you mean?
He's just not robust enough for her. I told him so, said she was unstable. He didn't want to believe me. But in that instant, I heard the note in his voice change. I heard him lose his enthusiasm. He kept up the sort of banter intended to mean he'd jolly well make up his own mind, but I knew what I said had done it.
Oh, Lewis, I really wish you'd let him take her away.
If I had, as night follows day, it would have failed. Then she'd have come back, and I'd never know what they'd done together.
This isn't love, it's obsession.
Day before yesterday, Sheila received a letter. I guessed it must be from Hugh. I watched her as she read it. I watched her bending over the single side of scribble. Watched her crumple. Next morning, I was in court to hear a judgment, a prosecution for assault I'd won the week before. Then I went back to the flat and tried to telephone her. Her landlady said Sheila had packed a bag and left. She wasn't sure where she'd gone. She might be back, she might not. She'd paid 3 months' rent in advance.
And you say her parents don't know?
No.
Were they worried?
No, they didn't seem to be.
Well, then.
What?
It's clear if they're not worried, then there's nothing to be concerned about. Lewis?
Yes?
They obviously know where she is. They're protecting her from you. Or you from her. Or the both of you from each other.
Do you think so?
Yes, I do.
The Reverend Knight is such a nuisance, though.
He's still her father. Lewis, keep your nose out of it. Let her sort herself out. If she reappears wanting the two of you to get together, then it's up to you to decide what to do. If you're lucky, you won't hear from her again.
I suppose you must be right.
Let's eat. I'm starving. Waiter? If things go all right, I'll get my MD through by the end of the year.
How are things with your father?
Pretty bad. Anne and I are determined to marry next year. I should be set up by then and able to make a go of it. And in truth, Anne's fortune will pay for the right opportunity, and somewhere to live into the bargain.
What about your father's settlement?
He tried to use that as a weapon to separate us. I told him about her money, and in a fit of pique he said I could kiss goodbye to the 40,000.
No.
I'm sure he regrets it. He's certainly going to have a very lonely summer in Surrey this year. In fact, I'd say he's aged about 10 years since I left the law. I'm sorry about it. But what can you do? Catherine's in the doghouse, too. She's officially betrothed to Francis Getliff.
Yes, I heard. Herbert's puffed up with it.
Only one marriage outside the faith in living memory. Now, 2 in the same year.
But surely Anne's Jewish.
Yes, but she's a socialist. Mind you, Mr. Eyre has been more careful with Catherine and Francis. Maybe he learned his lesson. Francis is going to Cambridge to do research. They say he's a talented scientist.
It's funny you mentioning Cambridge. I was thinking, I quite fancy the idea of teaching undergraduate law.
No, Lewis. You're too good a lawyer for that. Listen, you're going to stop worrying about Sheila and concentrate on your practice, right?
Yes. Now Herbert's taking silk. Once he's a KC, that'll free up room for me to step into a good deal of his work.
Well, that's what you should be concentrating on, not Sheila. I've got to go. Lewis, don't stay here. Get home and get some sleep. Then try and make tomorrow the first day of a brand new life.
Thanks, Charles. I will.
And then I received a shock that plunged me even deeper into the crisis that was Sheila. Her father wrote inviting me to lunch with him at the Athenaeum. He was a man of acute affectation.
Mr. Knight.
Ah, Mr. Eliot. Welcome.
I'm sorry, I hope I'm not late.
It's very kind of you to come.
I was pleased to receive your letter.
Sherry, I should warn you, though, it's very indifferent.
I won't, thank you.
Not at all. It's very hot in London. In the country, we are already autumnal. One was advised that even a simple country parson must have a place of refuge in the city, but really I don't believe the reputation of the Athenaeum is supported by the quality of its provisions. I wonder why I bother with the subscription. I had to get Webb to change our table out of the sunlight before you arrived.
Oh, dear.
Yes. I suppose you haven't had any experience of psychiatrists, professional or otherwise. They surely can't have come your way.
No, but...
I was asking because my daughter... You perhaps remember that she brought you to my house once or twice. My daughter happens to have been treated by one recently.
Is she better?
She wouldn't persevere. She said that he was stupider than she was.
How is she?
I wish I knew.
Is there anything I can do for her?
Tell me, how well do you know my daughter?
I have loved her ever since I met her. That is 7 years ago. I have loved her without return.
I am very sorry for you. I am an elderly man, and it is difficult to shoulder responsibility as one once did. It would ease my mind if you could manage to spend some time with her. I have heard her speak of you with respect which is singular for my daughter. If she had no reliable friends here in London, I should find my responsibility too much of a burden. It is just possible that my daughter may arrive in London this week.
Has she mentioned a man called Hugh?
Not as I recall. Is he significant?
No.
She speaks of returning to a house in which she has actually lived before. I think I should like to give you the address, then perhaps if you ever find yourself nearby, well... Yes, the address is 68 Worcester.
He wrote it very legibly, slowly and with great ceremony, pretending all the while that I knew almost nothing of Sheila and we of each other. And yet he was fully aware that I knew that address as well as my own. And so ended a brief period of sunlight.
You sent Hugh away, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh, I suppose it makes everything easier.
What does it make easier?
I'm no good now. I'm worn out. I played my last cards in the game of the heart. You can have me now. You can marry me if you like. I don't mind anymore.
I want you more than ever, but you mustn't come to me if you would be happier with someone else.
I'll never know, though, will I? Lewis, I've done you a great harm. Now you've sent Hugh away and got your revenge. Perhaps we deserve each other.
We dawdled our way around St. James's Park. The still water reflected the stars of a warm September night. Beams from cars turning on the Mall swept its surface, making the wakes of the water birds shimmer. I had become a part of all this, and Leicester felt like a monochrome dream.
I can't be as bleak as you. I have loved you. You have enriched my life immeasurably.
I might have been happy with you. I shall always think that.
Then let me get him back for you. If you want him, I'll get him back.
No.
But if you really want him...
I might find out it wasn't true. I'll need the illusion to torture us both with. No. You can't escape now. You have to understand. I know you ought to have a wife who will love you and look after you and be a busy worker behind the scenes, supporting your career. But I can't do any of that. It's not just because I won't be interested. The fact is, I just can't be made responsible for anything.
I know.
I'll try to be loyal. That's the best I can manage.
I knew my career would fail if I tried to take Sheila along as a professional wife to the law, so I was preparing myself to let go. I had spoken to Francis Getliff about academic life. A teaching job would allow Sheila and I to spend some time apart each week. That might do us good. I was to meet a man called Jago, the senior tutor at a Cambridge college. Francis said they always found it hard to get someone to teach law.
I think I might secure a temporary fellowship in Cambridge and be made permanent in a short time. That means I could be away 4 nights of the week, then do some advisory work in London for the rest of the time. It's not the glittering prize, but we'd be comfortable.
You'd do that for me?
Yes. And I found a nice house on Cheney Walk. It needs work, but I think you'll enjoy that. Tell me. Don't be clever. Be honest. Why are you marrying me?
It's simple. I'm not strong enough to go on alone.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by Adam Godley and Sheila Knight by Anastasia Hille. Herbert Getliff was Stephen Moore, Percy Hall, Danny Webb, Charles March, Jamie Glover, Leonard March, John Standing, and Anne Simon, Emma Williams. Marion was played by Laura Doddington, Catherine March by Carla Simpson, George Passant by Bill Wallis, Dr. Morris and Reverend Knight by Brett Usher, and Mrs. Getliff by Susanna Hamilton. The narrator was David Haig. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Jeremy Howe and Sally Avens. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with Adam Godley as Lewis Eliot and David Haig as the narrator. Episode 2, The Conscience of the Rich, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
It was April 1936, and I was now 31 years old. While the fascists and the Republicans fought it out in Spain, I navigated my way through to the lower echelons of the British establishment. From obscure Midlands poverty, I had risen to a fellowship in law at Cambridge University. I had a pretty wife who no one, except my closest friends, knew was useless. I'd never been to university and learned my basic law at night school. I'd never been in business and imbibed the vocabulary of management in the Athenaeum and the manners of privilege at the Friday night dinners of my closest friend's family, the fabulously wealthy Marches. The trick had worked. I was taken seriously and lived on the penumbra of the 300 or so people who actually ran the country. As I walked through Cambridge on that sunny April afternoon, I could smell the blossom.
Lewis! Wait a minute! Look where you're going, man! How are you, Lewis? Afternoon, Roy. You're strolling along in an extremely statesmanlike fashion, Lewis, arms behind you and head bowed. Are you about to address our colleagues upon some weighty matter? Or are you feeling a bit unhappy? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten they need to be reminded to consider your fellowship. Thanks. What's the matter? There's nothing the matter. Then why are you unhappy? There's nothing. That's not true. How do you know? Because I'm not managing to make you smile.
Roy Calvert was 5 years younger than me. I always looked forward to hearing about his adventures. He was something of a rake compared to most Cambridge Orientalists, who are usually a somewhat rarefied breed.
Isn't that lovely ice queen of yours? You must let me meet her one day. Perhaps she needs someone to flirt with, to cheer her up. Even your charms wouldn't have the slightest effect. It's all far, far worse than I feared it would be. I suppose you can't leave her now, can you? No. She depends on you to look after her. Yes.
We walked along the back streets to Maid's Causeway, over Midsummer Common to the river, came back to Christ's Peace and then retraced our steps.
You know, boy, it isn't you that I pity. You enjoy life. You're interested in the world. I believe you have a tremendous spirit and could bear practically anything. It's her I feel sad for. I don't see what she has to look forward to in life.
As you said, there's nothing to be done. One has to go on. That's all.
Life is very unfair. I don't see why this should have to happen to you.
I had married Sheila knowing that she did not love me and that she was very unstable. Indeed, my fledgling career as a barrister went into decline almost before it started, all on her account. I pretended to others that I would be doing the University a favour when I met with college tutors to discuss a fellowship. But in reality, I was clutching at straws. I was elected late in 1933, and on this crisp spring day, one of the 4 of each week which I spent away from Chelsea, I blessed the college for the relief it gave me.
You deserve some tea, but you'll have to earn it with an hour in the nets.
Roy Calvert came from Leicester too, but he had real money behind him, from a factory-owning family.
Ah, sorry! By the way, old boy, you've made an almighty hit with Lady Vauxhall. She's quite smitten, and I'm extremely jealous. Lord B didn't dislike you either, which is a surprise. You can usually smell a pleb at 30 yards.
Maybe I don't actually smell like a plebeian anymore, Roy.
I reckon Lady B likes weighty men. And I think you've got very good at persuading people just how weighty you are. Yes! I can't bear your cries any longer. You need some gloves, old man. Here, take mine. You know, Lewis, I think you might legitimately cast your eye about. No one would blame you, given the circumstances.
I don't think I have it in me, Roy.
Maybe you're right. Anyway, on past form, perhaps you'd better leave women to me. Who knows what kind of pickle you'd get yourself into next time.
Are you and Rosalind still together?
As far as she's concerned, I suppose so, yes.
You don't sound very sure.
Oh, you know Rosalind. She isn't going to be put off by a little thing like me moving from Leicester to Cambridge to pick up a career that isn't going to earn a penny.
She's got money of her own. I think you're lucky.
Don't start handing out judgments, Lewis.
I didn't think I was.
I heard it in your voice.
Sorry.
So am I.
How serious are you about that fellowship?
Oh, deadly. I have no desire to go into the manufacture of hot moulded galoshes, and my father knows it. If I'm going to make a life at what I enjoy, I have to get in as a fellow.
I'll talk to Arthur Brown again. He's been sort of stage managing your election on behalf of the master. I'll find out if there's been any progress.
I'd be grateful. Right then, let's have one for luck. Enough?
Yes, thanks.
Back to your place then. Your man can do us tea and toast. At least you should be able to sleep well tonight.
Ever since childhood, I'd loved cricket. It was high summer now. Spain was at war with itself, and I went in search of the same old medicine, to Lord's for the university match.
Lewis?
Pawson?
What a coincidence. Are you here for the match? Oh, stupid question. Why else would you be here? Are you with anyone?
No, I'm on my own.
We had studied for the bar together, and I was shocked by the change in him.
These varsity teams don't seem to have any courage left in them. It's going to be a bloody dull game.
His suit was old and shiny at the elbows, but he was wearing a carnation in his buttonhole and an authentic school tie.
You know, I hope it won't mean you've been crossed off too many visiting lists if some of your friends notice you're here with me. Anyway, it's bloody good to see you.
His colour was higher and more plethoric than ever, and a twitch convulsed his face every time he spoke.
I'll confess it hasn't gone well. I lost your senior, Herbert Getliff, 3 years ago now.
Yes, I remember him crowing about it.
Disgusting. After all, he's 15 years my senior.
Herbert Getliff loves a victory. It's the most difficult thing to put up with when I was articled under him.
Since then, solicitors have fought shy of me. What's the matter with that bloody batsman? Why didn't he run? Oh, God, Lewis, I forgot. I've got some beer here. Would you like one?
It was then I realised he was alarmingly drunk for the time of day. I took a bottle for myself just to stop him drinking it.
Oh, not to worry. There's still time to win in court once or twice, show them how wrong they've been to write me off.
What do you mean?
Well, just because I'm not a pansy or a Jew, they think they can ignore me.
Oh, come on.
Well, I tell you, you've got to be a pansy or a Jew if you're going to get a chance in this country.
We've got a friend in common, you know.
Who's that?
Anne Simon.
Ah, she's going to marry Charles March, isn't she?
Yes.
She gave me the push.
Did you love her very much?
I still do. I think I always shall. You know, I believe she'll come back to me one day. Pass me another beer, Lewis. Anyway, she knows I'm waiting for her.
You and she were involved with Seymour's news sheet, weren't you?
Scandal sheet, you mean?
I don't think anyone dismisses it as that anymore.
Well, more fool them.
Anything Seymour writes is the talk of the clubs by lunchtime.
He's an ugly, lumpen little creep.
The note has become very important in the last few months. There isn't an MP in the House who doesn't dread turning up in Seymour's column.
Well, I never really had my heart in it. I did it to please her. You know, she asked to see me in April. I thought things might be back on. She just wanted something for Seymour. She knows I made it my business to collect all the dirt I could on your chum Getliff. I've got proof. He and a couple of others all made a packet, insider dealing. They had inside dope on government policy, you see.
And Anne wanted this for the note to publish.
Crusading journalism of the first order. Well, I couldn't stomach helping those Reds anymore, so I refused to tell her the whole story. And nothing came of it.
I see. Are you making anything?
Nothing. I'm living off my capital. Not good.
No. Not good.
But unlike you, Lewis, that's something I'll never be.
What?
Good! Pass me another beer. At last! Come on, you pansies! Get on with it!
I was relieved to hear Pawson hadn't given Anne the detail behind the accusations being made against Herbert Getliff. I admired Getliff as an advocate, although my experiences as his junior hadn't endeared him to me. And so in September, with the new term imminent, I returned to the small-scale politics of Cambridge. I was out to secure Roy Calvert the fellowship he so desperately craved.
I'm sorry, Brown. I've always considered that claret is not strong enough for a dessert wine.
Really, Berser? That's remarkable. I've always considered that port is too sweet for any purpose whatsoever. Eliot, would you care to settle us for tonight?
Well, Brown, actually, I wouldn't mind port on this first chilly night of autumn. Now then, Berser, I suppose you haven't thought any more about the matter of electing Roy Calvert as a fellow, have you?
I take it you've gathered, my dear Eliot, that the proposal is not greeted with unqualified enthusiasm.
He's been as well spoken of as anyone can be at that age.
What do you feel is the case against him?
Oh, a great deal of the speaking in his favour is done by our respected master. I have considerable faith in Royce as an after-dinner speaker, but considerably less in his judgment of men.
It was obvious that Winslow's opposition to Roy Calvert lived in his antagonism to the master. He scarcely gave a thought to Roy as a human being.
Several others have written as highly of Calvert.
I know that in a rather obscure subject it's difficult to amass as much opinion as we'd all like.
Indeed. In fact, in the matter of ancient Sogdian grammar, apart from Calvert and the master, one suspects there are only a couple of dozen serious scholars worldwide. He's clearly pretty good, but a field no one knows about.
Before I came down in favour of Calvert, I satisfied myself that he was extraordinarily good.
I'm not convinced by the evidence, my dear Brown. And indeed, I'm not satisfied that it's in the man's best interest to be elected here. I just don't think he's suited to collegiate life.
I believe he'd be like a breath of fresh air. Also, it's not fair to say his subject dwells entirely in obscurity. I believe his new grammar has drawn interest from abroad, particularly from the Germans.
Just because a single department in Berlin has perked up, that doesn't make for an international reputation.
I thought you were a fan of the Germans.
I'm certainly interested and impressed by recent developments there. Oh, in a distrait world, it's refreshing to see a people applying itself to a coherent social philosophy. Oh, I'm in no doubt that there's much we should take from National Socialism to inform our own future. But I'm afraid, at least for the present, Roy Calvert isn't included in that.
Later that evening, I was returning to my rooms around 11:30 when I encountered Roy standing in the middle of the quad, staring up at a star-spangled night sky.
What are you doing? Waiting for you, and exercising the right of a fellow to stand on the grass.
But you're not a fellow yet, are you?
That's why I want to know how you got on.
You look tired.
Not tired enough. To sleep, that is.
Roy, is there something especially the matter?
You mean more than usual? How could there be?
What have you been doing?
I've been in hall, and you've been in the combination room where the fellows go.
We did talk about you.
I don't doubt it. You know, you really would think all those eggheads could find something better to do with their after hours.
Brown has arranged for Ulston Lyle to come and talk to the fellows about you.
If the college fellows won't have me for my work, then they can bloody well do without me. I said, you can bloody well do without me!
I say, pipe down, old chap. No one wants to hear you carrying on like that.
Oh dear. I am sorry. Don't worry. I won't be making any more fuss. After all, that's what has to be avoided at all costs, isn't it?
You with him. Get him out, will you? Hurry up, or I'll be down there and see to the pair of you.
Let's go. Perhaps you're right. Let's get the car, drive to Leicester and get plastered.
I'm not driving tonight. Besides, the pubs are closed.
Don't you long for the old turf?
No, not anymore.
Me neither. Mind you, Rosalind would give me a hot welcome any time of night.
Don't be crude. Is it pride? Are you angry because they haven't made you a fellow outright?
Of course. I'm cleverer than the whole lot of them.
That's probably true.
But it diminishes me to say it.
Perhaps.
What it is to be miserable, eh? I thwart you, don't I? Every time you do something useful for me, you feel I thwart you.
Yes.
Lewis, promise me something.
What do you want, Roy?
Keep patience. Don't ever walk away. I don't believe I could stand it.
Roy,
It's a wonderful game. Please stay and play. Please stay with me.
Don't worry, Roy. I won't walk away.
Six weeks or so after I met Pawson at Lord's, I received a telephone call out of the blue from Herbert Getliff. Getliff wanted to consult me as a colleague. He had become aware someone was making inquiries concerning his share dealings, and so he was considering his own legal position. The Getliff who had taught me had lost his old bravado. He was a frightened man. And it now emerged that Charles's uncle, Sir Philip March, and a fellow minister called Hortin were also involved in the share dealing. Getliff surmised that he might be sacrificed to get them off the hook. I agreed to speak to Charles on his behalf to ask whether or not Anne's journalistic activities were likely to threaten him. So I went to see Charles and Anne to discuss the situation.
How in God's name did you get yourself into such a mess?
Lewis!
Herbert Getliff is in a real panic over this. I shouldn't think Charles's sister would want much to do with you once you've ruined her brother-in-law.
Charles and I do have a point of view, you know. This hasn't been done as carelessly as you seem to imagine.
What's so important that you're prepared to ruin your husband's family?
Jews are being persecuted in Germany, and there's enough latent anti-Semitism in Britain to allow the same thing to happen here if we don't do something. You must understand, Lewis, Charles and I are completely united over what I do.
Oh, yes?
Or do you subscribe to Leonard March's view that I've hypnotised his son?
Don't be silly.
It isn't our intention to ruin either Sir Philip March or Getliff. We're after Hortin. He's a particularly nasty rightist, a parliamentary secretary like Sir Philip, but he's a young man on the rise. We got the gossip that he'd made money out of shares on the back of the Howard and Hazelhurst contract. Well, the fact that Getliff and Sir Philip might have done the same is just an unlucky coincidence.
Is Seymour going to publish?
I don't know. Look, I haven't any special concern for Sir Philip. He's a reactionary old man. If he had his fingers in this business, then he deserves what's coming to him.
And Charles really agrees with you.
I won't tolerate you interfering between Charles and me. Go and sort your own wife out. See if you can get Sheila to love you as much as I love Charles. Then I'll listen to your considered views on marriage. All right?
I could hear you in the street. Hello, Lewis. You're looking pale.
It's nothing.
Are you sure?
Anne and I have been discussing this Getliff business. I think Anne ought to ask Seymour to bury it.
Really?
I'll make tea.
I'm going to have a scotch. What about you two? I went to see my father last week. At that time, we didn't know the Horton thing would involve Uncle Philip and Getliff. Pawson wouldn't give Anne the full details.
He told me.
It was actually my father who warned us the case might damage the other two as well. We explained Seymour hadn't intended embroiling them in this affair.
But they can't be kept out of it, can they?
I also explained Anne's involvement with the note. I thought that was the right thing to do.
He'll be shattered if Sir Philip does get mentioned.
The full facts of the case were not known to Anne when she started digging around.
And it's actually Getliff and Sir Philip's deviousness that has placed us in this intolerable position of having to choose between the cause of anti-fascism or the family shysters.
I don't think it matters in the end. I think you're trying to justify something that's indefensible.
Why on earth are you taking sides like this?
Because I'm grateful to your family for helping me onto my feet. And that was your father as much as you. My father was a bankrupt, and we were poor, so unlike you two, I understand what a blessing it is to have money. And I also know how easily things can unravel and fall apart. You should be protecting what you grew up with, not undermining it. And then there's the simple fact that I don't believe either Getliff or your uncle really intended to make illegal profits. Their good luck caught them out.
I'm sorry, Lewis. We won't back away. We believe in the note and everything Seymour is trying to do with it. Horton and his friends represent the new breed of Tory. He's spoken out clearly in support of Franco and Hitler. His kind won't pull their punches once Hitler is our official ally, so we mustn't now. This is a life-or-death struggle, not a game, Lewis.
And that's how you justify ruining the standing of your husband's family.
How long do you think rich Jews like Leonard March will last once National Socialism gets a hold in this country?
I think you should be more realistic. British democracy won't ever allow the kind of extremism you're talking about. It just won't happen here.
We don't agree. In fact, we think the German example shows us there isn't much time. The note has a job to do. It must chase any scandal that might profitably damage this government.
I see.
I do agree that I should have got Pawson to tell me everything. And I suppose that means I do owe something to Sir Philip and Herbert Getliff. In a way. Charles?
Yes?
I don't know, but what do you think perhaps I ought to ask Seymour to drop it? Just this once?
I don't know. I'm not sure he'll take much notice. Of course, if you do decide you want to pull back, then there is one way we could definitely stop him.
I don't think we ought to do that.
What are you talking about?
I do have something which could be used to close down the note for good, but, well, of course it would ruin Seymour utterly, and I don't think I'll ever be prepared to see that happen.
By the time I'd left, we'd patched things up. Anne agreed to see Seymour the next day and ask him to shelve the share story. But she wouldn't commit to using the ace up her sleeve. A fortnight later, Charles telephoned to let me know the note had published a reference to the share-dealing affair. We met in a Lyons Corner house to assess the damage.
Caption: 15th October 1936. Armaments and shares. As previewed in last month's edition of the note, certain persons close to HM Gov appear to have allowed their knowledge of the country's arms programme to inform their private share dealing. Damn. Oh well. This is out in the open.
Let me see. Hush-hush talk in the Century Luncheon Club, passed on by a friend of the note, informs us certain candidates for membership have been blackballed as a result of heavy share killings made through inside knowledge of the Howard and Hazelhurst Gov contract. Parliamentary Sec Horton mentioned K.C. Herbert Getliff, also prominent. Also Jewish name which is not forthcoming as yet, and maybe a minister of HM Gov. I suppose that's your Uncle Philip. I bet your father isn't too pleased.
There's no point in crowing.
I'm not. Far from it, in fact. I said I don't understand how Anne and you could have let this happen. I suppose the fact that Seymour hasn't mentioned your uncle by name might mean he thinks he's showing some pity.
Anne asked him not to. He agreed to keep my uncle out of it, if he could.
And what does that mean?
Well, the problem is, if you're going to publish something which might get you in hot water, then you have to mention all the culprits. Otherwise, you lay yourself open to accusations of bias. A note has to be above that sort of thing.
Any way you argue it, the only decent thing is for Seymour to publish a retraction concerning Herbert Getliff and to drop Sir Philip's name from anything he's planning to publish. It might not be the Communist Party's style, but it certainly would be the right thing. And you ought to jolly well speak to your father.
It was a dark, foggy afternoon at the gloomy end of October as Roy Calvert and I walked up Piccadilly towards Burlington House. The academy room was quite small. There were half a dozen men on the dais, among them Lyle, whose 70th birthday the symposium was celebrating. Perhaps 60 were seated in the room, including our own college master, Vernon Royce.
Look at their bald heads shining. Don't you think as the world grows more precarious, the young seem less inclined towards these eccentric subjects?
Why are you so desperate to be at this chap's birthday?
Don't stay if you think you'll be bored, but I reckon it might be worth your while staying.
Roy found me a seat, then suddenly went off by himself to sit under the window. He was surrounded by vacant chairs. Light fell directly on his face, and it looked smooth and young.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. As you know, we are here to celebrate Sir Ulston Lyle's 70th birthday and to express our gratitude for his work. Here's your chance, gentlemen. Your questions can be answered face to face. May I present Sir Ulston Lyle.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Of course, Mr.
Calvert.
Ah, yes, Mr. Calvert. So nice to be able to put a face to the name at last.
Thank you, sir. I should like to ask how much credit for the present success of our discipline should be given to the late Dr. Erzberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Calvert, it's a pleasure to see you again.
And you, sir.
I am grateful to my young friend Calvert for bringing up the name of my former and respected collaborator. My old helper shouldn't be forgotten. Poor Erzberger was cut off in his prime after assisting me in my first efforts to create the lexicon which is the foundation of so much of our work over the last 20 years. In this respect, he deserves undying credit.
Excuse me, sir. I wonder if we might have a little detail. Is it true that he published nothing except the articles on which the two of you collaborated?
I'm afraid that is the fact of the matter.
So, the lexicon was primarily your own work. Could you tell us what he was working on just before he died?
Alas, we have no trace of the other work he undertook in his last years.
But he was working on other things.
I can't really say.
But it's all just disappeared, gone, nothing published.
No.
And despite the fact that you and he toiled side by side, you were unable to find any trace of years of his work.
He left nothing behind him.
Remarkable.
I'm afraid I don't feel this is a very profitable line to take, Mr. Calvert. You are a newcomer to our subject, it's true, but I have to say I regard these questions as most inappropriate, young man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am sorry to have taken the time of the meeting.
Mr. Calvert...
No, really, Sir Ulston, I'm obviously all at sea here. I really do wish you a very happy birthday.
Roy stood up and left the room immediately. The congregation sat as if petrified. It was perhaps 5 minutes before the aged gentleman started to move about. The master spoke to me later that evening. He asked that nothing should be said in the combination room, as Roy's afternoon activities certainly wouldn't help the cause of his fellowship election. But the gossip reached Cambridge in double-quick time and provided those hostile to Roy's election with yet more ammunition against him. I returned to London 2 days later to attend a crisis meeting with Leonard March and his brother Sir Philip.
I don't know what Charles expects of me. This affair threatens the reputation of my own brother, whom I love and admire very deeply. Now, I cannot stand by and let Charles's misguided do-goodery blight the family.
When Charles arrives, I think it's important that you show your son how much he's hurt you. That might have a sobering effect. Now, Sir Philip, If I'm going to advise you on your legal position, then I have to be in full possession of the facts.
The fact is, Herbert Getliff's career is slipping away, and he wants to involve me in a legal action intended to discredit Seymour. He seems to have completely lost his nerve. Sounded desperate on the telephone.
Has he announced his intention publicly?
No, but he seems very serious about this.
Of course, it's possible that a legal action could have a reverse effect and do yet more damage to Getliff and yourself.
Look here. When I decided to go into government, I had to make sacrifices, resigned my directorships and so forth. I'm not rich, but I get along. I can't speak for Getliff, of course, but with regard to me, this whole smear is a put-up job.
That being so, it might seem obvious that you should sue the note for libel. Indeed, that's what Getliff wants to try and do.
It isn't quite that easy. There is some oblique substance in what they're saying.
Sir Philip, please tell me exactly what has gone on.
Very well. I first spent a few months in government in 1929. I got the impression the Howard and Hazelhurst contract was going to be signed, and of course this indicated that armaments firms were going to do well. Once I was out of office, I felt entitled to act on what I knew. I looked around for various firms and found one in low water. I backed my guess by buying shares in it. Then that firm was bought by Howard and Hazelhurst last year, and so my shares went through the roof.
I see.
Well?
I see how one might put an ugly construction on your actions. Your reputation rests on whether or not you knew that the smaller firm would be taken over by Howard and Hazelhurst at the time you bought shares in it.
My conscience is clear. My self-respect is untouched. There are rules on which all financial dealings depend. If you upset them, you upset the whole structure. If the rules go, then confidence and stability go. That's why they should show no mercy to anyone who breaks them.
Today, I see my brother not as a hero, but as an old man threatened with humiliation.
Then do something about it, Leonard. Make your son tell his wife not to print anything more about me. And get her to help us take this cad Seymour to the cleaners.
I've already told you whether it is in my power or not depends on my son's wife.
I don't believe it.
He's right, but she has already tried to sort it out.
She'll have to do something more.
The only thing Seymour is really afraid of is the Official Secrets Act. It turns out he has sometimes used information which came directly from a Whitehall source in the War Department. That transgression might be enough to put his source and him away, if she felt able to go down that road.
She must.
I agree, but you have to understand how much you would be asking. These people believe in what they're doing, and in their own way they do it with great integrity.
Don't be ridiculous.
Try and see it from their point of view. They don't agree with your politics. They feel you're on the side of appeasement, that you might stop a war. They've got something on you, and according to your own admission, some would see it as the truth.
Charles must bring her to heel. It's scandalous for him to let her indulge in this nonsense. A good-looking young woman. What's she up to? We ought to keep her busy.
Oh, do be quiet, Philip.
Pardon?
Eliot, we have to do our best to get Charles to persuade Anne to do the decent thing. Now, don't you agree?
I can't guarantee anything.
If it's possible, then it's got to be done.
Heavens, you really are very scared, aren't you, Philip?
I shouldn't like to go out under a cloud. Of course, we've all got to go sometime, but no one likes being forced out. I've still got some pieces of work in the department that I want to carry through.
You will try, won't you, Lewis?
Yes. Of course.
2 days after I'd met the March brothers and seen their fear, I was summoned to attend a meeting on the neutral ground of Regent's Park.
Good morning, everyone. The ghost at the feast, then.
What do you expect?
Lewis?
Charles? I was just saying that Catherine and Francis aren't much disposed towards seeing you in the near future.
That's a shame. I can only hope they'll come round in time.
I suspect that's for Anne and yourself to decide. I'm cold. I'd like to get on, please. I'm afraid, for my part, if we can't settle on something satisfactory today, then I believe events will have dire consequences for our relationship, yours and mine. I love you very much, Charles, and I doubt that'll ever diminish, but I can't have anything more to do with you if you allow my brother to be ruined.
I understand.
You may be forcing me to deprive myself of a son. I refer, of course, to the settlement, which I deferred at the time of your marriage, but which, in the course of things, I had planned to transfer to you before the end of the year.
Father, You have to understand that money really isn't an issue in this case.
Doesn't it matter that I will be humiliated because you are so reduced?
That's your decision, though, isn't it?
And I suppose it doesn't matter to you that you will make me miserable.
Excuse me, Mr. L. I'm sorry, but at present this is all hypothetical, isn't it? I mean, Charles hasn't said what Anne intends to do, has he?
Very well.
Sir Philip.
Yes?
I have always had the greatest respect for you, sir.
And?
Anne has gone to see Seymour again today. She plans to make the strongest appeal she can, based on her loyalty to the note and the service she has done the paper to date.
And what if Seymour still wants to publish?
I'm very sorry to tell you, Sir Philip. We are agreed that bringing down the note by informing the police of Seymour's intelligence gathering, well, that just isn't on the cards. Ultimately, we have to think of what the little paper stands for. We believe it is a vital part of the bigger game.
But if you hadn't married Anne Simon, you wouldn't be acting this way. She's changed you. Your attitude has become unnatural.
I take responsibility for myself, Father. You think I'm a silly boy who has turned his back on a career in the law and taken up doctoring out of some juvenile impulse. I am a doctor now, and what I do makes me very proud. I don't need to defend it in front of you, and I'm equally proud to have found a clever and dedicated wife who helps me to see what is moral and necessary. Hitler is set on ultimate power, and he is seducing all Europe to his ambition. He has chosen us as his great enemy. It disgusts me to hear you bemoaning the cries for help coming from German Jewry. This is a matter of life and death. If Hitler is not stopped, then Jews will die. This government won't stop him. So, Uncle Philip, your colleagues must be brought down in order that others can be saved.
You were a good son. Now you seem compelled to break every connection with your family.
If things go badly, then I'd ask you to remember that here, today, you had an infinite number of choices. This need not mean the schism you describe. Uncle, I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better answer. I truly hope this will be the end of the matter, and I'm sorry about the pain you have been caused. I'll telephone you, Lewis. Goodbye, everyone.
In the weeks that followed, Charles and Anne's idealism caused them to be driven further and further off from the society into which they'd been born. And Roy Calvert's struggles with the establishment caused the net of geriatric detestation to gather yet tighter about him. He was completely losing his perspective. Looking back, I think it was clear he would destroy himself. So much privilege, so much conscience. I confess it was mysterious to me.
Roy, what are you doing here?
Thought you'd be in on the lunchtime train. Decided to ambush you. Come on, Lewis. Let's do your walk. Maid's Causeway over Midsummer Common to the river, then back to Christ's Peace. I'm too full of bile to sit about.
I think it's going to rain.
So what? If I don't do something, I'll spontaneously combust. I've been shut out of Academe for what I did to Lyle at his 70th party.
What do you mean?
I've got an idea for a new lexicon, but I can't find a publisher.
You humiliated Lyle in public and cast doubt on the integrity of his most important work. You didn't seriously expect that he'd just forget about it, did you?
Yes, I did, actually. Yes, that's precisely what I did expect.
You've made it very difficult for the Master and Brown to get you elected.
So what?
You don't mean that.
My work's going down a bomb in Germany.
Well done.
The Professor of Oriental Studies in Berlin was visiting last month. He wants me to go over there for 3 months.
That's marvellous. Things are looking up.
Berlin. Fine. But you're right, of course. If one's going to be lionised, then it needs to be at home, doesn't it, mind you? If they offer me more work, I'll probably take it.
In Berlin?
Why not?
Bit drastic.
Maybe I'll return, a conquering hero. Tell them where to put their fellowship.
What about the political situation?
What are you talking about?
Well, there can hardly be anyone left in the big German universities who isn't towing the National Socialist Party line.
I'm sorry, Lewis, but I don't really see that as a problem. I believe Hitler's dynamism has really made a difference. Maybe we could do with some of that clarity over here. Anyway, it's fixed. I'm going over at the end of the month, and I'll see you in January.
Germany right now doesn't strike me as the healthiest place to be making one's mark.
Don't look so solemn, Lewis. That's my job. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
At the beginning of November, we were all still waiting to find out if Seymour would or wouldn't finish off Sir Philip March. My developing split from Charles March ran deep. If the note did publish, it would harm people who had been kind to me.
Come.
Evening, Lewis.
Evening, Francis. Expected to see you at supper.
Not tonight. I couldn't face their self-absorbed prattle this evening. Have you seen it?
No, the porter hasn't brought it yet. How bad?
Look for yourself.
Whereabouts?
Page 4.
We can now give the final dope about ministers, stooges, Whitehall lurkers and Inns of Court profits from prior knowledge of armaments policy. Groomed for cabinet, rising Tory hope Hortin bought £20,000 in Henley Bar shares prior to its purchase by Howard and Hazelhurst. Ah, here it is. Oh dear. Parliamentary Secretary Sir Philip March, ex-banker and ex-director of 17 companies, also ex-president of the Jewish Board of Guardians. I don't know why that's particularly relevant. Bought £15,000 in Henley Bar shares. Profits, Hortin £35,000, Sir Philip March £46,000.
I suppose my wife's uncle made more because he's an old city hand and he held on longer.
Herbert Getliff, £3,000.
Well, that's that then.
I'm sorry for your brother.
Herbert so loves the law. He desperately wanted to be a judge. What Charles and Anne have done to him is despicable.
Hortin's still in government and due for promotion. See his Friend of Franco's speech, 16th of October, and Franco is at any rate a Christian, 23rd of October. Well, that's his promotion gone.
The issue of Roy Calvert was temporarily shelved by virtue of his absence, and the crisis in the March family was approaching a conclusion. So I made one of my periodic efforts at reviving our home life. There was a filigree pattern of normality in my life with Sheila. We had been invited to dine with old friends of mine in Muswell Hill, and I arrived home an hour or so before we were due to set out.
What's the matter?
It's no use. I can't go tonight. You'd better cry off.
My own mother's eccentricities had programmed me to dread coming home for fear of what I might find. Her thwarted ambition transmuted into hatred of my father for the way he caved in after bankruptcy. One never knew what great tragic scene would be playing in the kitchen at tea time. They say that people seek out what they're used to. Sheila certainly didn't disappoint me on that score.
It's no use. I can't go tonight. You'd better cry off.
This is getting too difficult for me. Hello, Derek. Yes, absolutely. Look, I'm really sorry and all that. I'm afraid we've got a bit of a domestic disaster at this end. I just got home and found poor Sheila had to call out a plumber. I think it's the water tank. Anyway, we've got water coming down the bedroom wall, so I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we'll have to cry off. Yes, of course. Soon. Yes. Yes, goodbye.
You did that very well.
I've had plenty of practice. But he didn't believe me, I could tell. You do realise we did the same thing to them last Easter?
Oh, I'd forgotten.
It's too embarrassing to make another arrangement with them, unless we were to have them here.
Oh, you must be joking.
Oh, of course, a silly idea, being hospitable. I didn't know what came over me.
You always knew what you were getting into.
It's funny how with couples, momentous moments spring out of the silliest things.
What do you mean?
I think that's it. We've got to separate.
Well, if you say so. I suppose you're right.
Sheila, if I thought I was capable of making you happy, then everything would be different. But I don't make you happy, do I?
I warned you what it would be like.
It's not the same as living it every day, year after year.
You're really serious, aren't you? Well, I'll go tonight. My passport's all up to date. I'll go travelling. Sardinia, Montan. You went there when you were ill. You came back better. Perhaps I will too. I'll go to Paris tomorrow on the early boat train. I'll pack tonight and then snooze on the way. You can wire me some money once the bank's open. Perhaps I'll write to Hugh.
I doubt he'll be interested.
What do you mean by that?
It's too long ago. He'll have a life of his own by now.
Well, it's nice to see you wince about Hugh. It was you who put him off me with your stories, and I know you felt guilty about it. That's why you haven't thrown me out before now, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I'll take my gramophone and my records.
Don't you think you should take some clothes too?
I want you to look after my coin collection. I started it when I was 9, and it's worth a lot of money by now. I want it kept safe.
You must sharpen yourself up. You've let your looks go.
Oh, I'm tired of my face.
Men have always found you attractive.
If I'd been less attractive to them, it might have all been better for both of us.
You should look for a man who you can love.
No. I shan't try again. Oh, go out and smoke one of your cigars while I pack. I don't want you watching me. I'll call you when I go.
I walked in the garden. As I turned at the bottom by the gate to the street, I saw Sheila framed in the open back door.
I thought you were packing.
I've finished.
That was quick.
The smell of rotting foliage is disgusting. You ought to get a gardener.
The breeze carried a whiff of the river, and through everything cut the sickly stink of evening fires. I just knew I couldn't bear to see her go. There was no more to it than that.
I can't let you go.
What? Not tonight? Or not ever?
Not ever.
Do you realise what you're saying?
Yes. I know very well what I'm saying. I shall never again mention we should part. Not as long as we live.
You'll have to give up pretending things might get better. They won't.
I know that very well.
I can't make it any easier for you. You're all I've got.
She crumpled up, almost as if she were fainting. I sat on the back step, and she lay across me. I stroked her hair. I watched the trees swaying in the wind. Leonard March arranged for me to meet him at Sir Philip's office.
To discuss another proposal which has come from Getliff. He's still trying to get some sort of libel case off the ground.
On the day of our meeting, I walked briskly along Whitehall under a gun-metal November London sky, the brim of my hat pulled down against the cold and the drizzle.
Sir Philip asked if you'd be kind enough to wait until Mr. March arrives.
That's fine.
Would you like the paper, sir?
Oh, yes.
I opened the Times and saw above a column in the centre pages, changes in government. Hortin was promoted to full cabinet rank. Someone was sent to the Lords to make room for him. Hortin's promotion showed the government moving subtly to the right.
Yes, Sir Philip's office. Oh. Well, I'm afraid Sir Philip is tied up this morning, but I'm sure he would be able to help with a paragraph or two. I'll speak to him about it later and contact you in due course. Thank you.
I never have liked these tippy-tappy little varsity aides. Whatever happened to Sir Philip obviously wouldn't affect him, but he was caught up with febrile anticipation of thrilling events about to burst over his superior. He pretended to work for a few minutes, then gave in to curiosity.
You've seen the piece on the government changes, sir?
Yes, I was just glancing at it.
Do you believe they are in any sense significant, sir?
Ah, Lewis. Good, you're here.
Good morning, Mr. March. Shall I show you through, sir?
Fine.
Mr. Philip, Mr. March and Mr. Lewis.
Lewis, thanks for coming. That's all right, Williams.
Yes, sir.
No calls, please.
Sir.
Sir Philip had dressed with great care that day. A new morning suit with a light blue flowering silk tie.
I suppose you saw that Horton's still in. They've given him a leg up.
I wonder what that might mean for your own prospects.
I'm expecting to find out at any moment. Lewis, we need to talk about Herbert Getliff. He's got hold of some chap called Huff, who's a pretty shady customer himself, by all accounts, and they want to raise funds for an action against Seymour. Apparently Huff was a casualty of the note some time ago.
I'd advise you not to budge on the issue of a legal action. The government obviously won't be prosecuting you, Sir Philip, and it looks as though Seymour has lost interest. I have to say it would not be advisable to stir things up again. It's important we persuade Herbert Getliff not to do anything on his own.
We could send Getliff a letter telling him either to shut up or risk an investigation by the Crown. Will you excuse me? March here.
Thank you. I shall look forward to receiving it. It was the Prime Minister's principal private secretary. It was to say that a letter from the Prime Minister is on its way.
And what do you think it means?
Either I've got the sack or they're offering me another job. Of course, if he is offering me another job, I shall have to decide whether or not to turn it down. I should like a rest, naturally. But after all this brouhaha, it's probably my duty to accept.
The minutes passed. The March brothers sat in silence, possessed by their thoughts.
It can't take a fellow this long to walk around from Downing Street. These messengers have been slackers ever since I've known them.
This has just arrived from the Prime Minister, sir.
Where's the key?
Surely you have it.
Never, man, I've never had it. I remember giving it to you last time a box arrived. I remember giving it to you once I'd opened the box.
I'm certain that I remember you keeping the key after you opened the box, sir. I'm certain you put the key on your keyring, won't you look, sir?
Most certainly not. I haven't had that key in my possession ever. You're in charge of it. Go and find it now.
He obviously found Sir Philip's attitude intolerable, and I could almost hear the words in his head. I'll still be here when you're long gone, sir. It was some minutes before he reappeared.
I borrowed this key from Sir Tristram's office.
Very well, very well. Now you'd better go and find mine.
Shan't I stay, sir?
No.
I wonder, will this be the last time I do this, or is it the beginning of a whole new chapter? Excuse me for a moment, please. I've been given the sack. He's pretty civil to me. Says that I shan't, of course, mind giving up the job to a younger man. I didn't expect to be going out like this.
Nor did I.
Well, I've got a good deal to clear up today. I want to leave things shipshape. You'll take care of Getliff, won't you, Lewis?
Yes.
We don't want any more talk. This will be in the papers by tonight.
Then they'll forget about me too, soon enough.
Wouldn't have happened if my son had not married that silly girl.
I resisted the obvious assertion that Sir Philip wouldn't have been sacked if he hadn't made a packet on the stock market.
I know you feel responsible because of Charles's wife. That young woman is dangerous, and we certainly won't be seeing much of her in the course of family recreation from now on.
I must do what I have to.
Leonard March asked me to accompany him to Bryanston Square. He telephoned and left an order with Anne that she must contact Charles at his practice and tell him to come to his father's house as soon as he finished morning surgery.
Hello, Lewis. Mr. L. told me I'd find you here.
What's happened?
He behaved with great dignity. He's cut off my allowance, there won't be a settlement, and he's cut me out of his will.
Oh, Charles. Surely he can't mean it.
The papers are being redrafted as we speak. Anne's income will go down now that her father is retired, I doubt I'll ever make more than £1,000 a year. Altogether, it will be different from the kind of life I was brought up to expect. It may be a nuisance sometimes not to have a private income. You used to say I had no idea what it was like without one.
You still don't.
Of course, it will make a difference professionally. There are times when a doctor benefits from being independent of his job. He can do and say things that otherwise he wouldn't dare. Some of us ought to be able to say things without being frightened for our livelihood. Don't you agree?
How do you think your father will cope?
I was going to ask you to call on him regularly. I don't think it will be possible to be too intrusive, at least at first. Mr. L is cutting himself off from that which he most enjoyed. Happy families.
He may change his mind.
Why should he? After all, I've done this, not him. Sometimes I wake up and I can't believe it's happened. Anne and I will have children, and I've cut them off from a fortune. Imagine that, Lewis. Oh, God, what have I done?
Charles left the house without saying goodbye to his father. I stayed for a time in case Leonard March surfaced and wanted to talk. He didn't. And I left to find my dinner in St. James's. Trying to find a taxi, I walked along the pavement and across the end of the square as I had walked with Charles on my first visit to the house nearly 8 years previously. Christmas decorations winked from the shop windows. Charles asked me to keep up contact with his family. His father spent less time in Surrey that next summer. I went down for the Marches' midsummer party. There was gaiety, but Mr. March looked strained. 10 years older, in fact. I was strolling alone with a cigar towards the end of the evening, and I met the old patriarch framed in the open French window of his study.
Ah, Mr. L. I hope to see you. Where have you been all evening?
Is Charles with you?
No, I'm afraid not. Are you expecting him?
Sadly not. But if he had come, I suppose I would have to send him away.
Not at all. Time is a great healer. Mr. L?
Good night. No, I'm sorry. Please tell me your name.
It's Eliot, sir. Louis Eliot.
As I say, good night.
His shoulders were slumped, and his head dipped in a geriatric nod. It was clear the grand old fellow wouldn't last long. To this day, I look back on the contortions of the March family caused largely by Charles's contrary faith in moral rectitude, and I can't for the life of me understand it all. My origins taught me the value of a pound and to weigh pragmatism against action, which is the unwritten code of Whitehall. And so, without Charles to cement me to the Marches, I drifted from them and made my life out of Cambridge, Chelsea, and Sheila. Oh, and Roy Calvert was elected as a Fellow of the College. They may have hated him, but still they recognised him as one of their own.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by Adam Godley and Sheila Knight by Anastasia Hille. Charles March was Jamie Glover, Leonard March, John Standing, Philip March, David Horowitz, Roy Calvert, Adam Levy, and Anne Simon, Emma Williams. Pawson was played by Michael Culkin, Winslow by Clive Merrison, Brown by Philip Franks, and Francis Getliff by Andy Taylor. The narrator was David Haig. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Jeremy Howe and Sally Avens. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with Adam Godley as Lewis Eliot and David Haig as the narrator. Episode 3, The Masters, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
Cambridge lies muffled under a blanket of deep snow. It is January 1937. The quad is empty and quiet, and I sit enjoying the fireside. My wife and I had become used to being apart. In fact, we had grown comfortable with separation. 10 years previously, I started out on the difficult road to being a barrister in London. But ill health and my ill-judged marriage had pushed my career in a different direction.
Oh, thank heavens I've found you, Lewis. Oh, I'm so glad it's one of your nights with us.
Evening, Jago.
I had to see you. There was no helping it.
Whatever's happened?
The master had the results of his medical examination today.
I knew he was going to. I was planning to visit tomorrow morning to speak to Lady Muriel.
I can tell you all about it, although I wish I didn't have to. It is, I'm afraid, utterly hopeless. They've given him 6 months at the most.
What is it?
Cancer. Inoperable.
Poor fellow.
And of course it's ghastly that they won't let him know the truth.
What on earth do you mean?
They're not telling him the truth. The doctors have let him think he'll be perfectly well in a few months' time. Lady Muriel has ordered us all not to say anything to the contrary.
Would you like a whisky?
Oh, small one, yes. Yes, thank you. I feel really shaken. One worries about the implications, you see.
It certainly is a shock.
Thanks. Of course, I had to break the news to some of our colleagues in Hall tonight. They pointed out a very important consequence.
What's that?
In a few weeks' time, the college will have to elect a new master.
I suppose so.
I think I should tell you. It was suggested earlier on that I ought to decide whether or not to let my name be considered.
I've always taken it for granted that whenever the mastership came up, you'd be asked to think about it.
But you know, before tonight I hadn't thought about it for a single moment. I suppose it's too early to ask whether you've any idea whom you prefer yourself.
It's a bit too early. I'll come and tell you as soon as I'm certain.
I understand. Well, I shall trust you to tell me when you're ready.
Jago struggled to stop himself saying any more and only succeeded by letting himself out.
Good night, Jago.
The last chimes of midnight were still falling on the court. I dined in Hall next evening and felt a crackle of excitement among the fellows. They savoured their meal as protocol dictated without too much edgy debate. The real manoeuvring was saved for the combination room.
Did you get my note on the closed exhibitions, Winslow?
Yes, thank you.
I hope it contained everything you needed.
As college bursar, I deal with the same information from all departments every year. Your note may have contained what I needed to know, but I'm afraid I struggle to make sense of it. Could you please stick to the pro forma in future?
There are times, Bursar, when you make me feel like I'm being sent to the headmaster to be told off for shoddy work.
There are times, my dear senior tutor, when that is precisely the impression I wish to give. Good evening, Brown. Crystal.
Evening, Winslow. Jago.
Brown and Crystal were in their 40s. Together with Jago, they formed the Master's unofficial college government. Crystal was dean and operated in a confident, confrontational manner which was formidable. Brown's only formal office was assistant to the senior tutor, but he was widely respected. The two made an effective team.
Eliot, are you free later?
Certainly.
Well, don't rush off then. Brown and I would like a word.
May I inquire who ordered this very decent claret? To whom am I indebted?
I'm afraid I'm responsible. I ought to have asked permission to present a bottle, but I rather suspected you wouldn't mind. I believe you tend to prefer claret these days, Winslow?
Yes, indeed. And what event are we celebrating?
Your son's appearance in the Trial 8. I felt that when the bursar's own son distinguishes himself on behalf of the college, then we really ought to mark the occasion.
I must say, this is very handsome of you, Brown.
On the contrary, it's a privilege. I think as senior tutor, it's your duty to propose the toast, Jacob.
And it's certainly a pleasure. Gentlemen, the bursar and his son.
The bursar
and his son. Yes. Thank you, senior tutor. Thank you all. Of course, he'll never actually get into the boat.
Oh.
He's lucky to have got this far, but who knows? They might make another mistake in his favour. Poor boy, it's the only fame he's ever likely to win. I'm afraid he's a rather stupid child.
Oh, I can't agree, Winslow. As everyone always says, examination success isn't necessarily a measure of intelligence.
Mind you, it's important he gets through his wretched tripos this June. He stands a chance in the colonial service if he scrapes a third, although I can't see why our colonies crave men with third-class degrees and a limited capacity for organised sports. And I suppose it's important he doesn't disgrace himself in June.
I hope we'll get him through. I think we'll just about manage it.
Yes, we'll get him through.
I'm sorry that my family is such a preposterous nuisance. Is there any news of the master?
The only news we may expect is that of his death.
What?
I'm sorry, that sounded harsher than I meant it to be. But the fact is, there will be no news that he has improved. We have just got to get used to it.
I saw him this evening. It's very hard that he doesn't understand what's happening to him.
Well, surely you weren't tempted to tell him.
Indeed I was. And if it were up to me, he would be told.
I fail to understand your conviction that a man should be burdened with what he least wants to know.
Not telling a man he is dying is a presumption which no one has the right to make. There are few things no man should dare decide for another, but one of them is certainly how he shall meet his death. You can't be tactful about death. All you can do is leave a man alone to deal with it.
Well done, Jago.
Yes. Now, you seem to have caught the mood.
It's going to be even worse when his wife finally has to break the news. I suppose the issue of the mastership will have to be discussed at the next college meeting?
We can't elect a new master while Royce is alive, but the college will have to make up its mind in advance.
Yes, there's a good deal to be said for discussing the matter this term. The obvious question is whether or not we should look outside the college. I think there are very good reasons for looking outside our society.
I don't think we should go as far as that quite yet.
Really? I see. Well, I look forward to hearing more, as no doubt we all will soon enough. And now, I'm afraid I think it's time I said good night. Thank you once again for the honour, Brown. Good night.
Good night, Miss. Good night, Winslow.
Right.
I do think you made a nice little speech back there, Jago.
Well, thank you, Brown, but I didn't say it for effect. It's what I think. Did you have something you wanted to discuss?
I don't think so.
Crystal? You said something about wanting a word.
That was to Eliot. About the coming term.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, I'll say good night, might you?
Yes. Good night.
Good night.
They make heavy weather, Winslow and Jago together.
What did you want to talk about?
You must understand what you're about to hear is within these four walls.
Yes?
Do you know Timberlake? He's a third-year pupil of mine.
I don't think so.
His parents died, and his uncle, Sir Horace Timberlake, looks after him.
Sir Horace Timberlake, managing director of Howard and Hazelhurst.
Do you know him?
Oh, slightly. I met him when I was article to Francis Getliff's brother.
The boy's in his third year, taking part 2 in June. He's a decent lad, but dense. A shade less stupid than young Winslow, but it's a close-run thing. We need him to get through.
What for?
Sir Horace came up for the night 3 weeks ago. He doesn't have any illusions about the boy, but he is very pleased with what the college is doing for him. Sir Horace asked to meet some representatives of the college. The master was too ill, so I took over for him and gave a little dinner party.
Sir Horace says he might endow the college with a significant sum of money.
Well done.
The deal isn't done yet. Sir Horace asked us what we'd want. We said money to pay for a number of research fellowships given without conditions.
He didn't seem 100% about the no conditions bit. Anyway, he's gone away to think. The plan is to invite him to the college for dinner next month, to the college feast, and then we might be able to close a deal.
Oh, this is marvellous news. Why haven't you said anything?
Winslow's college bursar. By rights, he ought to be at the centre of any such initiative. But we don't feel he's the right man to deal with Sir Horace. He's been in college too long. He thinks his crustiness and cynicism are normal.
We can't afford to handle this wrongly.
Where do I fit in?
Well, you're more in touch with the younger fellows than we are. You know Francis Gedlev, and you're in with Walter Luke. His atomic physics stuff will certainly impress. We want to dazzle Sir Horace with the bright young things, you see. And of course we want Roy Calvert involved once he gets back from Germany.
But this has to be discreetly handled until we're sure Sir Horace is being reeled in. I don't think we can go public until he accepts our invitation to come back.
I wish we didn't have this mastership business hanging over us.
I think Winslow made it quite clear he's going to make a nuisance of himself. No. He knows there's no need to go outside the college. He's preparing the way for Crawford to announce his candidacy.
Well, he'd be a strong candidate. Do you really think he'll run?
Certain. He's the only one of the older mob whose academic reputation's still climbing.
Crawford's a declared Labour man. He'd certainly get the college's name about.
If we're clever, we can use Sir Horace to help Jago's cause. We need him to make some positive comment about Jago's candidacy. It'd be useful to tie Jago's name in with Sir Horace's money, don't you think? Of course, that assumes you fancied Jago for the job. Do you, Lewis?
I think so. Yes. Who do you think might line up against him?
I'm expecting the lefties who are ready to vote for Crawford on principle, and the deformed psyches who dislike Jago because he's sincere.
I think of myself as a lefty.
Could you have seen yourself voting for Crawford?
Perhaps. He's impressive, tall, confident, an excellent way with people. He's easy to like. He'd bring fame to the college, I have to say, and I know you won't agree with this, but he's against appeasing Hitler, and that's the biggest reason why I might have voted for him.
So, why weren't you?
Because the master needs to care about people. Jago has no clout outside these walls, but I don't think that matters so much.
Do you think you could line up your friend Francis Gedlev on our side?
He really is determinedly left-wing. He won't be comfortable with voting for a Conservative.
But can you get him?
I'll talk to Francis and let you know.
If Jago were elected master, the college would need a new senior tutor. It seems possible that some people would want me for his old job.
Indeed, there's bound to be quite a bit of shuffling about, all told. And a few of the younger fellows might be moved on to the establishment.
The most important thing is Jago would make a good master for the college. But we don't want to run him unless he's got plenty of support. Well, that's what we've been thinking. That's as far as we've got.
About a week later, I was writing some notes in my room when Roy Calvert flung open the door like a buccaneer.
Hello, Lewis!
He was my closest friend at Cambridge and probably the most intelligent man I ever met.
I knew you were back from Berlin. Where have you been?
In the Master's Lodge, looking after Lady Muriel. She's decided she couldn't bear to keep him in the dark after all. She told Royce his illness is terminal. I stayed around because she needed someone to look after her a little.
How did he take the news?
I'll tell you later. Let's go driving! I need to look at England and find some decent beer. It's good to be back, Lewis. I imagine, in a way, she must have gone through a lot worse than he did. Well, she knew and he didn't. I've never seen such human misery as I did today. Look at that! What? It's a perfect night, absolutely clear. You can see the trees against the stars. I hate the bloody stars. We're all alone, aren't we? Each one of us is totally alone. It's an illusion to think that any of us can really reach another human being. Sometimes I've made love, and I've lain with someone in my arms and felt lonelier than hell. Yes.
You know, there's already a feeling that Jago should be asked to stand as Royce's replacement.
The senior common room is buzzing with it. That's how I found out about Royce's illness. Well, they can all come out of the closet now, can't they? Now Royce knows he's dying. Every Tom, Dick and Harry can start campaigning.
Life goes on.
Egoism goes on.
If he agrees to run, then I'm supporting Jago. I'd like to ask you to do the same.
Of course. The stuffed ones hate him. I'll support him for the sake of seeing them squirm.
It would be better if you supported Jago because you thought he was the best candidate.
Now you really are asking for the moon, Lewis. I wonder how well you and I will manage when the Grim Reaper comes after us.
So Lady Muriel told him last night?
That's right, Crystal.
Now Royce knows the truth, I don't see that we have to shilly-shally around anymore. Let's see Jago and give him the nod formally.
Shall I fix a meeting for tomorrow?
Why wait? Let's get our candidate in the ring first. I'm in favour of going tonight.
I'll ring and see how he's placed. But we mustn't forget Nightingale. I think we really should try and take him round to Jago's as well.
Jago answered after only one ring and was, of course, delighted. Brown then telephoned Nightingale but received no answer. Nightingale had shown promise in his early career as a scientist, and that got him elected as a fellow, but he dried up shortly afterwards and never produced any more work of substance. Nightingale had said he would sign up to our candidate, and we put it down to revenge on Jago's most likely opponent, Crawford, the scientific hero.
Nightingale could react badly if he feels he's been left out. It's important to make sure everyone is equally in the picture. I think it's a mistake not to have him with us tonight.
I'll square it with him tomorrow. Don't worry. It's important that we take the initiative.
Well, the least I can do is jot down a note to Nightingale explaining that we tried to find him.
It might help if I took the note round to the senior common room. If he's been out all day, then he's bound to call in for his post. I'll chat to a few of the chaps, mention I'm going to vote for Jago.
A good idea, Lewis.
I'll catch up with you.
Having completed my errand and sown the information of my support for Jago's candidacy with some of the senior common room fixtures, I hurried through the slush towards my rendezvous with Crystal and Brown. We approached Jago's house and were greeted by the single most significant impediment to Jago's successful election.
Do sit down, Dean. Do sit down, Tutor.
Thank you, Mrs. Jago.
A parent has chosen this exact moment to call on my husband. It really is most inconsiderate, don't you think? Mr. Eliot, please, help me with the sherry.
Of course.
Well, you know, it's your duty to do so. We juniors ought to like doing our duty.
And so she'd managed to alienate me within 3 minutes of my entering her house. Alice Jago loved her husband and was desperate to help him do well. Sadly, she was not blessed with an elegant manner. She had an air of psychiatric disorder. Sheila, my wife, had taught me the signs.
I'm afraid you will have to put up with my presence until Paul struggles free.
That's very nice for us, I think.
Oh, well, thank you, Tutor.
Mrs. Jago had been Paul Jago's pupil, and she was determined never to be regarded as a standard housefrau, never to be overlooked. He had loved her for 25 years. They had no children, but he loved her still, and wanted people to recognise how gifted she was, how much held back by crippling oversensitivity.
I'm desperately sorry to have kept you so long, my dear. I know you wanted to get back to your book.
No, it doesn't matter, Paul. It only means the Dean and the Tutor and Mr. Eliot have had to make conversation to me for half an hour.
Well, if they're afflicted with nothing worse this time, then they may count themselves very lucky.
It's wretched that these parents don't have the slightest consideration.
Don't let it worry you so, my dear.
You'll excuse us if we take the senior tutor away, won't you, Mrs. Jago?
Yes.
We have a piece of business that can't wait.
Oh, please don't think of delaying on my account.
Thank you so much.
This was a masculine society, and none of us would have considered discussing college business in front of our wives. But as we went out to Jago's study, I knew she had embraced our needs as an insult.
We've come to ask you a question, Jago. Are you prepared to be a candidate for the mastership?
It's an honour to be thought of. I'm deeply touched. It's especially good to see Eliot here. You don't know how flattering it is to be approved of by someone who's come here from a different life altogether.
We can promise you a caucus. We haven't canvassed the opinion of the college, but as well as the three of us, we are able to promise Calvert and Nightingale.
Right, Calvert, but that's nice of him. But Nightingale? I'm astonished, Brown. Really, I am.
Yes, we were a bit surprised ourselves. Personally, I regard 5 as a very satisfactory start. But if you don't feel it's enough, we shall perfectly well understand.
I believe I have told each of you separately that the possibility of this elevation came to me as an utter shock. Since it became a possibility, I've thought it over until I'm tired. I've had several sleepless nights spent questioning my ability. I now believe I am indeed up to the challenge. I believe I can do it better than anyone else currently within the sphere of the college.
I'm glad to hear it, Jago.
Splendid. Well, as for the campaign, I put myself at your disposal, and no one could be in better hands.
There will be serious, deeply felt opposition. You have to be robust enough to take that, or you might as well retire now.
Who do you think will be against me?
Winslow for certain, and old Despard Smith.
Oh, they're just embittered old men.
Crawford, if he isn't a candidate.
He's more serious, I suppose. Still, I'm glad we've got the younger men on our side. For the likes of Calvert and Eliot here, we can really do things for the college. We can make this a great college, return it to the beacon quality of Milton's days.
Assuming we overcome the herd confused.
This is very, very good. Yes, exactly.
You can inspire with your rhetoric, Jago. But if I were you, I shouldn't talk too much in public about your plans. People might construe it as arrogance, and we don't want to put their backs up.
Our determined trio made its exit from a thrilled Jago, intent upon doing business in the combination room.
I hear you've been holding your adoption meeting. Shame you took it past dinner. Your candidate's wife isn't exactly known for her groaning table.
Did you get the reception you hoped for? It was very pleasant, Nightingale. I'm sorry you weren't there. But Jago was very touched by your interest in him.
Was he indeed?
Winslow?
Yes?
Are you planning actually to go and ask your candidate? You'll have to reveal who he is if you want to get him elected.
It shouldn't be beyond the wit of man to dig up someone better than Jago. I wouldn't be so proud of speed if I were you. Now, I'm prompted to ponder how far you might have gone towards electing a new master while the old one still lay in ignorance of his fate.
I think we shall have to banish the mastership as a topic in the combination room, otherwise the place won't be worth living in.
Oh, we shall certainly come to that before we're finished.
It's lamentable that the college can't settle its business without getting into a state.
What a remarkable thought.
Have we fixed a date for the next college feast, Godley?
February 12th, a month tomorrow.
Your first feast as steward. Make it a good one, do. We have a very special guest coming.
Who is he?
Sir Horace Timberlake.
Howard and Hazelhurst.
One of the most successful men of the day.
One of these business nights.
And very rich.
Don't try to deny me an opinion. Snobbery is both the national vice and the national pastime.
I made my excuses with the intention of finding supper in a cafe in the town. Humble origins had given me a nose for cheap eating places. I was also aware that Francis Getcliffe wanted a quiet word. Sure enough, I was barely outside when I heard him catching me up.
Look, I'm worried about this talk of electing Jago as master.
Why?
Because it's bloody foolish. We can't have him. I don't know why you've even suggested it.
I don't understand.
Can't we just put up a sensible candidate and be done? Look here, Lewis, I've only been back in the country a few days. I'm up to my eyeballs with our War Department work, and I've had my own stuff on hold for over a year. I'm worried some fellow in Texas, of all places, is going to pit me at the post and my ionosphere research will be made redundant. I don't need this distraction right now, and frankly, I resent it.
I think Jago is the best candidate.
Truly?
Yes.
So we've all got to waste our time in a fight.
Look, I'm sorry, Francis. I'm very grateful that you got me into the college, but that doesn't mean I'm going to cave in to you on this.
Oh, that's a silly thing to say. I don't expect that sort of gratitude. The fact is, Jago has done nothing important, and the college master needs to be a significant scholar in his own right.
I think you're expecting too much.
Crawford is a fine scientist. He'd bring international status to the college. He's the logical successor to Royce.
He's self-regarding. Painfully so. A feckless matinee idol.
Jago is an absurd, thick-headed conservative. Do you really think that this is a good time to elect a man whose every instinct will point towards appeasing Hitler? Politics isn't a game anymore, not that it ever was. It's our job to oppose Jago's kind at every turn. Whittle away at them day after day. His sort will drift us into collusion with the fascists, or back us towards a war we'll start fighting too late to have any real chance of winning.
Crawford is a third-rate man. He may have the right opinions, but I don't believe in him as a human being.
But there aren't that many men of his standing and with his radical views who are prepared to stand up and be counted. We could do with a college master who'll speak out.
Will Crawford be a candidate?
Certainly, if I've got anything to do with it.
Have you spoken to Winslow yet?
No, but I'd counted him for Crawford. Lewis, which side are you on?
What do you mean?
You know perfectly well. Why didn't you discuss all this with me first?
You weren't around. Are you fed up about this Timberlake business?
Of course. It's not nice to have a chap who played no small part in ruining my brother being feted at my own college fees, but it's not the main thing. You mustn't think that.
No?
It'll be hard for me to think of you as reliable again.
We'd better stop. I've heard as much as I can without losing my temper.
And are you going to carry on with all this nonsense?
Of course I'm going to carry on with it.
If I can find a way to stop you, I promise I'll do it.
Crystal and Brown were careful and thorough in their preparations for Sir Horace's visit. They took as much trouble as they did over the campaign for the mastership.
I want him to feel he's moving about without us following him. But I don't intend him to fall into the wrong hands.
The wrong hands, of course, meant Winslow, who, as bursar, should have been involved in such fundraising.
Winslow has been asking whether Sir Horace was down for any particular purpose, and if not, why we should upset the seating arrangements for the feast. He wondered whether we had mistaken Sir Horace for a person of distinction.
Oh, he thinks he's so amusing. Yes?
Ah, Brown. I'm sorry, but I wanted a word. I looked for you in your rooms last night and earlier tonight. You weren't there, so I had to try your friends.
Ah, well, you've found me now.
If it's a private matter, perhaps we should leave them to it.
It certainly is a private matter, but I guess it's nothing you three haven't already discussed. I want to find out how the college positions will be divvied up once Jago is master.
Well, Nightingale, you know as much as we do.
Forgive me, but I don't think that's quite true.
You know as much as we do, Nightingale. The only office which is likely to be affected is the senior tutors. Everyone else is appointed by the master.
I know the statutes as well as you do.
I'm telling you the position.
I want to know how everything has been arranged behind the scenes.
I don't think that's a very helpful imputation, Nightingale.
If Jago becomes master, as we all here hope, you'll find that he has a completely open mind about the appointments. Not a word has been said so far, either by him or anyone else.
That's the way it is. The normal practice is for the master to ask for advice.
I know all about that.
But he needn't follow it. I assume it's likely he will make Brown senior tutor. I suppose then he'll look around for a new assistant senior.
Ah, I see. So, the senior tutor's job is earmarked for you, Brown. Hmm? The campaign manager.
Anyone in his right mind would offer Brown the job.
All right. Well, I'll take your word for it that the other tutorial job isn't earmarked yet. And I'd like you all clearly to understand that I want to be considered for it myself. I am senior to all those fellows who haven't yet secured an office, except, of course, for Crawford, who doesn't need one. I've been done out of every office since I was elected a fellow. I am determined to prevent that happening again.
Your standing does indeed mean you are going to be the first person Jago considers, so now I shouldn't worry if I were you.
I've been fobbed off like that before. I'm afraid what you've said is too vague.
I don't see how anyone can be any more definite.
Is that all any of you is prepared to say?
I don't know how we could say more. If, once you were elected, Jago was inclined to ask our advice, you can rest assured we are the last persons to overlook your claim.
It's not good enough.
Then I'm sorry.
We've really said more than we ought to already, don't you see?
Well, then I shall have to go and tackle Jago myself.
Sir Horace Timberlake arrived at tea-time. They may not have considered him their equal, but by heavens he made the fellows appear a shabby, tweedy, seedy old bunch.
Winslow, may I introduce Sir Horace Timberlake?
If you please, if you please.
I was very much impressed by the service your chaplain gave us, Mr. Winslow. There was nothing showy about it.
Indeed. I'll tell him.
I thought the chapel was very fine. It's a very good bit of 18th century panelling you've got. I suppose it must be 18th century, must it?
I'm sure you're right, Sir Horace, but you're bound to be a far better authority than I am. I've only been inside the chapel to elect masters.
Ah, Jago, I tried to see you earlier.
Yes, Nightingale.
Yes.
Look, old chap, I'm entertaining this evening, so can we talk later?
I should like a word with you tonight, Jago.
I'm completely booked for tonight, but perhaps we could fix something for tomorrow?
The wall lights in the hall were turned off for the feast, and candles shone on silver salts, candlesticks, great ornamental tankards, and on gold cups and plates. Above us, the pictures were in half dark, and the roof was lost. Once the meal was over, we quickly spirited Sir Horace away to Brown's rooms.
You know, I want to thank all you gentlemen, and particularly you, Mr. Brown, for what you've done for my nephew. I know he's not up to much academically, but I've come to realise he has other qualities, which means he's not a complete write-off.
I really don't think you need to worry about him, Sir Horace.
Yeah, he's an extremely good chap. Everyone likes him.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Because I didn't used to. Not until his character started to come through.
He does you credit, Sir Horace.
Hey, in his own way, no doubt.
There are times, you know, Sir Horace, times when I find myself wondering which is better. The first-class mind who can't even look after himself, or the man who isn't much interested in learning, but can forge an empire, be it territorial or industrial.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Dr. Jago.
I must apologise for the old chap I introduced you to.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, he's one of our liabilities. He's impossible, which is sad, given that he's our bursar. If he weren't such a nuisance, we could have asked him to spend some time with you, and that might have allowed us to pick up where we left off last time.
Oh, every organisation has its difficult men. It's just the same in mine. That's why I attach the greatest concern to these universities turning out the first-rate talent we need. You refer to our last meeting, Mr. Crystal. Well, I wonder, have you thought any more of expanding your activities?
Certainly we have.
I think someone suggested, or correct me if I'm wrong, that you might value a little help.
That was me.
We need a new investment if we're going to do something significant. The way the college is fixed now, we're simply going to keep running quietly on.
So you do need some help with the finances.
Exactly.
And the last time we spoke, you said you wanted no conditions attached. I can't help feeling that some people might not feel inclined to exert themselves on your behalf if they were subject to such terms. Some people might not want their investment turned over to general purposes.
I don't believe for a moment the college would want to turn over a benefaction to general purposes. But the problem is, you see, we've suffered from the prescriptions attached to previous benefactions, such that we can hardly touch the money. For example, we have an annual amount of £20,000 tied to scholarships for the sons of Protestant clerics from Galway, and there aren't £20,000 worth of them in existence.
On the other hand, might you not be overly tempted to put too much of the money into bricks and mortar?
Ah, but it's the go-ahead colleges that are building for the future. It's their reputations which are on the rise.
Aha, then it's just as I thought.
What is, Horace?
You're eager to put up a building, one that can mark your time here. For a building in this town, it's a form of immortality.
Oh, Sir Horace, I think we've got to know each other a little, and I hope you will allow me to respond to your own candid speculation with equal honesty. This college would welcome a benefaction for a special purpose, provided it can be made to fit into the general frame.
Good. That's good. But I would also stress that I wouldn't want to offer financial help which would then allow you to release your ordinary funds for building. No, if someone of my opinion were to offer financial help, he would most likely want it to be spent on making the kind of first-class men the country really needs. And that means scientists. I should like to see you with many more scientific fellowships.
But if you swamped us with scientific fellows, Sir Horace, don't you think that might change us too much?
I'm not sure how you define swamping. Imagine that a person of my type were trying to help the college. What would you need for a single fellowship?
£20,000.
What was that, Mr. Crystal?
£20,000 to set up a fellowship in perpetuity.
I fancied it might be somewhere around that figure. Well, imagine a man might find his way to providing a few such units as that. Dr. Jago, you say you worry about such a grant changing the character of this institution, but the truth is, you will have to change. And when change comes, it will be up to you to have planned your development, or otherwise the wave of progress will surely sweep over you. Now, gentlemen, Don't look so startled. I'm no barbarian. I admire you and what you stand for. I would perhaps ask that we should all go away from here and think some more. I, for my part, must consider some balanced requirements to meet both your ambitions and mine. I hear you may be the next master, Dr. Jago.
Possibly.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I've enjoyed myself this evening, and I've enjoyed your company, Dr. Jago. I think you might be something more than I expected, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Sir Horace.
I hope you'll all agree with me that this evening has given us a lot to think about.
Sir Horace was ready to leave by midday. We assembled to see him off, and he stood beside his car in an enormous fur coat, looking like an Imperial Russian general.
I'm sorry I've not seen anything of you this morning, Mr. Crystal. I've had a very interesting time looking at Mr. Calvert's wonderful things. There were several points made last night which I'd like to explore further with Mr. Brown and yourself.
I'm sure we'd be very pleased if you could find the time to do so.
Sir Horace waved cordially as the car drove off.
So do you think the old buffer will pay up? I suppose it depends on how important it is to him to get his name up on the wall.
About 3 weeks later, as I went into the porter's lodge one day after lunch, I heard Nightingale giving instructions.
I want the messenger sent to me without a minute's delay. I shall remain in until Hall. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
I want him to come up straight away.
I was reminded it was the day of the Royal Society elections. The afternoon was harsh and cold. The false spring of February had disappeared, and before tea time it was dark. It was nearly 6 when I saw Nightingale walking back towards the porter's lodge. Young men were shouting on their way back from the football field. Nightingale went past them as though they did not exist. He found no telegram. In Hall that night, his face was dead white. Francis Getcliffe sat opposite him, and because Nightingale's mood was so obvious, it was impossible for him to avoid saying something.
Are you all right, Nightingale?
What do you mean, all right? Of course I'm all right. What are you talking about?
I thought you might have been overworking. You're looking pretty tired.
Overworking? How would you recognise the symptoms?
As it happens, I do feel singularly well qualified to recognise the condition, given just now I'm living in my laboratory from the early morning until it closes last thing.
We were already through the soup and the fish and waiting for the meat when Crawford came into Hall. Like the conqueror he was, he set about the sideboard dishes, determined to catch us up.
I'm sorry for being late, Winslow. I had to attend the council at the Royal Society. It started snowing again, and the train lost time on the way out of London.
Nightingale's eyes were fixed upon him, dreadfully fascinated, and as far as I could tell, dark with malice.
Selecting people for honours is interesting, all right, but not as easy as one might suppose. Speaking as a man of science, I really think one ought to have sharper criteria. Original work of distinction is all we get to go by. So, how does one compare some fellow with a new theory about the interior of stars with someone who has painstakingly tracked the movements of limpets? And what happens to the chaps who did something remarkable in their youth? Something which deserved attention, but have ossified into an inactive middle age? Do we ignore them? Oh, by the way, Nightingale, sorry. No luck for you this time, I'm afraid.
Ha! Never mind. I didn't expect it. May I present a bottle after supper?
Crawford's exposition continued through the meat, the pudding, and the savoury, then over the port in the combination room. Against my better judgment, I finally lost my stamina and abandoned Nightingale to Crawford and Winslow and the dregs of the bottle. The next evening, half an hour before dinner, I heard Francis Getcliffe's firm, plunging, heavy step on the stairs.
Busy?
No.
Can I help myself to one of your cigarettes?
Of course. You're looking victorious. Has Nightingale fallen under a bus?
Oh, better. I am very sorry to have to tell you that Crawford has declared his candidacy.
So, the battle lines are drawn.
And Jago's lost his clear majority position.
Who's gone over?
Nightingale, although I won't exactly be seeking his company.
I shouldn't have left him alone with a pair of them.
You've still got 6 against Crawford's 5, but you know as well as I do the fellows won't regard that as a respectable majority. The winner will need to prove he's 2 ahead at least, otherwise there'll be talk of a neutral candidate.
Yes.
It's a surprise, isn't it? But a good one, I think. Crawford is the right man, Lewis. Jago's politics ought to count him out. I hope he'll come to see that.
As soon as Francis Getliff went, I rang Brown.
It's a setback, but the game isn't over yet. I knew we handled Nightingale badly. What do you think swung it?
I think Nightingale's desperate. My theory is he was previously so disgruntled at the way he hadn't been elected to office, he thought he might as well go over to Jago's side and pay them all back. Now Crawford has declared, Nightingale's decided he made a bad move after all. And so he's cozied himself right up against Crawford in the hope of picking up some favours from his table.
We need to get to work on someone who might be turned. It's bad to lose the clear majority. We have to take care the rot doesn't set in.
Within a few days, the campaign had taken a discernibly darker turn. Nightingale was chiefly responsible for a whispering campaign which made use both of Mrs. Jago's unpopularity and Roy Calvert's now inflated notoriety. Brown resolved that we should meet with Jago to make him aware of developments.
Well, do you think it would do any good if I went to see Nightingale?
What would you say to him?
I could intimate we might be able to offer a position after the election.
You're not serious.
Well, why not?
Because it's wrong.
But perhaps we should be considering the wider picture. Some compromises might be necessary in order to get us where we want to be.
Nightingale is a disaster. That's why no one has trusted him with an office. It would be bad for the college and everyone would know why it's happened. You would look foolish and cheap as a result. And there's something else I ought to tell you. We wouldn't be your friends if we didn't ask you to guard against something which might damage your prospects irretrievably. It seems some of the wives have been talking over their teacups. You must beware that no one close to you speaks or acts as though the mastership were in your pocket. I will take your advice. But I want to ask you, please, to take care to protect my wife from these opinions insofar as you can. She would be distressed to hear that our campaign had required that she should be managed in such a way. I will deal with her, if I can do it without causing hurt.
Easter came and went, and something happened which none of us had reckoned on. The course of the master's disease slowed down, and it followed that the election might not be held before the end of the academic year. By May, the skies were luminous, windows were thrown open on the hot evenings, and Nightingale was widening his field of targets.
I've had about as much as I can stand of this man Nightingale. I really do try my damnedest not to rock the boat, but his kind make it impossible. I think there might be a Sunday paper that would love to hear about these dastardly goings-on in a Cambridge college.
What's Nightingale done now?
He's told me that if I don't switch to Crawford's side, they'll make sure my fellowship isn't made permanent.
I shouldn't pay too much attention to that.
That's how his type get along. It doesn't matter what they do. If you speak up about them, then your career might never recover.
Yes, perhaps that's true.
Well, they may all need a college living to save them from the poorhouse, but that's not the case with me. They'll get a bloody nose from this one if they're not careful.
I don't think you should keep saying they. This will be down to Nightingale acting on his own. Francis Getliff won't know anything about it. Look, don't go saying things in public that you might regret later on. Leave it to me to have a word with someone.
All right. I'll take your advice. But they'd better apologise, that's all.
Roy was what we would today call a clinical depressive. He swung wildly between over-enthusiasm and deep melancholia. He sought comfort in the arms of women who fell in love with him easily. His conquests included the master's own daughter, Joan. I was worried that Roy might do something drastic and very, very public. I decided to telephone Brown straight away.
Confound those people. They're going too far. I'm damned if I'll let them get away with it.
Again, our opponents, despite their range in opinions and types, were described as they. We had come to see the other side through a film. We had forgotten who they were and what they were truly like. We had become victims of the hysteria of war. Brown thought long and hard about ways of arresting the slide into increasingly acute confrontation. It was tradition for him to hold a special summer claret party for the fellows.
If I don't have the claret party, everyone will know it's because of ill feeling. If I have the party regardless, it may actually relax things. Give everyone a sense that we've all been getting too overheated. And it's more important to remember we are, after all, fellows.
And so the claret party consisted of Winslow, Crawford, Pilbrow, Roy Calvert, Crystal, me and Brown himself. Sadly, Roy's melancholy had got worse, and all through the evening I feared one of his outbursts. Most of that night I could think of nothing else. Twice I managed to signal to him to keep quiet. But he was affected by the sight of another unhappy man. For Winslow was worried about his son.
How did your boy get on?
My dear tutor, he got no more than a semi-illiterate deserves.
Don't be so hard on him. And on yourself.
Oh, I'm not so hard on him. And it was my pride that made me force him into the college. Even so, I should have liked it if the examiners had let him through.
I'm really very sorry.
How did Sir Horace's nephew do?
He scraped through.
Ah, well done, Brown.
It was 10 o'clock, but the sun had only just set. And over the roof, opposite Brown's window, there was a brilliant afterglow. We could just hear the throbbing of a band coming from one of the boathouses across the playing field. I spoke to Calvert and didn't like the wild look in his eye. He told me he'd been awake for 48 hours and had only come in order to get as much wine inside himself as possible, in the hope that would knock him out.
I slept with her last night.
I don't think I want to know.
With the Royce's daughter, Joan.
Do you love her?
No. I thought it would be kind because of her father.
I expect you've just made things worse.
By midnight, everyone had split into little duos and trios. Brown had advised Jago not to come, but I thought that was a shame, because many bridges were rebuilt that night.
I was very sorry about what Nightingale said to Roy Calvert. You do know he was out on his own.
Yes, I was always sure of that.
Crawford gave him an appalling dressing down. I actually thought Nightingale would cry.
Sometimes I really wonder if he's nuts.
Oh, look around you. He wouldn't be alone in the fruitcake department. I really hope we can get through this without any more nastiness.
So do I.
But the fact remains, Jago is a mistake. There's a big party on over at one of the boathouses. I passed it on the way here. The new graduates celebrating their success. Lots of pretty girls down from London. Perfect, really. Yet the world has never been more unstable than it is now. Germany is a mess, and Hitler is determined to infect all of us the same way, and most of this lot. And worse still, those youngsters down by the river. They couldn't give a damn.
I saw you slip out.
It's too hot up there. I just wanted to sit in the open.
I'm dreadfully sorry about your son.
That's nice of you.
And I'm sorry you had to stand around in there. When one's unhappy, it's intolerable to have people talking about one. It's intolerable to be watched. I haven't much use for human beings. I think we're probably alike in that, aren't we? You know what they're thinking, don't you? They're thinking you've been taken down a peg or two. They're remembering the times you snubbed them.
Perhaps there's some truth in what they say. Would you mind not shouting?
Of course, of course, of course. There's truth in what they say about everyone. Me, for instance. How many women in the town, or indeed connected with college, do they say I've been with?
It's no concern of mine.
Now, for the first time tonight, you've stopped being honest.
Do you ever feel like surrendering to fate? Just acknowledging your nature, admitting your crime, surrendering and letting it all carry you under?
I don't know what you mean.
You've got a pretty dark soul, haven't you? We are neither of us believers, so the confessional doesn't count, does it? I'm offering a swap. Your sins for mine.
I think we can stop now. I'm very grateful and everything, but I think
Here's my notebook. Now, you write down those women's names. Or if you don't know their names, just write something about them and I'll nod, yes or no. All right. I'll write them for you.
What's going on, Roy? Come away. Let's have another drink.
Go away, Lewis. I'm giving Winslow a little hard evidence to use against me. This has been a difficult day for you, Winslow. Keep this to remind you that everyone else is frail too.
Roy, please don't say anything. He'll calm down soon.
Is this the first time he's been that bad?
Yes. No.
He's a considerable scholar from what they say. I've always found him very engaging, but I can't see how we can allow him to carry on. These names, is this all true? Now, there are wives of two of the fellows here.
I think he got carried away. It might be best to tear that up.
I don't really care what becomes of Calvert, but I do care that Jago doesn't get elected. I could use this to get rid of Calvert, then you'd be down another vote, wouldn't you?
You wouldn't do that.
Why not?
You know Calvert isn't well. You've seen it. You can't use that note against him. It's morally inadmissible. Besides, he's been made worse by seeing the hypocrisy of the way people treated you this evening. Who else has shown the slightest feeling for your son?
You're right. What do you think I should do with it?
I trust you to do what's best.
No. You take it. Then I won't be tempted. At the beginning of October, the great red leaves of Virginia creeper flamed on the walls and blew opulently about the court. The mornings were misty, the days bright in a golden haze. In the evenings, the lights in the streets and the college were aureoled in the autumnal mists. The fellows came back from their holidays, the freshmen waited in queues on Brown's staircase and walked about in search of Jago's house. The college was blessedly noisy after the bleak summer quiet. Tension soon mounted again. Whispers, rumours, scandals came to us at second or third hand.
I've written to Sir Horace. I thought it was time we G'd him up. I said how pleased we were with his nephew, and suggested an extra year of non-examination studies. Sir Horace has written back. He's keen to visit us again.
That's excellent news.
It's a shame the election isn't going as well.
If the voting stays in its present position, then the statute will be invoked. So, if the fellows can't find a clear majority for one candidate, it'll be left to the visitor to appoint. The visitor has always been the bishop attached to the college's northern estates.
What happens then?
I suppose the greatest danger is that he would prefer the candidate who is best known outside the college.
But surely Crawford's radical politics would be against him.
We can't be certain of that. The bishop is a bit of a crank himself. He's one of those confounded Churchill men who want to make trouble with the Germans. I've heard he's just not sound.
But Crawford's a declared unbeliever.
As we were going into Hall on the 4th of December, the news was brought that the master had died. Despard Smith, in his position as chaplain, made an announcement to the undergraduates.
You know what, Lewis? I reckon we should have all the Jews in this country who are foreign nationals declared honorary Welshmen. That way there'd be no talk of shipping them back. How's Lady Muriel? Desolate. It's cold enough for snow, don't you think?
What about Joan?
More in love with me than ever. Look how dark the sky is.
How do you feel about her?
Don't worry, Lewis. I'll do the decent thing, for now, anyway. least there's no need to feel sorry for Royce anymore.
Here it is. Owing to the death of Mr. Vernon Royce, there is a vacancy in the office of Master of this college. The Fellows will meet in the chapel to elect a Master, according to Statutes D to F, at 10 o'clock in the morning on December the 20th, 1937.
Jago.
I've been trying to think straight. Don't you find it hard to accept that he's actually dead?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
I certainly don't think we should be worrying about the election right now.
You probably can't help it, though, can you, Jago? What have you been trying to think through?
Why it means so much to me. And I'm quite lost. Don't know where I am. I'm disgusted with myself for getting so excited about something that doesn't matter in the slightest. There are times when I feel like running away from it altogether.
And those times are when?
When it seems absolutely certain I will get it.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by Adam Godley and Arthur Brown was Philip Franks. Crystal was Matthew Marsh, Jago, David Calder, Roy Calvert, Adam Levy, and Sir Horace Timberlake, Ian Hogg. Winslow was played by Clive Merrison, Francis Getliff by Andy Taylor, Crawford by Hugh Corshey, Nightingale by Jeremy Child, and Mrs. Jago by Joanna Munro. The narrator was David Haig. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Sally Avens and Jeremy Howe. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with Adam Godley as Lewis Eliot and David Haig as the narrator. Episode 4, The Masters, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
It was December 1937. It had been a dismal year. The Germans had bombed Guernica, the Japanese invaded Manchuria, and the master at the Cambridge College where I was a fellow in law had just passed away. His death threw the college into turmoil and rancour as my colleagues plotted and counterplotted the succession. There were two candidates. Crawford, a brilliant scientist, ambitious and, in my view, vain, but associated with the anti-appeasement faction against Hitler. And Jago, my man, a good teacher, but an undistinguished academic, unconcerned with the world outside our cloister. The election was to be immediately before Christmas, and neither candidate had a majority of the 12 fellows. We needed both the returning officer's vote and a defection from Crawford's camp. Against all my rational instincts, I promised to chase down one of the embittered old guard to see if I couldn't secure us a turncoat at the last innings. The Reverend Despard Smith, at 70 years the most lonely and resentful of all the rightists in college, seemed most worth a try.
I'm very busy, Eliot.
I only want to keep you for 5 minutes.
You don't realise how busy I am. No one here ever shows me the slightest consideration.
I should like a word about the election. It's rather urgent.
You better come in for a minute or two, then. Can I offer you a nightcap?
Yes, thank you.
He opened a cupboard by the fireplace, and I glimpsed a great array of empty whiskey bottles. There had been rumours for years that he drank heavily in private.
Thank you very much. I wondered if you were happy about the election.
Certainly not. I take an extremely grave view of the future of this college.
Would you consider moving your vote to Jago?
Jago has sacrificed himself to the college, Eliot, just as every college officer has to. Crawford hasn't sacrificed himself at all. He's become a distinguished man of science. His election will therefore do us good in the outside world. Even so, I'm profoundly disturbed by the idea of electing a Bolshevik.
It sounds to me as if you're considering changing your mind.
The college has brought this upon itself. They didn't pay attention to me 10 years ago. Choosing Royce was a fundamental error. They ought to have asked me to do a job, but I said I wasn't known outside the college. That was my thanks for 30 years of sacrifice.
I'm sorry to hear it. Well, if Jago stands for the same things you did, then he's your man, surely.
I've had a disappointing life in it. And it hasn't been a happy one. It's a scandal that I haven't been recognised.
Surely you're not going to let them elect a fly-by-night matinee idol in place of a committed college man.
I tell you, if they'd asked me to take it on 10 years ago, this college would have been a different place by now.
Well, given what you say, I'm surprised you would vote for Crawford.
He's made a name for himself. That's good enough for a master. If people don't like it once they've got him, then they'll have to lump it for the next 15 years. Jago ought to be prepared to face the consequences of his sacrifice. He ought to be aware of what happened to me.
Some of them are managing to act the mourner better than others, don't you think, Lewis?
As you'd expect, Roy.
Have you heard about Nightingale's circular?
Oh, heavens, what's he done now?
Mrs. Crawford appears to many members of the college to be well fitted for the position of master's wife. She is intelligent, sensitive to the college community, and elegant in her dealings. Mrs. Jago, on the other hand, cannot lay claim to any of these qualities, and we do not believe she is able to bring credit to our society. That's certainly coming right out with it.
Nightingale is an appalling man.
True. But surely the real question is, what effect this note will have on our candidate's chances?
None, I hope.
Do you really believe that?
Unfortunately, no, Roy.
Same here, Lewis.
Mrs. Jago must be protected from this.
I don't know how on earth you expect to do that.
She must be kept out of the way until the election is over.
Yes, that certainly would be the politic thing to do.
I was considering it from the point of view of kindness.
Jago doesn't blow his top in public when he sees this note.
He needs to keep calm. The important thing is to prevent Alice Jago knowing about it. Are you going to Hall?
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm looking forward to dinner.
I can't say I am.
Oh, come on, Lewis. Aren't you enjoying the sport of it all? Who knows what they'll get up to tonight?
Next morning, after a somewhat traumatic dinner in Hall, I sought the opportunity of a discreet conference with Arthur Brown, the college's most respected fellow, and Jago's self-appointed campaign manager.
Why have they fenced off that area of the playing field?
The council want to dig an air raid shelter.
How extraordinary.
A waste of effort, of course, but I suppose they have to do what they're told. Listen, about High Table last night. I thought I'd better just give dinner a miss. That's why I stayed away. You do understand. We don't have much time left, and it wouldn't have done any good getting into a row with Nightingale.
No one spoke a word about the election. Jago kept cool. He didn't mention the note attacking his wife. Basically, he was there to make his point by ignoring Nightingale.
I'm glad, but of course we're not fighting Nightingale. No one will think the worse of Crawford because of what Nightingale's done. But unfortunately, now everyone's amply aware of the problem Mrs. Jago represents.
How do you think we're doing overall?
Not good. It's nearly a week since I wired Eustace Pilbrow. Haven't heard anything. I'm guessing he's on his way back to England, and I might have missed him. At least that's what I'm hoping. Otherwise, he's keeping quiet because he's too embarrassed to say which way he'll vote.
Who else is there?
Well, I took Crystal with me to try and lobby old Gay yesterday evening. But Gay's so puffed up with his own importance we couldn't get a straight answer.
Ah, Brown! Eliot! I'm glad I've found you.
You've been looking for us then, have you, Dean?
Indeed I have. What's going on over there?
Air raid shelter, apparently.
Heaven help us. Anyway, I've got something to cheer you both up. This morning's post brought us an early Christmas present.
Oh?
A letter from Sir Horace Timberlake.
Really?
And it's good news, you say?
Very good news, yes.
I ought to say that I consider this meeting definitely irregular. It would be scandalous not to let the College Society know right away of the contents of this letter. On the other hand, it has been passed to me in my capacity as deputy for the Master, and as we don't have a Master, I have no real status in this matter.
Isn't everything already difficult enough? Do we really have to find more procedures with which to torture ourselves?
I'm going to ignore that remark.
Fine, ignore away.
The communication is from Sir Horace Timberlake, who I believe is a relative of one of our students. It will ultimately call for some very difficult decisions by the college, but perhaps I'd better read it. Dear Deputy, during the past year, I've had many interesting talks concerning the future of your college. I have been particularly pleased to hear the views expressed by Dr. Jago, with whom I've been very impressed. I've also had some very useful discussions with Mr. Brown and Mr. Crystal. I'm very grateful for the good work you have done in fitting my nephew for his life in the world, and would like to offer the college an endowment of fellowships. I wish to lay minimum conditions on the college, except to say that 4 of the fellowships enabled should be in the area of the applied sciences and engineering in order to assist our nation in its movement forward into the era of technology. Furthermore, I am desirous of using one of the fellowships to help in the wonderful work being done by Mr. Roy Calvert, with whom I was so tremendously impressed.
Well, I'll be damned.
If the college is able to agree to this plan, then I shall be honoured to offer to transfer to you the capital sum of £120,000 for the endowment of 6 fellowships.
This is the largest benefaction the college has ever had.
Yes, Bursar. In fact, I'd say this is a day for the history books.
Dr. Crawford, I foresee grave difficulties before the college could possibly decide to accept.
Somehow, though, Reverend, I rather think we shall be accepting. I have to say, this is a remarkable achievement, Crystal. Brown and you obviously deserve a very hearty vote of thanks. Speaking as a man of science, I can now see this college taking the biggest leap forward it has ever made.
It's good work, Crystal. It's going to make a terrific difference. Well done.
Thank you, Godley.
It's going to be the making of your subject, Calvert.
Thanks, Crawford. But I don't think anyone should worry too much. After all, if I work hard enough, then I'm sure I'll somehow manage to preserve the investigation of Oriental syntax in obscurity.
I gather some members of the college have been discussing this benefaction with Sir Horace.
Well, only in the vaguest terms you could possibly imagine, Winslow.
It must have been very embarrassing for you, Brown.
What do you mean?
Well, I take it you were forced by circumstance most unwillingly to have to discuss the finances of this college.
Look, Winslow, we had Sir Horace on a string because Brown was tutoring his nephew. We didn't intend any disrespect to your position.
I've never had much opinion of myself as bursar. It's interesting to find that others take the same view. Well, it seems best that I should resign.
No, Winslow, you can't.
Well, I'm obviously useless in the matter of serious money. I should have a great deal more faith in the Dean or Mr. Brown as bursar than they have in me.
This is disastrous. You can't resign. One is required to resign to the master, and we don't have a master, so you can't.
Well, in that case, the new master's first duty will be to accept my resignation, and I'm sure it will please him.
This is a wretched business.
I don't follow.
We're exchanging a fine bursar for a rich man's charity, and I don't like it.
What? Jago, it's not our fault. Winslow has made up his own mind.
Well, maybe so, but that doesn't make it palatable. Winslow, I want you to believe that I'm more distressed than I can say. During your 10 years as bursar, the college has become richer than ever.
That's no thanks to me.
Jago, I'm impressed by your loyalty. None of us is in any doubt that you're a college man through and through. But this money is an investment in the future rather than the past. It's the future we have to look to. And it's a pretty damn precarious one all round.
Well, what do you mean?
There's going to be a war.
That's by no means certain.
But all right, then. There ought to be a war. And if it comes, it'll be fought with science. The Germans know that better than we. Democracy will be saved by science, or not at all.
Is this electioneering?
Well, I didn't intend it should be. The fact is, whoever becomes master will gain political influence if he chooses to use it. And this college's scientific reputation can make it a player in the big game, although that isn't necessarily the best word to describe what will be nothing less than the fight to save civilization. I believe it will be the master's responsibility to use the full weight of the college's influence to stand against appeasement.
God,
That was embarrassing, wasn't it?
Which particular bit?
Jago's outburst of sympathy. I don't think a single person round that table believed a word of it. I'm sure he thought he was doing right by the needs of his campaign, but he just looked plain ridiculous.
I disagree. I think it was heartfelt. The problem is that Jago seems increasingly able to exercise his emotions over practically anything.
Sir Horace is a bit of a humorist, isn't he? He's got the measure of me, and he's determined to force me into respectability.
Uh-oh, Winslow.
Where?
Behind you, just coming past the lodge.
Hello, Winslow. We were talking about you.
Were you? I can't imagine there's much to say.
Quite a lot, actually.
What shall you do, now you've got some leisure?
Oh, I don't think I dare start anything new.
Why not? You're surely not ready to keel over quite yet.
I've never had the gift for making things come to fruition. I used not to think I was a fool. Sometimes, comparing myself to our colleagues, I thought I was quite intelligent. But my projects came to nothing. So, why should I set out on the path to another disappointment?
How's your son managing?
Without a degree, you mean?
No, I just meant, what's he up to?
Well, as a matter of fact, he just got engaged to be married.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We scarcely know the girl, I'm afraid to say. I only hope it turns out right.
I say, what about the pictures?
I don't think so.
I wasn't asking you. Winslow. Fancy a trip to the picture house?
Absurd idea. I haven't been to the pictures in years.
About time you started again, then. That's what you could do with your retirement. Become a fan of the films.
What's on?
Who cares? We'll just turn up.
What if it's already started?
Doesn't matter. We'll watch it round to the point where we arrived.
All right, then.
See you later, Lewis. In Hall, maybe.
Remarkable thing.
It's hard to believe.
Calvert and Winslow going to the pictures together. Sherry, Liz?
Please.
Has Pilbrow cabled you back yet?
No, not yet.
Well, that's a bad sign, isn't it? With only 10 days to go until the election.
Well, there's still plenty of time.
Well, I wouldn't say it outside of this room, but it doesn't look like we're going to get him in, does it?
It was past 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was writing by my fire when I heard the clang of the great gate's bell. At last, the porter woke up, and the insistent ringing gave way to the rattle of the gate being unlocked.
I saw your light from the street. I especially wanted to see you before you went to bed. I'm sorry. Do you have to leave early for London?
Oh, don't worry, Pilbrow. Come in. I'll doze on the train. I'm going home for a couple of days.
You know, I had lunch in Split only 36 hours ago. Split? Astonishing number of beautiful people. Why do people get steadily more beautiful the further south you go? The Tyrolese are lovely, but the Dalmatians are better still.
Brown is very keen to see you. Did you get his telegram?
Yes, I did.
But you didn't reply. Would you like a scotch?
No, I shan't keep you. What I have to say won't take very long.
Go on.
Eliot, things are worse in Europe than they've ever been in my time.
You mean politically?
Not in the way we usually talk about politics. All our friends are in real danger. Everything you and I believe in is going to the wall. Over here, our people are just sitting by and letting it happen. Well, there are a lot of bloody fools.
It's very hard to feel the full force of things in a place like this.
I managed to track down one of my old friends from Leipzig. God in heaven, Louis, he's in a concentration camp.
Really?
He's in a terrible state. I gave him everything I had on me, even my comb. He said that would keep him for a week. His books are in our very own library, sitting downstairs in the dark right now.
What can we do?
Well, that's the point. We have to be serious about things now. And that's why I can't possibly vote for Jago. Crawford's on the right side. He's always been on the right side. We can trust him.
Listen, Pilbrow, you know I feel as strongly as you do about the world. I take just as black a view of the way things are sliding away from us. Even so, in regard to this election, we're asked to choose between two different types of man. You've always liked Jago, haven't you?
Yes, he's got a great gift of warmth.
And you don't really care for Crawford?
Well, I know Jago was the more likable man, but we have to make sacrifices now. The Spanish War is a lost cause. The Italians are out of the League of Nations, are siding with the Japanese and the Germans, and we've got to do everything we can, Lewis, otherwise there'll be nothing left.
You know what this will mean for Jago?
Disappointment.
It'll break his heart.
I'm afraid I agree. But he'll recover, whereas my friend and many others like him will probably die. And then it'll be our turn next. I hear Francis Getliff has come out against Jago as well.
Yes.
Then so should you. I'm not joking, Lewis. You need to make it clear where you stand. Good night. I'm sorry for keeping you up.
That's all right, Pilbrow. Night.
Despite our years together, when I returned home to Sheila and our house in Chelsea, I always had to work hard to remind myself that we really were married, and that it was as peculiar and difficult as it actually was.
Hello. You're in, are you? Better help me with this.
Chess. You're playing against yourself?
All the time, Lewis.
I know you kept it up.
I don't. Nothing so constructive, I'm afraid. I was reading a book, and the plot involved a chess move, so I thought I'd try to figure it out for myself. But I can't. So now you're home, you can make yourself useful and help me out, can't you?
The room was brilliantly lit. Pernickety tidiness. The living room of a childless couple.
Oh, you better start again. Systematically.
Teach me.
Certainly. Give me a moment to look at what you're doing.
We're all right for money, aren't we?
After a fashion.
Right. Then I can spend a little on Robinson, can't I?
R.S. Robinson was a man of 60 who, before 1914, had made his reputation editing an avant-garde monthly magazine. Since then, he'd degenerated into a hanger-on of letters, losing money, making enemies, always ready with a new project.
You know, he has disappointed a list of well-wishers as long as your arm. There must be something the matter with him.
Well, of course there's something the matter. If there wasn't, then he certainly wouldn't have any use for me. It's those with something the matter who need someone. I should have thought even you would have grasped that by now.
So long as you're not going to be disappointed.
No, don't worry. I've learnt not to expect too much.
I don't think you ought to expect anything.
He's a very gifted man, though, isn't he?
Well, I think he might have been. Once.
I think he still is. It'd be nice if I could get him up and running again. That would be something. If I never do anything else worthwhile, I would at least have done that.
Do you think he would be grateful?
Not particularly. No one's grateful for being looked after.
It was good to get away from Cambridge and immerse myself in consultancy work for Lufkin, whose company was one of the newer oil businesses, but by 1938 already had a turnover of £30 million. I returned home after a day of soothing Lufkin's ego, only to find that Robinson had moved like greased lightning.
Good evening, Eliot.
Hello, Robinson. Don't stand up. Another drink?
Oh, yes, thanks. I'll just finish this off, if you don't mind.
Have you been here long? I'm not late, am I?
No, I was early, I'm afraid.
We've been talking about Robinson's plans for a new publishing venture.
Indeed.
Indeed. I mustn't come on false pretences, must I? I warn you, I'm a dangerous man to let into your house.
It was difficult to keep one's patience with a man who came with his begging cap but spoke as if he were doing us a favour.
I was telling Mrs. Eliot that she must write a book.
Oh, that would be impossible.
No, absolutely. I'm sure you could.
As the evening progressed, we were bamboozled with tales of multiple manoeuvres. getting promises from A on the back of promises from B, and from B on the strength of promises from A, etc., etc. To hear him talk, it was a mystery he wasn't in possession of a fortune. He ate a huge meal, sat back, and announced he needed
£900.
I was sure he had dropped from £1,000 for the sake of the sound of it.
Just enough to put a very young writer with a very great earnings potential on the map and under contract to me.
Is money really all you need?
Well, if you put it like that, yes. I need a backer. That's the important thing. I can deal with the talent angle myself.
All right, then. I will do what I can to help.
Perhaps you wouldn't mind, sir, if I had another little drink?
I gave Hall and the now dreaded combination room a miss on my first night back in Cambridge.
I've just had a very interesting supper. Why weren't you there?
I've wanted a break from it all.
Well, you missed a treat. Practically everyone was in tonight. I think they're all afraid to turn their backs. Nightingale and Jago spent the whole evening resolutely ignoring each other. Then Walter Luke arrived late, hurled himself into a seat next to me, and swallowed a plate of soup almost in one. I don't think I've ever seen a person more radiant with joy.
Why? What happened?
I've done it, he said. I know it's right. I've got the answer to the slow neutron business. It's all just come tumbling out. Francis Getcliffe said, "Are you certain?" And they launched into this intense conversation about neutrons, collisions, stopping power, alphas, and so on. The rest of us knew almost nothing of what they were discussing. But we got the message that something big had taken place.
I wish I'd been there.
Oh, so do I. All this master business dragging on month after month, getting everybody down. Young Luke's mood lifted everyone, you see. Made us remember what we're here for.
Certainly popular this evening. Mrs. Jago.
I've been up to Roy's rooms. I had to find someone.
I'm in here, Alice. What on earth is the matter?
Come on in. Please, tell us what the matter is.
They're all saying I'm not fit to go into the lodge.
Alice, what do you mean?
They all hate me. Everyone here hates me. Even you hate me sometimes.
Don't be foolish. Have you read something?
Indeed. I know I'm no use to anyone. But if you don't hate me, then please tell me the truth.
Alice, that paper you read was sent about by Nightingale. He is among a very small group of men who want to keep Paul from the mastership at any cost. This isn't about you. They're using you in order to get at him. They've done the same with me, talking about me as though I'm a scandalous individual in order to stain Jago's campaign. How did you see the paper? Did someone leave it lying about?
No, it was posted directly to me.
What on earth did Nightingale expect to get out of doing something so cruel?
Well, he hopes that it'll make me do something silly. I'm their best chance, aren't I? I've heard another whisper, too. I expect I was meant to hear it. That they're not going to leave me alone. They believe they can push me into making some public exhibition of myself, or that I will force Paul to withdraw. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. If I were you, I'd feel just as upset.
I ran out of the house. I don't know why I came to you.
I'm just glad you did.
You see, they'll say that I wasn't good enough for Paul. And instead of doing my best for him, I couldn't resist making a fool of myself with other men. It's true. Though none of them wanted anyone like me.
At last she calmed down enough for us to walk her through the courts. When we got to the Jagos' house, Paul was standing in their drawing room, and the moment we entered, he put his arm around her shoulders.
I've been looking everywhere for you. Why didn't you leave word where you'd gone? You mustn't disappear without trace. What's wrong?
You won't be elected. And it will be because of me.
I may not become the next master, but it won't be because of you. Brown has told me about Eustace Pilbrow changing sides for political reasons, my love. He couldn't possibly have read Nightingale's fly sheet before he made up his mind. He was out of the country.
You know we're not giving up, don't you?
How did you find out about the note?
It was sent to me.
Lewis says they don't want me to give up. What do you think, my dear?
You must go on.
I have cursed the day that I ever exposed myself to these humiliations. Lewis, I knew you and my other friends meant well, but you did me no kindness when you persuaded me to stand. Whether the college rejects me or takes me, I am certain I will not stand for another office as long as I live. But I am equally certain that if those people hope to get me to withdraw through doing harm to my wife, then I will stay in this election so long as I've got one single man who will vote for me. And I shall tell my rival so.
It was a fine speech, and I admired him for it. I wasn't so happy with the way he'd rewritten history in his head, and now believed he'd been persuaded to stand rather than canvassed our support. But that was his style. Jago constantly edited and rewrote the account he laid down for future reference. But then, so do most of us. It was the 16th of December, and a few days to go until the election. Jago chose his moment to challenge Crawford.
I do not hold you responsible for the outrages of your supporters, but I hope that you cannot be utterly indifferent to them.
You're going too fast for me. Whatever has happened, I should prefer it if we could keep this business on a friendly basis.
My wife has been sent a copy of the fly sheet published by Nightingale, which suggests she is not worthy of the lodge. Have you seen a copy yourself?
I am afraid that I have. Jago, I very much regret that this has happened. I shall write to your wife personally and tell her so.
That is not enough.
Unfortunately, I think it's all I can do.
No. You can find out who sent it to her.
I understand how you feel, but I don't consider it appropriate I should become a private detective.
This attack on my wife is intended to make me withdraw.
I expect you're right.
I shall protect my wife in all ways open to reason. But also, while any of my colleagues are prepared to give me their votes, I shall remain a candidate for the mastership.
Are you coming into Hall, Jago?
No, Crawford. I shall dine with my wife. I'd have a quiet word with you outside.
I suppose so.
The two of them retired outside. Silence reigned for the few minutes that Crawford was away. When he returned, his mood had obviously darkened yet further.
I must say, Nightingale, this is an unfortunate business.
I agree. But there's another side to it. Don't you think she might ultimately have benefited from knowing what others think of her?
It can't have been sent to her by anyone connected with the college. Everyone here would take a grave view of an action of that kind.
Well, how do we know she wasn't looking through her husband's letters on the quiet and found more than she bargained for?
I don't believe she read your note by accident.
And how did you form that opinion, Eliot?
I was in her company for some of last evening after she'd read it.
What does that prove?
She was so profoundly miserable that I believed every word she said.
Oh, surely you don't expect us to be impressed by that.
I expect you to understand that it is the truth.
Nightingale, in the 10 minutes left to us before supper, would you mind walking in the fresh air with me? Jago tells me his wife has tried to kill herself.
When I got in, I found Calvert installed in front of a banked-up fire. He was staring at it with the remains of a generous supper tray beside him.
Anything left? Some toast. It's a bit hard by now, I'm afraid. Where have you been? I hear Alice Jago tried to do herself in after we left their house.
So sad, don't you think? I've been talking to Francis Getliff.
I was wondering if you had Crystal with you.
Hello, Brown. I'm afraid there's no supper left.
He isn't here, then?
Unless he's in the cupboard.
I haven't seen him since this morning's procedural meeting.
I didn't like his mood. I thought I had to try and winkle him out. He wasn't at home. They said he'd gone for a walk.
It's late.
And it's raining.
I heard about Jago's performance this evening.
He did well.
How was he afterwards?
I didn't speak to him.
I had an hour with him this morning. Despite this business with his wife, he was frighteningly optimistic, I thought. I tried to encourage him to steel himself, but I didn't make much impression. If he doesn't get in, then I don't think he'll ever be the same man again. We just need Gay to make up his mind the right way. Then we could start a new campaign.
Lewis, all right if I come in?
Of course. Hello, Crystal. We were talking about you.
Calvert. Brown, can I have a word?
Sit down.
No, it's all right. It won't take long. I was looking for you, Arthur, but Eliot and Calvert might as well hear what I've got to say. I've decided that Crawford is the better man, and I'm going to vote for him.
I don't believe you.
I'm sorry, Eliot. I have come to the opinion that we've only just missed making a serious mistake.
Crystal, look.
I'm sorry, Brown. I'm satisfied with Crawford. I know I ought not to have left it so late.
Well, that's an understatement.
I believe you know the sense of what I'm doing. We've been close allies. I don't treat our friendship lightly, I assure you. I went for Jago first off because he seemed the obvious college man. But that isn't the world we have to consider. The Nazis aren't playing at politics. They mean it, for God's sake. And I can't tolerate the way we sit about discussing the situation as though we were weighing one narrative poem against another. This election has to be about how we deal with the crisis gathering around us. For Christ's sake, Brown, they're digging air raid shelters right outside the precinct wall. Crawford's the man for the job, not Jago.
It's bloody that you're leaving our party at such short notice.
I joined it against my better judgment.
I'd say you're contracted to Jago.
Crystal, this note you sent me, I want to make certain I understand what it means. I've seen some bloody behaviour in my
I am not going to be told off by you, Jago.
I don't think this is very profitable.
You've never made any pretence that you wanted me as master on my own merits, Crystal. I got the impression you thought I was the less objectionable of the two, and might do you some good once I got in.
I suppose there is something in that.
Well, you agree. Good. So for a good many months we've had a working understanding that wasn't exactly flattering from my point of view. Why can't it last a few hours longer?
What do you mean?
Why have you suddenly let your conscience get the better of you? I believe I understand what you're up to. And I'm ready to discuss it with you, in as candid and concrete a fashion as you like, exactly what arrangements we might make for a future of mutual benefits. Given that is so, I'd ask you to think again.
There's no point.
Why?
Surely it's obvious. You want the mastership so much that you're prepared to negotiate dealings to secure votes. Crawford doesn't need it as much as you do. That's why he's the right candidate.
I'm prepared to make a working plan.
I wish you would listen, Jago. I don't mind Crawford being master. I did once, but I was mistaken. He'll make a good master.
What has he offered you?
For heaven's sake, Jago.
I'm sorry that you're making me say these things, Jago. I'm afraid, by and large, I'm certain he will make a better master than you would.
So now you're out to patronise me.
Why can't you ever give anyone credit for having decent intentions? If you had done, you might have won more support.
I would rather that neither of you said any more.
Brown, if you want to talk, we could walk along together.
Oh, I rather think they're expecting me at home.
Good evening.
It's a shame, Jago.
I'm going to ground until the election. I can't let them see me.
I know.
How can I stay here afterwards? I'll be reminded of all this for the rest of my life.
It sounds trite, but if you lose, the wounds will heal.
I've got no money. I'm too old to move. Every time they see me, I shall be ashamed. I shall have to call him master.
I don't think you should assume you're finished.
Neither do I. People can change their minds on the spot when it comes to a vote. You don't know which way some of them might go when they're alone with their consciences.
On the morning of the election, 20th of December 1937, we arrived at the chapel for 10 o'clock. A long table had been placed in the nave. It was covered in a rich tablecloth I had never seen before. There the fellows sat, with Gay at the head, Pilbrow on his right, and Despard Smith on his left, and the others, in order, down its length.
I, Walter John Luke, Vote for Dr. Paul Jago.
Elect
Paul
Jago.
Elliot. Elect Francis Ernest Gatliffe. Elect Redvers Thomas Arbuthnot Crawford.
Edmund Nightingale votes for Dr. Crawford.
I, Arthur Brown, elect Paul Jago.
I, Charles Edward William Crystal, cast my vote for Dr. Crawford.
I, Paul Jago, elect Thomas Crawford.
Redvers Thomas Arbuthnot Crawford chooses Paul Jago.
Godfrey Harold Winslow elects Dr. Crawford.
Albert Theophilus Despard Smith elects Redvers Thomas Arbuthnot Crawford.
Elect Redvers Thomas Arbuthnot Crawford.
Gay, Senior Fellow of the College and Emeritus Professor in the University, do hereby cast my vote for Paul Jago.
7 votes for Dr. Crawford, 6 for Dr. Jago. 7 votes make a majority, but it is open to debate whether this is the clear majority required by the statutes.
If I may, Deputy to the Master.
Mr. Brown?
This election has been the most difficult period I've known in the college. If there were a vote in favour of calling the visitor to decide the matter, then I feel an already drawn-out process might become truly destructive for our society. I move we settle on the feeling of the fellows as shown here today.
I second that. Thank you, Dr. Jago. Very well. Is there a voice against? Then I declare Dr. Crawford to have been elected Master of the College. The college is now in your charge, Crawford. Look after her, won't you?
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, College.
We'd better go over and talk to them, show some face. Why on earth does one mind so much about things that don't really matter?
It matters to Jago.
Do you think we should visit him? I should be frightened, though. Did you see how he looked? I did. I think distressed people are more in your line, Lewis. After all, you've always done a fine job with me.
Good morning to you. Good morning, my dear chaps. Despard Smith's just saying he's expecting to pass on pretty soon.
No such thing. I merely observe that I've taken part in 4 elections. I don't expect to see another.
Well, next time around, I hope the awful nonsense of doing it beneath God's eye will be abandoned. Some of us actually object to being forced into all that superstitious rigmarole.
Brown?
Yes, my dear chap.
Do you think we ought to look after Jago? Perhaps one of us should go round?
Perhaps, but I'm not going to do it just yet. I'm very much afraid that my company will distress him for a long time to come.
Sorry, Lewis, can I have a word? Thanks, Brown.
Gatliffe?
Well, it's over.
It's over. Yes.
I'm sorry if you're disappointed, Lewis.
I can't pretend to be overjoyed.
It will shake down, you know. Look, I need your advice on something entirely outside the college. Will you come and see us tomorrow night?
Yes, of course.
Excellent. Good work, Lewis. Where's Jago got to?
Jago, I'm glad you're back. Will you sit by me at luncheon?
Of course, Master. I would have been very sad to have missed your first official presence. I had something to discuss with my wife. We feel you should be our guest before you go to anyone else. Mrs. J. Alice wondered if you would dine with us tomorrow.
At luncheon, Jago proposed a toast to our new master, but did not speak again. By the end of the academic year, it was clear Crawford had taken to the mastership so well that it felt as if an alternative to his easy authority was unthinkable. Life settled back into its routines. The summer came and nearly went in a sort of dream. My friends and I were preoccupied by the news of Hitler's growing strength. The usual delights of summer seemed delicate and vulnerable, and even the cricket couldn't divert me. On September the 29th, 1938, Chamberlain entered into the pact, subsequently known as the Munich Agreement, which bought Britain a little time but cost Europe dear. I remember the events of that abnormally warm evening, moment by moment, with crystal clarity. I was depressed at the news and needed a drink, so broke my walk home from Millbank at an embankment pub. My old friend Betty Vane was there, with a group of people I'd seen but didn't know.
Can we go over there?
If you like.
How are things?
Oh, all right.
What's the matter?
I don't know what you mean.
I got some very funny looks from your friends just now. Who are they all?
They're in publishing.
There isn't anything going on, is there?
Not exactly.
So, there is then.
Your Sheila is this week's subject for discussion.
I'm not with you.
Of course, everyone knows it's all nonsense. But you know how people are.
You'll have to tell me.
Everyone has been having a laugh about the barrister whose wife is a lesbian who thinks she can publish her memoirs. Oh, and apparently she's as good as left you.
What? You're joking?
No, I'm afraid that's the rumour.
And whom is she supposed to be leaving me for?
I don't know.
Listen, Betty, her tastes do not take her where they're saying.
Of course I know that, Lewis. But it's fun, isn't it? After all, no one likes her.
That's surprising, considering no one really knows her.
Well, that would spoil it, wouldn't it?
Where are they getting all this from?
Someone you know quite well. The man she's working with.
Oh, Sheila doesn't work.
She's tied up with that second-hand bookseller who looks like a frog. He's been boasting about how she put up the money to refloat him on condition he published her scribbles.
Robinson? Is that who you mean?
He knows her, doesn't he?
Yes.
He says she's potty and has been inside institutions. Your marriage is a charade. He obviously got it all from her.
When I arrived home, I went straight to the bedroom to lie down and rest my back. I had been seized with sciatica for several days. Sheila was lying on the bed too, staring ahead and smoking a cigarette.
Have you heard the news about Munich?
Yes.
It's as bad as it can be. I said it's as bad as it can be. For anyone who has any real hope in the future.
Depends how interested one is in the future.
You can't live properly thinking like that.
If you say so. Anyway, looks as if Chamberlain has bought us a little time.
It's a pretty short-sighted deal, I'd say.
But at least it will give Robinson and me a chance to get his new book published.
Is Robinson all you can think about on a night like this?
Hot, isn't it?
Actually, we ought to talk about Robinson.
What about him?
I think you should be careful how much you take him into your confidence.
I understand.
Are you writing that book he was talking about?
Of course not.
Good. Because if you give away your secrets, he may not take care of them.
Well, it wouldn't matter anyway.
What do you mean?
No one would be interested.
But you'd be terribly hurt if he spread around the details of your private life, wouldn't you?
Would I?
Stop pretending, you know you would be.
I think you should mind your own business.
All right. The truth is, he's been spreading rumours about you.
I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. In any case, I'd rather not hear about it.
That's stupid.
I told you he wouldn't be grateful.
He's been having fun gossiping about you.
So what? Why should he feel grateful because we come along and interfere with his life? If he wants to start rumours, why shouldn't he? After all, I'm helping him for my own selfish reasons, aren't I? You've been taking care of someone who is utterly useless to herself, and it hasn't done you the least bit of good, has it? Or me either.
You know why, though.
You've sacrificed things that mattered, haven't you? You used to care about your career in the law. You would have liked children. You'd have liked me to have been more sexual. You've given all that up. But I'm not the least bit grateful. What do you think I should do about Robinson?
I think you should drop him. Tell me, have you been writing about us hoping he might publish you.
Yes.
Well, you shouldn't have trusted him.
Why not? This was my chance to make something. Who said the books have to be all by old men with beards? Who said their thoughts and their sadness is the only thing worth putting in the bookshops?
I agree with what you say, but really, it wasn't ever going to work. Putting our lives on paper.
That's it then. You've spoken. And that's it. Why do you always get things out of me? Why can't I keep a little bit of myself private?
Because you need me to look after you. I think we should get our money back.
All right.
Good.
You must take care of it for me.
You mustn't see him again.
I hate this life. If it weren't for you, I don't think I should stay in it. Is there anything I can do for you?
What do you mean?
To take your mind off your back trouble.
Don't be ridiculous.
By the end of the summer of 1939, we were officially, if not actually, at war. My college fellows went into harness, except for the oldest ones, who probably would have fallen apart if anyone had tried to move them. Roy Calvert went into intelligence. I entered a Whitehall coordinating department concerned mainly with energy. Francis Getliff developed radar into a practical tool for defence, and broke his health getting ready for the Battle of Britain. Meanwhile, in September, Sheila put her best foot forward and offered herself to a Whitehall department which needed fluent French speakers. She was accepted and due to take up a volunteer post on the 1st of January 1940.
I expect I'll make a hash of it.
Of course you won't. I think it's very good that you've decided to join the war effort. It'll help you to feel connected, so to speak.
That's kind, but I do expect to make a hash of it, Lewis.
One night in early November, I awoke aware Sheila was walking about the house, smoking.
Are you all right?
I suppose so.
You sure?
Lewis,
Yes?
I'm in a pretty bad way.
What's the matter?
I'm worried about January the 1st.
Why? You seemed perfectly happy about it before.
You don't see, do you? They sent me a letter the other day. It explains exactly what I've got to do, what's expected of me.
Surely that makes things easier, doesn't it?
It's the obligation, the expectation. I've no use at that sort of thing. Robinson was right to ridicule me. I'm no use, am I?
Please don't punish yourself like this.
The other day, when the post came, I read the letter and I felt something go in my brain. It made a noise, like a wire snapping. I'm not joking. I felt the jolt, and I heard the noise.
I coaxed Sheila back to bed that night, and to my surprise she seemed to improve in the weeks that followed. Then in the first week of December I received a telephone call from Sheila asking me to come home. I found her utterly wretched.
What are you doing out here?
I didn't want to stay in the house alone. I can't do it. January the 1st. I'm too frightened.
I thought we'd been over all this.
I know, but I've handed in my resignation. I've resigned from life.
Surely this job will give you a purpose.
I've resigned from that too.
Oh, Sheila! I know all this is very difficult for you, but it's hard for me too.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Please, make it as easy for me as you can.
Yes, all right. After all, you've done all you could.
What do you mean?
Up until the 20th of December, there was no further change that I noticed.
How are you?
Much the same.
Nothing has happened, has it?
What could have happened?
Gilbert Cook, who I work with at Lufkin's company, has asked me to dine with him at White's this evening. He wants to pick my brains.
Fine.
Good.
Will you come home afterwards?
I don't think so. We shan't eat until late, and I can stay at my club. Unless you need me home.
No. I'm not too ill to cope. You know, I didn't really resign. They're still expecting to see me on January the 1st.
That's good. I'm very pleased, Sheila. I've been afraid that if you ran away from this, then it might be the last time you tried anything constructive. I really believe that once you get started, you'll be able to make a go of it.
If I'd had a complete breakdown, then at least you'd have been able to put me away. But I couldn't even manage that. I'm sorry I've worn you out, Lewis.
I met with Cook and thoroughly enjoyed my evening. He was generous with the wine, and I was too squiffy to sustain the worry that haunted me. Next morning, the porter called me to the telephone booth in the lobby. Our housekeeper, Mrs. Wilson, was on the line waiting for me.
Oh, Mr. Eliot.
What's the matter?
Something's happened. I think you ought to come home straight away. I think you must.
Is she all right?
No, Mr. Eliot.
Is she dead?
Yes.
Has she killed herself?
Yes.
How did she do it?
There's an empty bottle of sleeping tablets.
Have you called a doctor?
I'm afraid she's been dead for hours. I didn't know what to do. I'm very sorry, Mr. Eliot. I was very fond of her, poor soul. It was a great shock for me, finding her.
There was a note of indignation in her voice, as if we'd imposed on her.
She's not in the bedroom, Mr. Eliot. She did it in her old sitting room.
I pulled the curtains open before looking at her. The room was painfully bare in the leaden light. She was lying on her back, dressed in a blouse and skirt such as she wore around the house on an ordinary afternoon. Her eyes were open and enormous. On her mouth there was an astonished grin. There was just visible a dried trickle of saliva down the side of her chin, as though she had dribbled in her sleep. I had loved her all my adult life. I was seared because she had not said goodbye.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by Adam Godley and Sheila by Anastasia Hille. Roy Calvert was Adam Levy, Arthur Brown, Philip Franks, Crystal, Matthew Marsh, Jago, David Calder, and Mrs. Jago, Joanna Munro. Winslow was played by Clive Merrison, Crawford by Hugh Corshey, Nightingale by Jeremy Child, Francis Getliff by Andy Taylor, and Despard Smith by Peter Howell. R.S. Robinson was Patrick Godfrey, and Betty Vane, Carla Simpson. The narrator was David Haig. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Sally Avens and Jeremy Howe. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with Adam Godley as Lewis Eliot and David Haig as the narrator. Episode 5, The Light and the Dark, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
I spent the first years of the war scared stiff, and I was right to be. I was about to find myself at the heart of a project which would threaten the future of civilization. We were fighting the Germans. The Americans weren't yet in the war. The League of Nations had fallen apart, and the enemy was poised to invade Europe. My private life was in shreds. My wife, a suicide. I'd shut up my Chelsea house, and at age 35, I was living ridiculously, wandering between my club, a Pimlico bedsit, and rooms in the Cambridge College of which I was a fellow. Those of my Cambridge colleagues with any vim had gone into the war effort. I was in Whitehall, in a close consultative role with Energy Minister Sir Thomas Bevell. Bevell's permanent secretary and my immediate boss was the self-regarding Hector Rose. One autumn afternoon I was summoned for a little talk.
Well, thank you so much for popping in, Eliot. I'm most grateful. I wanted to have a word with you. Sir Thomas has asked me to. He wants me to put you in the picture, though, as you know, I'm a great believer in no one knowing more than he needs to in order to do his job. But apparently this matter could become your major concern in a year's time.
Perhaps you might think it wiser if I didn't know until then.
Good point. But Sir Thomas thinks now would be best. First off, you'll need to forget about the official department hierarchy. You will only report on this matter to Sir Thomas and myself. Next, forget that you have any relatives. They must know nothing about this matter.
I see.
Now, some of these scientists believe they can present us with a big bang worth thousands of tons of TNT. Now, this would be the future of warfare. Sir Thomas believes we ought to put some serious money into it.
Sounds like the gossip I've heard around Cambridge.
Really? I wonder if you ought to have heard that sort of thing around the university. Perhaps there's a memo to military intelligence in that. Anyway, they're pushing on with it. The stuff to watch is what they call uranium isotope. U-235 is the stuff, apparently. And they're saying that whichever side gets this weapon first will win the war.
How long before it's a reality?
It's a very long road, Eliot, but then it might be a very long war. That's why we may not do much more for a year or so let's keep our powder dry. This is the dossier. I don't want it leaving the office. I'm going over to the house to meet Sir Thomas, so read it here, then pop it in the drawer, all right?
Of course.
In the spring of 1941, my department opened a secret research establishment dedicated to making the bomb. It was at a little place called Barford, near Stratford-on-Avon.
By the way, Sir Thomas doesn't want Barford referred to by its right name again. We've got a code name. It's Mr. Toad, all right? That's what we'll call it, if you don't mind. As with all matters of high security, he wants communications to be handwritten, without copies.
To think that the most appropriate title Sir Thomas could devise was one which likened nuclear Armageddon to the reckless motoring antics of Mr. Toad. Rose's prediction about my time came true. The arms race, the Cold War, and its accompanying tales of espionage did come to dominate my life, but that's another story for another time. The nightly bombing of London shattered my nerves. Roy Calvert, my dearest friend, noticed my state of mind. He consulted Francis Getliff, who recommended I'd be safest in a flat between the 3rd and 7th floor in a steel-frame building. So without asking, Roy secured me an apartment in Dolphin Square in Pimlico.
So, how do you like it?
It's fine. Thanks, Roy.
You don't mind me making myself at home, do you?
Of course not. I had to get used to it in Cambridge. So long as you don't take to bringing women here.
Spoiled sport. I was planning to prowl the darkened streets this very night in search of a reckless love affair, then carry some unfortunate girl back here for the single night of passion that will blight her life.
But that isn't a joke, is it? That's what you do. Scotch, please. Lady Muriel wrote to me.
Did she?
Her nephew, Humphrey, has been given command of a motor torpedo boat. She's worried about him.
He's lucky. All the intelligence people ever ask me to do is translate radio messages. I've got to get into uniform, Lewis.
She's afraid of losing him. I don't think she'll ever recover from her husband's death.
Neither will I. The Master's departure has left a hole in our lives.
Why don't you go to see her?
You know perfectly well why.
Because you think her daughter is still carrying a torch for you.
I know it, Lewis.
Joan doesn't want for male company, you know. She's thrown herself into the wartime style.
And what do you imagine that's all about? I hate this war.
We all do.
I hate it because it should never have happened. The Germans never should have given in to it all. And I hate the way it'll turn out. However it comes through, it'll be a disaster. Of course, it'll be worse if we lose. I can see the way that'll be in my mind. Can't blot it out.
Buck up, Roy. Another drink?
Buck up? Oh, Lewis, you just can't understand, can you? You're miles from understanding what it is to be stalked by self-loathing. You're nowhere near it. And you're bloody lucky. Sorry, Lewis. Will there be a cricket season this summer? That would cheer you up.
No, they're all in uniform.
So they are. I've had a letter from that queer you met when you came over to Berlin.
Roman Tovsky? How did he get a letter through to you?
He isn't in Berlin anymore, he's in Basel. The Nazis made him join the army, so he did a runner. I must say, he makes it sound rather easier than one would think. My dear Roy, you were always very kind to me, weren't you? So I am hoping that you will be able to help me now that I am in difficult circumstances. I expect you have a Swiss publisher. Could you please ask him to give me some money, or perhaps you could bring some yourself? I expect you could get to Switzerland somehow. I know you will not let me starve. He obviously thinks I find him so alluring that his vulnerable act will have me running to his side. You know what this is really about, don't you?
It's a plant. They're trying to hook you.
Because I was sympathetic before the war.
Who do you think's really behind it?
I bet it's Reinhold Schade. You met him. He's pretty high up in the party now.
But it's a joke. It's so transparent.
They don't think like we do. And it looks like they've taken me for a homosexual.
You? I assume you won't send a reply.
It wouldn't exactly give the right impression to my bosses in intelligence, would it? I'm going to give a copy of the letter to your old chum, Houston Eggar. He knows I had lots of friends in Berlin. It would be awful if he found out through someone else that I'd received this. Listen, are you scared?
Yes.
Open the curtains. I'd like to watch the searchlights. It makes me feel cozy. Like rain running down the windows when you're safely curled up with Arthur Mee's Children's Encyclopedia. It's the opposite for me. I get frightened in the afternoon just knowing the planes will soon come over. There don't seem to be many tonight. It's difficult to feel any kind of sympathy for those airmen. Why would you? Because most of them will die. It's a risk for anyone who's got to fight. Flying is already statistically the most dangerous job in the forces. Really? The majority of airmen on both sides are going to die before the war ends. Proportionately more than in any of the other forces. Thanks for that, Lewis.
2 mornings later, Houston Eggar rang me at my office. I had met Houston through my club. Canadian by birth, he was now a St. James's devotee. He was very bright. lacked a sense of humour and was perfectly situated within the intelligence services. He was excessively mysterious that morning and asked to see me but wouldn't give an inkling of what he was up to.
Between ourselves, I think I've got a job for you.
I'm pretty booked up just at present.
I hear Bevel thinks the world of you, but I want you for something important, so I'm sure he'll let you go. You're still in close contact with Roy Calvert, aren't you?
Yes.
This is in the strictest confidence. Listen, Calvert has received a letter from a German friend of his.
Egger told me the story of Romantovsky's letter over again, and I listened to another version.
This may be useful to us. We think it might be worth the trouble of sending Calvert to talk to him. If the Germans are out to turn him to spying for them, then we might pick up some clues about agents already working for them over here. I'd like you to go with Calvert.
Why?
He's inclined to see the good in Germans. Mind you, I don't count his pre-war chatter against him. There were many doing the same thing. But I'd be more comfortable if you helped him out in Switzerland. And I'm sure he would be, too.
It was informal, rough and ready, fixed up like an arrangement between friends. It was the way things got done. And it was a good chance for Egger to introduce himself to my minister.
Oh, before I forget, Eliot, we've finally done a security clearance on your brother, Martin. A bit overdue, I'm afraid. Naturally, everything is all right. I put the paperwork through, and he'll be asked to transfer to the Barford project any day now. Is that satisfactory?
Yes. Thanks, Houston. That's terrific.
It was impossible to travel to Basel without landing in and crossing hostile countries. Egger followed the trusted ploy of dressing us up as representatives of the Red Cross. I didn't believe this would fool a determined attempt at arrest, but Egger assured us there was an unwritten understanding that it suited both sides in the conflict to have a means by which covert communications could travel.
Did you know they play cricket in Germany? I had no idea. They do, and rather well, actually. The old aristocratic fraternity, the Junkers, admired all things English. All the German cricketers I've heard of have very short names. The best of the lot is called Mouse. He's better than you, but not as good as me.
We flew from Bristol on a beautifully sunny afternoon, but saw nothing of the landscape because the windows were covered with muslin gauze. I was petrified about what might befall us on the journey, and the 5-hour flight dragged by.
I think we're losing height. Wake up, Roy. What's wrong? I believe we're losing height. Do you think there's something wrong? No, of course not. It means we're here, old boy. Lisbon in time for tea. You look like you need it.
We stayed the night in Lisbon. It was a release from the darkness of England. Lights streamed from the shops, and we felt no longer confined. We caught a German aeroplane the next day. This was a short hop, Lisbon to Madrid. The windows were not obscured, and we looked out on the parched beauty of Estremadura and Castile. In Madrid, we waited to board a scheduled Lufthansa plane which would take us to Barcelona, then Lyon, and would carry on to Stuttgart. We needed to jump off at Lyon in order to complete our trip by rail.
Hello, may I sit here?
Please do.
You are both going to Lyon?
That's right. We're working for the Red Cross on our way to Switzerland.
The customs men are not nice in France. You are English. I think they might be rude. But you will be all right in Switzerland. It is a fine country. It is like Germany. All will be well when you come to Switzerland.
He's right, you know. I'm sure.
I'm sorry, perhaps I shouldn't say this. You know, we Germans don't understand why the English choose war with us. We are the same people.
That's a big conversation. Perhaps we'd better not attempt it.
I see. You're right. But you know, it is certain that you have lost the war. That is already true. There's nothing you can do about it.
Just as he predicted, the French officials were unwilling to let us disembark. They held the aircraft, much to the annoyance of its German passengers. We watched the German airport guards getting steadily more fed up, then very angry. In the end, they let us go, and we walked into town to find our hotel. The train we took next day was crowded as far as the Swiss border. Then once we crossed, we boarded a Swiss train that was dead on time and blissfully clean and empty.
Doesn't look like he's in. I asked at the tobacco on the corner. They know who he is, so the address is right.
My dear friend, my dearest Roy, how could you arrive without warning?
Hello, Wilhelm.
Mr. Eliot.
Hello, how clever of you to remember me.
I remember you from when you came to visit Roy at our boarding house in Berlin. What are you doing here?
He's come to chaperone me, Wilhelm.
Really?
The man in the tobacco said he hadn't seen you for a few days. I suppose that means you found someone to look after you.
It's terrible, Roy. I can't tell you. Let's go somewhere where we can talk.
Willie didn't mince like he had in Berlin. He was making an effort to tone things down. We found a corner booth in a quiet bar.
What happened to the little clerk who was looking after you in Berlin?
I don't know where he is. He became tiresome. I left him. I don't know him anymore.
It's hard to be kind to the people who love you, Willie, but you need to try. It will make you like yourself more. It is shameful not to try.
Roman Tofsky drank too much and was soon picking his way inexpertly through the story of his flight from Germany. The bits didn't add up. Called up in the summer of 1939, off to Poland with an infantry division, wintered with the Army of Occupation, transferred to the Western Front in the spring of 1940, then moved across Europe to the Eastern Front, which he didn't like, and so he deserted. He must have been in the most travelled squad of the war so far. Then he smuggled himself over the Swiss border.
I'm poor. Will you please help me, Roy?
After dinner, he made some pointed hints that I should leave. Roy signalled that I should. I wasted a couple of hours over a newspaper and a beer, then returned to find them seated as before, with Willie hanging his head in drunkenness and shame.
I've been telling Willie that I can't go back with him. I've asked him to tell my friends that I love them and that I love Germany.
I wrote to you for your own good. When the Nazis invade England, the academicians will be on the list. Schade likes you. He wanted to make a serious try at getting you to safety.
You shouldn't pretend, Willie. You know that isn't the real reason.
I think it's time I went. Let us shake hands, Roy. Thank you for coming. And now I shall remember my manners and ask to shake your hand also, Mr. Eliot.
Goodbye, Wilhelm.
Good night.
Goodbye, Wilhelm.
Goodbye.
I shamed him into telling me everything. He's a sort of resident low-grade agent here in Basel. We're just one of his little initiatives. I suspect he isn't only working for the Germans either. If he's not careful, he'll get a shiv between the ribs one dark night. There's an offer on the table, at least there was. I could be made permanent on the staff of the university in Berlin after the war. In the meantime, I just have to keep my ears open.
They must have thought they were in with a chance once you actually turned up here.
Maybe. But it wouldn't be easy to be a traitor. It doesn't matter that you might be sympathetic to the ideas of the other side, but when it comes down to it, country comes first. Our many communist friends back in Cambridge can't spy for Stalin, can they?
I expect some of them must be terribly torn.
Just so. But I certainly couldn't manage it on behalf of Herr Hitler. I offered Willie the option of working for us.
He might be useful.
He turned me down. You know, they really do believe we're finished. Shame I won't be doing any spying, because I bought this.
What?
A black, broad-brimmed Panama, so you can pull it down like so. A proper hat for spying in. Shame. No use now. I'd better give it to you.
Not my style, Roy.
It'll get crushed in the cockpit of a Wellington.
What are you talking about?
Our return to England was uneventful but tiring. I spent the whole journey rigid with fear and wouldn't believe we were safe until the grass of Croydon Aerodrome was rumbling away under our wheels. Shortly after we returned, Roy's department was moved out of London and I didn't see him for some months. I had managed to get Gilbert Cook into a job working under me in Whitehall. He had been my junior consultant at Paul Lufkin's oil company before the war. I didn't like Gilbert, but through the years I was never able to quite shake him off. My sciatica had flared up very badly, exacerbated by the fact I was packing in one uncomfortable journey after another. I entered a clinic on a Saturday afternoon in September 1941. Gilbert brought me work to carry on with.
What are they doing to you? Pulling me about.
Sounds dreadful.
I'm feeling a lot better, as a matter of fact. Won't you introduce us?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Margaret Davidson.
Hello.
Hello, Margaret.
Oh, heavens, please don't try to move. I hope you don't mind the fact I tagged along. Such a nice afternoon. Gilbert promised me coffee and a cake in the Cosmo.
I'm not at my most amusing, I'm afraid. Are you Austin Davidson's daughter, by any chance?
Yes. How clever of you.
Not really. I was advising the trustees of the National Gallery on evacuating the pictures. We met across a committee. He's very eminent, isn't he?
If you say so. He's just my father.
You realise you really do have to knock this sciatica thing into touch, Eliot. For everyone's sake, you have to get yourself well. Mind you, we'll need you back by Thursday.
Are you working in government at all, Margaret?
In the Treasury. But I don't like it much. Gilbert knows my boss. He's not much fun, is he, Gilbert?
I've no idea. Fun doesn't really come into it.
Do you really have to go back Thursday? I think you should rest all week.
Impossible. I didn't bring enough to read.
I can take care of that. You'll want something easy, no doubt.
Something romantic.
What about Turgenev?
Very good. Exactly what I feel like. But how on earth am I going to get hold of that? The library trolley can't do better than Sapper. Great romantics aren't exactly the thing around here.
As I said, I'm sure we can sort that out. I've got some stuff at home.
I won't be back in for a couple of days, I'm afraid.
I'm back at the Treasury tomorrow. I suppose if you can occupy yourself with work until the evening, I could get here around 7.
Margaret began visiting me independently of Gilbert the very next day. I was soon back on my feet, and although our excuse for seeing each other had gone, the encounters continued. I was now representing Bevel's Energy Coordination Department on several committees. Meanwhile, Egger rose quickly, mainly through his instinctive ability to understand and represent the mood of his department. Egger loved his power. He loved to think that a note signed by him affected thousands of people. We were at a meeting together. I was due to speak on the next business, but the chairman was looking through his papers. Egger leant confidentially towards me.
So, Calvert is getting his release.
What?
He's got his own way at last. Good luck to him. I said to his chief, there's no point in trying to keep a man who's determined to go.
Where's he going?
Into the RAF, of course. I was certain you'd know that.
I had known nothing of it. I was shocked to my very core. I was instantly sure that Roy Calvert intended the RAF should be his means of achieving oblivion. It was clear he hadn't consulted with or confided in me because he knew I'd tried to talk him out of it. Roy Calvert remains the most intelligent man I ever met in my entire life. He could also be the biggest of fools.
I'm sorry. I thought you must have known. You out of all of us.
But Roy wasn't my only concern at that time. Electricity had passed between Margaret Davidson and me, and poor Gilbert couldn't help noticing. But I was utterly devoid of conscience. Something exciting had begun. I won't pretend I am particularly proud of the way I behaved over those weeks. I was ruthlessly dedicated to the task of wooing Margaret, and Gilbert's feelings didn't matter in the least. One evening in November, Gilbert met me at my club so we could continue discussing work over a drink.
How interested are you in Margaret?
She's very nice.
Yes. And?
She's very intelligent.
And what else?
I'm sorry?
I'm not asking you just for the fun. I'm afraid that you might be holding off from her because of me. If you are, then I don't want you to.
I'm not sure I understand you.
I like Margaret, but she's not so keen on me. It would be pointless to try and get in between the two of you. I'd only make you both fed up with me. So I'm saying she's all yours, Eliot.
I don't know what to say.
I knew what was going on. Gilbert had developed Napoleonic ambitions. He saw me rising to power with himself as second in command. Whatever he might really have felt, he was prepared to give up Margaret in order to secure our alliance. And I didn't mind a bit.
I don't suppose you happen to be free tomorrow night, do you?
Yes, I am, as it happens.
Do you feel like coming over to my flat at Dolphin Square after work? Then we could go on somewhere else.
Lovely. I was beginning to lose heart. It's taken us 40 minutes to get around to it.
I was nervous. I might have made a miscalculation. You'd have been outraged.
You invite me to your flat when it meant coming away from the West End and anywhere one might pretend we'd go on to. I turn up dead on time and you think you've made a miscalculation. How much easier do you want me to make it?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's charming.
What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong. I have been thinking, though, since you phoned, there's something I need to say to you.
Go on.
I realise I might be getting ahead of myself a bit, but if we're going to have a relationship, then I need you to understand something.
You've certainly got my attention.
You said that when you were with Sheila, you felt outside the relationship as if you were caring for her, protecting her.
Yes, I did.
Well, that wouldn't be any good for me. I need to have all of you. There can't be anything in reserve.
Yes. Kiss me, please.
We got started on a relationship which thrilled both of us. The days, then the weeks, then the months passed, and I found that despite the war, and because of Margaret, my life settled into an easy happiness I hadn't ever experienced before. By the Easter of 1942, Roy Calvert had become a qualified pilot and begun delivering aircraft along the East Coast.
Hello, Roy. Lewis, how are you? Sorry, I was dozing. How's the love affair going?
Fine, thanks very much.
Delivery flights up the East Coast last night didn't get clear of Biggin Hill until lunchtime. I'm on at Croydon tomorrow. A Spit has to be taken up to Scotland. I'm quite excited about it. Mind if I kip over?
Of course not.
By the way, I've decided I'm going to get married.
Who to?
Rosalind, of course.
Roy was the most practised man in the arts of love whom I'd ever met. Rosalind shared our Leicester origins and, like Roy, had been born into industrial money. She had been tremendously patient with him, allowing him to come and go in her life, playing a waiting game. I knew he'd sometimes used her for sex. I had felt his behaviour was sordid and had said so. But it now seemed she had won the game.
You're not to speak of it. I haven't asked her yet. I don't know whether she'll have me. I hope she will.
On balance, I think it's likely she might.
I need a child.
I don't understand what you mean.
Of course, I couldn't have asked her until the flying thing was all settled.
Because she might have talked you out of it.
She might have tried. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open. We'll talk about it in the morning, maybe.
For God's sake, Roy! What are you up to?
It's no use invoking the old grey-bearded fellow. He doesn't cut any ice with me, nor I with him.
So now you've got yourself into the service that guarantees you'll be killed, you're going to marry Rosalind, have a child in order to ensure you'll be remembered, and then disappear out of everyone's lives? Don't you think this is carrying existential anxiety just a little too far? Don't you think this is just a little absurd and selfish into the bargain?
It's easy to forget. You actually do have passions, Lewis. Good night.
This is all about giving up, isn't it?
Oh, if you say so.
What do you expect this will do to Joan?
I think she'll be very hurt and will probably get on with chasing trouser in earnest.
Will you see Joan and Lady Muriel to tell them?
No. I think I'm going to declare moral cowardice as an extenuating circumstance. Good night.
Rosalind and Roy were married a month later, and she fell pregnant almost straight away. Then in the autumn, Rosalind asked to meet me. It was her first visit to London since Roy married her, and she was living in state at the Dorchester.
It's time you married again. Doesn't Margaret want to? I must say it depresses me, you going back to an empty home.
How do you feel?
I'm under orders to take things carefully. We didn't waste much time, did we? It's a shame Roy and I didn't get married when I first wanted him to.
Why?
Because our eldest child would be 6 by now. And so maybe Roy would have got a sense of the purpose of things much sooner.
You mean he might have got over his depression?
Lady Muriel has been in touch with Roy. She said that despite all the nastiness between Roy and her daughter, she wants to offer us a place to live on the Vauxhall estate. Roy was her husband's favourite scholar, and she says she'd like to do everything she can for us.
She's a very good person.
You know what it's all about, though, don't you?
I assume it's an insurance policy for you and the child.
Against the night he doesn't come back.
I assume so, yes.
He started training in heavy aircraft. He'll be going out in the bombers soon. Lewis, I want to ask you something that I don't want repeated to Roy.
All right.
Oh, I want you to help me get him out of flying.
Why? What's wrong with him?
Well, that's the whole point. There's nothing wrong with him. For the first time since I've known him, he's very well and very happy. He's finally got a bit of peace.
Does he want to get out of flying?
I believe he does. But I'm equally sure he'd never say so.
I think things have gone too far. I don't believe it would be possible just to yank him out of the Air Force.
Wouldn't he be more useful on the ground? How many people in the world can speak as many languages as Roy?
That's true, of course,
Then
but
we must get to work.
bombing is being given the absolute priority. I don't think they'll let go of a single man.
I know he talks to you in a way he doesn't to anyone else. That includes me. Well, the other night I managed to get him talking. It was the middle of the night. His defences were down. He hasn't been sleeping well. Although it's not as bad as it used to be. He said that he'd been miserable for years. That he knew he was mad. He admitted he got into flying as a way to end it all. But he said that now he has baby and me, it doesn't seem like such a good idea. But he didn't think he should worry about it now because there's nothing to be done.
I wonder if a child would have made any difference to Sheila.
Do you think it might have?
Probably it just would have made her even more frightened and sad. And that wouldn't have been fair.
I don't want to wait. I need you to help me today, Lewis. I have 2 lines of attack. First off, there's the academic argument. Now that duffer Lyle is out of the picture, Roy is regarded as the nation's preeminent Orientalist. I can take care of that through Lady Muriel. We think Crawford might be able to do something. After all, he is the college master, and he's in with the government. And then there's that industrialist, Sir Horace Timberlake, who gave the college an endowment for a research assistant to Roy. He might be roped in as well.
That all makes sense, but I'm not sure it'll cut any mustard with the War Office.
Oh, well, that's where you come in. I want you to say he's needed for a special job that only a language expert with his experience of working in Germany can manage.
She was fired with enthusiasm. I didn't say how hopeless I thought it was, but took her straight away to see old Fuchs. He was a War Office high-up who'd gone back into uniform. I literally took her straight to his office and waited outside for the hour they spent together.
How did it go?
He told me he knew Roy had given up a safe job to go into uniform. He said Roy was talked about as a fine example, that there was no mystery about it all. He just wants to fight for his country, and I ought to be proud of him.
We walked slowly along the embankment in the direction of the West End. Rosalind was silent for a long time. Then we sat in the little park near the embankment underground, and I finally broke the silence.
He's made his choice, Rosalind. It came out of all he's gone through. He wasn't born to happiness.
I've got to keep him alive. Whatever he says, whatever dark moods possess him, I know he longs to live.
A day or two later, I talked the whole thing over with my minister, Thomas Bevel. He was the best qualified man in Whitehall at knowing which door would give if you pushed it. He just shook his head and said it was too late, it was now impossible to extract a trained pilot. Their child was born in midsummer. But it was early autumn before I saw Roy again, and his manner had undergone a startling change. His features were at rest, for the first time since I'd met him.
Hello, Margaret. It's a great pleasure to meet you at last.
Hello, Roy.
Mind if I sleep here while you're at work? I'm wrecked. I could do with a day in a decent cot.
Of course. Where are you flying tonight?
Afraid that's a secret, old chap, for your own protection, in case you get bonked on the head by spies on the embankment and carried off in a boat.
How are Rosalind and the baby getting on? It must be difficult for her without you around.
They're very well, thanks. It's good to have a child. It's a shame you haven't got one, old boy. You'd like it, wouldn't you?
I'm sure I would.
Then get to work on Margaret. You'll have children before you know it. I can see you with a little girl. She'd be very pretty, that's for sure.
How do you know?
You're beautiful, my dear. Hadn't you noticed? Yes, Lewis, you really should get on with it. I meant to tell you. I went to Cambridge last week.
Oh, really? How are things?
Your name's still on the board on our staircase, but someone else has got my rooms. So at least you've got somewhere to go after the war, haven't you?
I'm sure they're expecting you back too.
All the old ones were at dinner. Arthur Brown seems to have slowed down a bit. He's senior tutor now, but he's lost his lustre, so to speak. I sat next to Winslow.
Heavens above, how is the old swine?
Not at all swinish, actually. It was sad to see him resigned and defeated at last. His duffer son failed officer training. He's ended up as a corporal in the Ordnance Corps. That means he's completely safe for the rest of the war.
Did you see Jago?
No. He's semi-retired and apparently never comes into college. Brown asked me about the bombing campaign. He's swallowed all this propaganda stuff about precision bombing. Told me I was talking nonsense when I said we'd be lucky to find the right country, let alone the right factory. For a man so shrewd in his own world, he's curiously credulous about official news. I'm just a pilot. What's that compared to the Times and the BBC?
You're very cynical, Roy.
That way you don't get too let down, Margaret.
I'd have thought the opposite would be true, Roy.
Around about the same time, I got a note from Betty Vane asking me to meet her for a drink after work. When Sheila died, it had been Betty who had taken charge of me. She'd seen me at my lowest, and that made a special bond between us. She was in her middle-30s and had always liked a drink. She spent the evening putting down bitter pint for pint with me.
That's enough about me. How are things with you?
Unremarkable. The men I work with are mostly dull and can't get used to having a woman who's better qualified than the lot of them put together as the office soubrette. They are absurdly embarrassed about asking me even to type a letter.
And is there anyone special in your life, Betty?
As a matter of fact, there is. I'm hoping something might come of it, but I'm worried he might still be carrying a torch for someone else.
I wouldn't be concerned about that. He'd be a fool to let you go.
How serious are things between Margaret and yourself?
Well, that's hard to say.
Are you in love with her?
Yes, most certainly.
And do you think she loves you?
Yes.
Good. All right, then. That's a relief.
Why?
I had an ulterior motive for seeing you tonight. Margaret used to be involved with Gilbert Cook.
Yes, but that's all over with. Why is it important?
Because he's the new man in my life.
Oh, really? Heavens.
Don't sound so shocked.
No, I'm not shocked. I think he's a good sort, basically.
So, why haven't you asked Margaret to marry you?
I want to.
Well, get on with it, then.
I suppose I'm afraid to ask, in case once she actually has to make her mind up, the wrong answer comes out.
From what I can tell, you're doing the same thing you've always done. Worried yourself into a corner. Listen, I ran into Margaret the other night. She was at a party with her father. I had a very nice chat with her, but she spent a lot of time talking about some doctor she's run into. A paediatrician called Wallis. I think you'd better get your skates on before she gets a wandering eye, Lewis.
I'm not worried about competition, Betty. Margaret isn't that type of girl. What I am concerned about, I suppose, is that I might miss the moment.
Listen, Lewis. Every woman can be that type of girl if she's forced into it. You and I aren't getting any younger, and we need to seize happiness with both hands before it wanders off for good. You're lucky to have stumbled on love. Some people never do. Just stop worrying about it. Sort yourself out and ask her.
By early December 1942, the whole issue of the Barford project to make a British A-bomb had become a secret centre-stage player. The next issue with which I had to wrestle was the fact that Lufkin, my peacetime boss, put himself right in the middle of the road. If our department decided not to contract his company to build the installation, both Cook and I would risk seeing our post-war careers as Lufkin's consultants drifting off down the Swanee.
Go back to sleep. It's Saturday. You don't have to get up.
I ought to. I've got a pile of papers to get through. I'd rather not have them hanging over me all weekend.
This isn't a very sensible way to live, is it?
What do you mean?
It's such a struggle finding time for each other. You've had meetings all week. Wheeler-dealing over dinner with Lufkin and your minister. Maybe we should try to find a way of making things easier.
There is a war on, you know.
She was opening an opportunity for us to discuss marriage.
Why have you gone quiet?
Nothing.
Did you want to say something?
No. It can wait.
I'm glad you get on so well with Gilbert. He's become pretty important to you, hasn't he?
It's much more methodical than I am.
It could have been difficult.
Because of you and he, you mean?
I suppose so.
But the two of you never really got going, did you? Well, did you?
No, of course not. Oh, I wish we could find him a nice young woman.
Gilbert's got more to worry about than women right now.
What do you mean?
Our department has to make a decision on who'll get the contract to build the new Barford facility. There's a lot of money involved, and other things. Anyway, Lufkin is determined to win that contract, and he knows perfectly well that if he doesn't succeed, then Gilbert and I will have advised the minister against him. That means both our consultancies will have disappeared after the war. It's not such a big issue for me, as I'm planning to go back to Cambridge, but Gilbert could be left high and dry.
Well, then you need to step in front of him, don't you? If Lufkin doesn't get the contract, then it has to look like nothing to do with Gilbert.
It's Saturday, and we're in bed together sharing the first bit of peace we've had for weeks. Can we please not talk about work?
Oh, and there's someone else we need to find a woman for.
Who?
That doctor I told you about, the paediatrician. He's a butcher and very shy. He needs sorting out.
Perhaps you could attend to sorting me out first.
Depending on one's point of view, the meeting with Lufkin either went brilliantly or very badly. Gilbert was quite heroic, and his close questioning caused Lufkin to admit the contract was too much for his company to manage. Within a fortnight, the contract was given to one of Lufkin's rivals.
What's the matter?
I've spoken to Gilbert. You said you'd look after him.
There wasn't anything I could do. We both had to put duty first.
You said it didn't matter to you whether or not Lufkin wanted you back after the war. But you know Gilbert hasn't got anything else to go to. Why didn't you deal with Lufkin yourself at that meeting?
That's just not how things worked out. Gilbert had the figures in front of him. No one else knew Lufkin was fudging the issue. Gilbert had to speak up. He said Lufkin hadn't included men in his resource allocation. So our department would have ended up having to rob men from other companies on Lufkin's behalf. When Lufkin said to Gilbert that he didn't know what he was talking about, Gilbert said he knew as much about Lufkin's business as he did. You're not listening. What's this really about?
I have to ask you something.
What is it?
Is it true that Sheila killed herself? I heard it last night. Is it true?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me? What were you thinking about?
I didn't want it hanging over us.
What kind of relationship are we supposed to be having? Am I supposed to be censoring what I tell you? Or is it only you who decides what's good for me to know? It feels like I've been wasting my time for the last 12 months.
How did you hear?
Gilbert told me.
Gilbert. I won't tolerate this. I won't have him near me anymore. I'm going to get rid of him.
He's very fond of you.
I won't let him get away with
He's
this.
just made a heroic sacrifice, too, and he's amused you often enough before, gossiping about other people.
This isn't the sort of thing you gossip about.
Well, it's done now. The cat's out of the bag.
I've been down this road before. I'm not putting up with this again. Sheila fell in with a bogus publisher who just wanted money, but persuaded her she had talent and that she might get into print. Then he said about using all the secrets of our lives that he'd conned out of her as material for his whispering and one-upmanship.
How did she feel about that?
I never really knew. She never told me. I won't have people near me who are just out to do damage. I'm going to get rid of Cook.
You can't react like this. You're not entitled to be indignant. I knew Gilbert before I met you, and I still like him. He only mentioned this because he assumed I must know. You have to let it go, whatever happens to us now.
Nothing you can say is going to stop me getting rid of Gilbert Cook.
He's burnt his boats with Lufkin. That means the only thing he can do after the war is carry on in Whitehall. If you dump him, that will be taken as a sign that he shouldn't be made permanent.
I don't care. That's his own fault.
You're pretending Gilbert was acting out of malice. It isn't true, but it's convenient because it lets you off the hook. What else have you been hiding?
That's enough!
I was true to my word and ruthlessly engineered Cook's transfer to another office. He was shocked and terribly hurt by the way I dealt with him. The truth was, I lost my judgment for a while. I shouldn't have done any of those things, and I damaged my standing with Hector Rose in a way which was never properly repaired. Margaret and I were damaged too. We both worked hard to create a make-believe joie de vivre that didn't fool either of us.
What's the matter?
A lot has happened to you.
I suppose so.
I feel sorry for you. It's damaged you, hasn't it?
I wish I could have met you before any of those things.
That's absurd. Lewis?
Yes?
It looks as though we've come to a dead end. Don't you think?
The Americans began bombing Germany on 27th of January 1943, and we pitched in with everything we had. Roy was flying raids from that time. He came to see me regularly, once a fortnight.
It's peculiarly indecent of me to bomb Stuttgart, isn't it? Considering I spent so much time in the library there. They want me to bomb Berlin soon, think of that. You don't believe in bombing, do you?
No.
You don't think it's any use?
I don't think it'll win the war.
What does your minister think?
Same thing.
He's a wise old bird. And you've turned into one too, haven't you, Lewis? I feel like there's never really been a place for me, you know?
Well, we're very different, you and me.
It's very nice having a good crew. I haven't told you about them. All very nice chaps, very different. If it wasn't for the war, they'd never have met the likes of one another in Civvy Street. But up there, they just fit together. I think you might say they're in love with each other. They're too brave for me. I'm getting too old for that kind of thing.
I'll say a prayer for them.
Will you? I mean, Lewis, that's kind of you. You know, these are the first people I've ever found joy with. The first I could truly admire. If I knew they're what God intended, then maybe I could believe in him.
I heard from Joan.
Oh, yes? What about? Is she all right?
Not really. Lady Muriel's nephew has been killed. He was on one of his torpedo boat actions, only about 10 miles off the south coast.
I only met him once. Still, I liked him. He didn't look like the hero type at all.
Neither do you.
I'm not. That poor boy. It's a mistake to get too fond of people. You and I live with the dead too much, Lewis. I still think of what it must have been like for you when Sheila died. If you lose me as well,
And you mustn't mourn too long. You mustn't let it haunt you.
Roy wanted to walk in the clear, crisp afternoon.
You said they're moving you? They need to keep us cheerful. It's better to keep crews moving from one aerodrome to another. That way the men don't get too depressed when a plane doesn't come back. Also, it means you lose track of the losses amongst those you actually care about. Excellent. What? It's a nice, clear afternoon, and there's already a mist coming up off St. James's Park. Yes, it's a lovely day. I wasn't thinking about it from the point of view of aesthetics. If it lasts, it's good weather to fly in. I see. Some nights, I'm pretty certain I'm not coming back. Dear old Lewis. You do understand, don't you? Understand what? I'm afraid of dying.
We saw very little of each other in the weeks that followed, and there was no real intimacy. The work on the Barford project hotted up, and Rose gave me overall responsibility for keeping tabs on things. I was up and down from Barford and often stayed overnight in a little hotel in Stratford.
Is that you, Eliot?
Yes, just.
I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, old chap.
Yes?
Roy Calvert's wife has been trying to reach you.
Oh, God.
Calvert went missing last night.
I see.
There's a fellow from Cambridge who's looking after her. Arthur Brown from your college. He's taking care of things, apparently.
I'll telephone him in the morning.
Calvert was a one-off, wasn't he?
Our master said he was the most gifted scholar of his generation. He made me swear to look after him.
I'm more sorry than I can say. I won't pretend, Lewis. There really isn't any hope.
That's been true for a long time, Houston.
Are you back down in the morning?
No. I think I'll stay and watch the cricket tomorrow. There's a Warwickshire tryout.
Do you want me to drop a note to Bevel?
No, I think I'm entitled to an afternoon to myself. Just this once. Roy.
The day I got back, I found a note on my desk. Margaret had telephoned. Would I meet her in the foyer of the Café Royal?
Why here?
Surely you must know. Neutral ground.
What do you want to say?
Do you think we should get married?
Yes. I've thought that for a long time.
Then why haven't you asked me?
I was afraid you'd say no.
Oh, Lewis.
What?
Why don't you propose to me right now?
It wouldn't do any good, would it? The moment has passed, I think.
I suppose you're right. I'm going to get married to someone else.
Who to?
Geoffrey Hollis.
Oh, so that's why you've talked about him so much. You've been together long?
A couple of weeks.
Don't believe you. Something must have been going on for months.
No, I'm telling the truth, Lewis. Things do seem to have happened faster than usual, but that's the war for you, isn't it? People don't waste their time, do they? But it actually doesn't matter what you think, because you don't have any hold on me. Please, let's not argue.
No.
I hope all goes well with you. I was sorry to hear about Roy. You know, I didn't have much time for him. I always thought him shallow, something of a poser. But then I didn't really know him. Perhaps no one did, except you. How's his wife taking it?
I don't know. I'll see her tomorrow at the memorial service.
Memorial? Oh. So there wasn't ever a body then? That's tomorrow, is it?
Yes. I'll spend a few days in Cambridge.
Good. That'll do you good. You seem to have been happiest there.
I was happiest with you.
Lewis. I'm not going to eat. I'm leaving now. I think that would be best. What will you do?
I'll have some lunch, then walk back to the office. It's a nice, clear afternoon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I was lying awake in my old Cambridge rooms next morning when Bidwell, my servant, pulled up the blind. The room was filled with bright May sunshine. When I went out into the court, the smell of wisteria, with pitiless intensity, brought back other mornings in May. I have no wistful recollection of childhood. For me, the lost and moated land was my time as a young Cambridge fellow in Roy Calvert's company. His spirited ranting while we walked in the fields outside the town, the elegance of his bowling, the rapture with which he studied ancient manuscripts, that was the music that accompanied my belated youth. Now, as the war moved to its crescendo, I was to be catapulted to the very centre of national life. On that sad May morning, I could have no inkling of the risks ahead, or of the prizes to be won.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by Adam Godley and Roy Calvert by Adam Levy. Margaret Davidson was Juliet Aubrey. Hector Rose, Rupert Vansittart. Rosalind, Anne-Marie Duff, and Houston Egger, Peter Marinka. Gilbert Cook was played by Anthony Calf, Willie Romantowski by Kenneth Collard, and Betty Vane by Carla Simpson. The narrator was David Haig. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Jeremy Howe and Sally Avens.
Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with David Haig as Lewis Eliot and Tim McInerney as Martin Eliot. The New Men, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
My story is about power and the exercise of power. For 15 years, as a barrister, a Cambridge Don, and now as a civil servant, I had seen how people, whether at the highest pinnacle of authority in Westminster or merely in a clerk's office, play the strings that give them power and influence over other people. Our lives were turned upside down when we were plunged into the most terrifying war in history. And yet those around me were still jockeying for position and trying to outsmart each other. My war was spent locked in the race against the Germans to split the atom. It was the greatest adventure of my life, the biggest thing I had ever been involved in. I suppose you would say I was the crucial link between the nuclear research facility at Barford and Whitehall. On the one hand, I was struggling to keep our scientists under some semblance of control, among them my brother Martin and my former Cambridge colleague Walter Luke. On the other, I fought to keep my masters in government convinced that nuclear research was a vital initiative. On an April evening in 1943, I arrived at the hangar at Barford, where the atomic pile, a huge concrete cube, loomed like an Eastern religious monument. Luke, unkempt and with his windsheeter tucked into his belt, looking like a deranged mental patient, pounced on me.
Well, Lewis, we're in a hell of a bloody mess. Got a broken bloody switch on the control rods.
Can't you replace it?
Yes, but it means knocking out some of the brickwork to get to it.
Can't you start up without it?
No, the control rods are a safety measure. We can't start up the pile without them. Oh, here comes your brother. Do you see, if the pile gets too hot, then the control rods automatically shut the whole thing down.
Otherwise, the pile will melt through to the Earth's core, spewing a jet of vaporized uranium into the atmosphere as it goes. Morning, Lewis.
Morning, Martin.
Walter, the radio engineers say they can improvise a switch that will allow us to start up the pile.
How long will it take them to replace the switch properly so we can run without worrying?
4 days.
Damn! Where are they?
Over there, outside your office.
I want to talk to them.
I was thinking you might want to sit in the control room once we start up. You can watch how things go from there. As we pour in the heavy water, the neutron flux will rise, and we've marked the point on the graph where the pile should start running. It's going to be a great moment once the chain reaction has started.
I've made my decision, and I know it won't make me popular.
What will you do?
There are some risks that aren't worth taking. I'm going to let them put in a new switch mechanism.
We said we'd be running on the 22nd of April.
Well, now we should be running on the 26th.
That's a shame from the public relations point of view.
You'd better look after the military. You're good at that sort of thing. We'll give them some fireworks around tea time on the 26th.
It would be best for the project if you started up today. There are quite enough risks already. I think Walter is right. We'd better get it sorted out first.
Well, let's hope the Germans have problems finding a good electrical contractor too. Somehow I think that's unlikely though, don't you? Martin went off to play politics, and I decided to duck out for the evening. So I caught a bus into Warwick to spend the evening in a pub. I was surprised to run into one of the younger Barford researchers, Sawbridge. Evening, Sawbridge.
Ah.
You haven't gone AWOL, surely? What about this problem with the control rods?
Ah, not my department.
I thought every man was vital.
That's usually true. Just not tonight.
I wish I had your ability to switch off the worry button.
Oh, I haven't switched it off. I usually drink in the Queen's Arms, but it caught a stray bomb. This place is a dead loss. No women.
I suppose they must have been looking for Coventry.
What?
The bombers. You were at school with my brother, weren't you?
Yes. I can't say I retain any affection for Leicester, though.
I knew some very remarkable people in Leicester. Have you ever heard of a fellow called Roy Calvert?
Calvert? The shoe factory man?
His son.
He was killed, wasn't he? He was at Cambridge with you and Martin.
He was my best friend. We were fellows at the same college.
That'll soon be all over, don't you think?
What? Friendship?
Cambridge, with all its privilege and back-scratching.
I'm not sure I understand you.
Well, I expect the atomic bomb to help us towards a fairer world. But for that to happen, all our allies will have to get it at roughly the same time.
Are you referring to the Russians?
They are our allies, you know. They've been far more important in this war than the bloody Americans.
Someone once invited me to join the Communist Party.
Well, what did you say?
No.
Why? Couldn't quite see yourself on the barricades?
No, she was standing me lunch at the Ritz, and she was paying. Do you want another drink?
Don't mind if I do. Oh, good. A couple of girls. They look easily impressed, Eliot. Shall we have a go? That's one good thing about the war. The girls are always up for it.
Sawbridge's sarcasm grated on me, so I finished my drink and left. Arriving at my London office next day, I found a message waiting. Sir Hector Rose, my Whitehall head of department, gave his compliments and requested that I might spare the time to call on him. I went to see him at once.
Hyacinths? Ah, yes. I've promised myself to try and renew them every day.
That must be difficult. I thought everyone was supposed to have turned his garden over to food.
Oh, I'd rather have the hyacinths, wouldn't you? I decided I was letting standards drop, and one must not allow that. I assume you won't be reporting me to Scotland Yard. You know, you can always find a chop if you know where to look. Now, would you like a cigarette?
Not just now, thank you, Sir Hector.
Eliot, the matter I have to talk to you about is rather delicate.
I shouldn't worry just yet. Luke seems very confident. I think they'll only be delayed a few days.
Obviously, this switch business is a disappointment. The impression around here is that Barford is faltering.
I see.
And, of course, it doesn't help that Walter Luke treats military observers like idiots. Perhaps you might remind him which side his bread is buttered. I can keep you afloat for now, but this new atomic pile had better work. Now then, that isn't all I wanted to talk to you about. There's something else, concerning your brother, Martin.
What's happened?
Well, he's done some very good work, as far as I can make out. But some people around here think he should be removed from the project.
I don't believe it.
Well, he was brought in on your advice. Naturally, I understand your feelings. But you must try to be objective in this matter. The security chaps tell me his wife seems to be having an affair.
Ah.
With someone in London.
I see. Well, apart from the moral issue, what's the problem? The war has changed things. Affairs are commonplace.
Perhaps, but Martin is working on our most sensitive weapons project. We can't allow security to be compromised by a senior research scientist's wife.
I see.
I'd be very sad if we had to sack him.
But if there's any possibility the Germans might make a nuclear device first, then we can't afford to sacrifice anyone. Least of all Martin.
Everyone is expendable.
You're not serious?
Oh, yes, I am. Absolutely. But I expect we can keep him on, provided you find out who she's playing around with, so we can have a word with him. And, of course, it's got to stop.
Yes.
Have you considered that whatever she's up to might be having a bad effect on Martin?
I'm sure if what you say is true, then he might be feeling pretty low.
So, he hasn't said anything to you?
No. No. I'll talk to Irene, and I'll let you know how I get on.
Well done, Lewis. Good luck.
I returned to Barford the next evening and stayed at Martin's house. I awoke in the morning at the sound of raised voices in the kitchen downstairs.
What time did you get in last night?
About 1, I think.
It was 2:30.
Sorry, I was busy trying to win the war. It's not as if I'm having a fair.
What's that supposed to mean?
What's for breakfast?
You knew perfectly well I'd had other men before we married.
Nothing, then. Oh, don't worry, I'll get something in the canteen.
Well, it didn't matter to you then. Why does it matter now?
Who says it didn't matter? Irene, I don't work these hours because I like it, but I'd work 24 hours a day if I were able. We don't have a choice about this war. Winning isn't optional. The Nazis will shoot us, Irene. I don't know why you can't get that through your thick head.
You take that back.
What, the Nazis might shoot us?
I'm not a stupid person, Martin.
Then stop acting like one.
How dare you?
Oh, don't get on your high horse. You were an office girl by day and something I won't name by night, with too much education for your own good. I offered you a meal ticket in return for a little love and loyalty. For God's sake, woman, sort yourself out and get on with it.
I've decided the fact you can talk to me like this means you must hate me.
Oh, of course I don't hate you.
You act as though you do.
And the other thing you keep forgetting is, if we're lucky enough to win this war, then I'll need to earn a living afterwards. If we do get a bomb, then I'll be one of its keepers. And that means a real future for all three of us. I'm not going to let that go. You can bugger off if you like, but I'll get my son, and we'll be living in style while you're on your own.
I don't know what makes you think you could look after him. You're never home. You forgot his birthday. I don't honestly believe you could pick him out in a nursery.
Shut up.
Don't speak to me like that.
Shut up! Good. I'll see you later. And for God's sake, don't ask me when.
Morning, Irene.
Oh, morning, Lewis.
Will you be watching the start-up today?
No. I've taken over as supervisor in the comms hut. I won't be able to get away.
How was the baby last night?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
I put him with friends for a couple of days. We're very busy trying to make sense of some decoded German research material.
Ah, I see.
Can I ask you something?
Certainly.
Do you like me?
Of course.
I can't bear it when people don't like me, you know.
You're a very easy person to like. But you can't have it both ways, can you?
What do you mean?
You can't have security, children, and still act like a free agent. Look, it's awful for me to have to say this, but you're having an affair, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Who loose as I am.
The war has done some strange things to people, working all day, all night, and feeling afraid so much of the time. It isn't exactly a recipe for happiness. People get their pleasure, and indeed love, where they can.
Well, I'm trying to get my share with Martin.
That may be so, but there have been rumours you're seeing someone else. Barford is nasty in that way. And the powers that be can't ignore rumours, I'm afraid.
I don't like the people here. Martin's scientists follow his example. They treat me as though I'm a fool. When I ask him to spend an evening with a baby and me, he just looks blank. Like I'm saying something stupid and impossible. Sometimes I go into Stratford just for a drink, just to get away, but I'm not seeing anyone else.
I hope not. I know Martin can be bloody tiresome, but his work is the most secret and potentially the most important of the entire war effort. The government won't take risks. If you were having an affair, then it might result in you, your lover, and Martin, for that matter, all three of you ending up in jail.
Oh.
Now, I'm not joking, Irene.
The problem is, my past has sort of come back to haunt me.
I presume you mean a man?
Do you know a fellow called Edgar Hankins?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I knew him very well about 10 years ago.
I loved him very much. He was always very kind, and I ought to have made him marry me. I believe it was a mistake to marry Martin. I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to be unpleasant. It's the truth, and right now I wish it wasn't.
And Hankins has resurfaced, has he?
In a manner of speaking.
I can understand why things are difficult for you, Irene, but I have to know what you intend to do.
Nothing. It's just a silly fantasy. I have a baby now, and I'm not going to go off with Hankins, so you don't have to worry.
Do you mean that?
Yes.
Well, I very much hope you can stick to it, Irene. For all our sakes. Within 10 minutes, we were strolling along the footpath to the laboratories. Irene was groomed as though nothing were more impossible than a scene. Then I walked straight out of a glorious Warwickshire spring morning and into the hangar and the presence of the great pile. The younger scientists, filled with triumphant anticipation, swung the large vacuum flasks containing heavy water as they strolled back from the depot on the edge of the airfield. By 7 o'clock in the evening, there were several hundred flasks ready next to the pile.
Guess how much each of these flasks cost? It's about £2,000. Twice as much as your flat is worth, I reckon. And that pile is engineered to 1,000th of an inch. The metals are as analytically pure as any metals ever have been. And now, I'm going to slop heavy water in it as though I'm filling up a bath with buckets.
Martin?
Yes?
I know this probably isn't a good time, but I don't know when would be. I need to talk to you about Irene.
What about her?
She's very unhappy, you know.
Did she put you up to this?
No. The point is, your work is too important to be disrupted by a separation or something of the sort. Besides, I think if you were to make more of an effort, you could both be much happier.
I don't need marriage guidance from you, Lewis.
Are you sure?
I'll tell you what I tell her. I'm trying to win the sodding war here. That's my priority. If she's too shallow to stick by me, then that's just tough.
Who for?
For both of us.
So you don't want her to leave you, then?
Oh, what's the matter with you? Of course I don't want her to go.
Well, I think she might.
That's enough! From now on, Lewis, I'd be pleased if you'd keep your nose out of things. You made enough of a cock-up of your own marriage, didn't you? So don't try to bugger up mine into the bargain. One thing you can be sure of, I won't drive my wife to committing suicide. Now, let's get on with the business in hand, shall we? Now, where's that slide bastard Sawbridge?
What's the matter with him?
Oh, nothing. It's just another thorn in my side. Arrogant sod, never around when I need him, always slinking off back to the lab.
I ran into Sawbridge the other night in Warwick.
Bad luck.
He's a bit of an awkward customer.
He might be more than that.
What do you mean?
Oh, I can't be bothered with him just now. We've got bigger fish to fry.
The incredible demands and prizes of the race to achieve the A-bomb was to produce a new kind of man, a Nietzschean figure, committed to taming the cosmos and ruthlessly achieving his own ends. A new man. I suspected Martin was becoming one of them. By 7:30, there were about 70 people in the hangar, perhaps a third of them Whitehall and military.
Anything stopping you?
Nothing at all.
Then let's get started.
For an hour, it was anticlimax.
A quarter full.
Keep going. We've got a flicker, but not what you'd call a reading.
That's all right, though, isn't it?
Yes, we're fine for now. Keep going.
One of the junior scientists took a reading and made a mark on a graph. It was almost exactly where Walter Luke had plotted it should be. As the heavy water rose, they poured more slowly. Then when it was half full, another reading put them dead on time.
Slowly now. Only when I say. No, wait. Martin, look at this.
The two of them watched the dials intently for 5 minutes. Then Walter Luke threw himself back into his chair, utterly dismayed.
God in heaven, it's another bloody flop! Damn, damn, damn!
Calm down, Walter.
If only we'd made the whole thing bigger.
Well, we didn't.
How bad is it?
It couldn't be worse.
Sod it, it isn't going to work. Turn off the power. Get them organised to separate the rods.
Hold on, Walter. Let's think this thing through.
Shut up, Martin. For once, can't you just do as I say without arguing?
No, as a matter of fact, if you cocked up again, then it won't be just you out of a job.
Damn it! If I made the whole thing 50% bigger, then whatever went wrong, it still would have worked.
Well, why didn't you bloody well say that 5 months ago? Now we'll be lucky if we get another penny from Barford.
What in God's name is stopping the neutrons?
The heavy water is right, the electronics are right, the engineering is right.
I only hope the Germans make bloody fools of themselves too. I tell you, we're as near as a kiss on the hand.
The uranium is right.
But it can't bloody be, can it? It has to be the uranium, because something left in it is stopping the nukes.
Well, maybe.
That's it.
Well, there are other possibilities too.
No, that's it.
Lewis, do you think the Whitehall brigade out there have realised we're kaput?
I expect so. Besides, Walter has been shouting rather a lot.
I'd better go out and tell them what's happening.
No, I've made enough of a fool out of you already. I'll do it.
Thanks for coming back to London so quickly. I gather the Barford project has flopped.
The project hasn't flopped. Just this particular attempt at getting a working reactor.
Well, that's very unfortunate.
Of course it is. But the game isn't over.
This is the second attempt at a viable reactor, and it has failed. Our masters are now inclined to shut Barford down and forget about it.
This is the most important single element of our wartime research, and they're going to shut it down.
The feeling is that Dr. Luke and his comrades have led us up the garden path. Why shouldn't we send a few of them to join the American project and usefully redeploy the others? What do you think the government ought to do?
I don't think we should break up Barford. Surely we ought to do the opposite. Most of the scientists at Barford believe the pile will work. In fact, they say there's still a chance it might work very soon. If that's going to happen, then we need to give Walter Luke more money, and I'm afraid more scientists too.
We're talking double or quits. Is that right?
Yes. If the Germans get the atomic bomb first, then the war will be over. Instantly. The Americans will certainly have it soon, and some of the Barford people reckon the Soviets won't be far behind. Walter Luke thinks that after the war, the world will be divided into those with a bomb and those without. Don't you think the government needs to consider what it wants for Britain?
This is rather awkward. I'm going to have to think very carefully. I need to be convinced myself if I'm going to present Luke's case with conviction.
We're going to need to rebuild this country. Whatever happens with the bomb, nuclear power generation might be invaluable to this country's economy.
Well, I don't think our masters have seriously considered that issue.
Well, according to Walter Luke, they're going to have to.
Well, I'm indebted to you, and I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your valuable time. Oh, by the way, did you get anything out of your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Who's the man in the case?
Edgar Hankins. He's a Shakespeare expert currently working for the BBC.
Ah. Is she going to carry on with the affair, or is she going to settle down?
It's not really an affair, just unfinished business, backdated to before Martin and she were married. She assures me nothing will come of it. And we shouldn't be concerned.
Do you believe her?
Yes, I do. I arrived home shattered and depressed. My mood didn't particularly improve when I received a worried telephone call from my brother Martin in Barford.
Lewis, what are they saying?
It doesn't look good.
If they don't invest, it won't happen. Letting us drift on with too few resources won't work.
I've made the point as best I can.
How soon will we get an answer?
I don't know.
Listen, are you free tonight?
Yes? Why? Are you coming down?
No, but Irene is in London. At least I think she is. She might pay you a visit.
What do you mean? Has something happened?
We've had a row. It's not the ordinary sort. A terrible row. She left saying she'd spend a few days in London. She'd told me to stay out of her hair and that she'd probably speak to you.
I really hope this doesn't back up on us all, Martin.
I know. I shouldn't have lost my temper, but I can't change that now. If she does turn up, will you tell her I'm sorry?
Of course. So you do want me to save your marriage after all?
I suppose I do, yes.
How serious is this, really? Has she left you?
I don't know. You'll have to tell me. I'll telephone tomorrow to find out what happened.
Later that night, I was reading in my sitting room when the doorbell rang. Irene.
Don't think I'm very popular, Lewis.
Would you like a whiskey?
Yes, please. A small one. I don't want to fall asleep.
Are you going to tell me what's happening? Have you left Martin?
Not yet. But I have done something. And now I don't feel I have anywhere else to go, you see?
And what is it that you need from me?
I'm expecting a telephone call. I need somewhere where I can wait for it. May I use your telephone?
It's in the hallway. I could feel her excitement and impatience. She went into the hallway and dialed. She spoke loudly, as if unable to control her voice.
Mrs. Whelan, it's me again. Is Mr. Hankins back yet? Not yet. All right, Mrs. Whelan. I've got a telephone number where he can reach me. I'll be here for a few hours, at least until 1 o'clock.
So that was it. Martin had pushed her too far, and she'd finally decided to make a serious play for Edgar Hankins.
You heard that?
Yes, I did.
You don't mind, do you?
Not as much as I should, Irene. You know, if you decide to take up with Hankins again, you'll have to cut yourself off from Martin immediately and completely. Otherwise Barford will be damaged, and he'll certainly lose his job. And you should know the police will take both Hankins and you in for questioning.
I meant what I said about staying away from Edgar. But after the way Martin spoke to me, I just feel numb, as if nothing really matters. So I might as well have what I want for once.
I was going to make some supper. Are you hungry? I made us a supper of bread and black market cheese and pickle. She ate like a bird, too nervous to chew properly. We talked about her little boy.
I know it's absurd and a little shocking, really.
What is?
I didn't like my baby at first. I knew it was a mistake to marry Martin, and now the baby means it will be 100 times more difficult to leave him.
When I married Sheila, I knew I wouldn't ever be free again.
We will hear the telephone if it rings, won't we? Was it wrong to marry Martin when I knew I still loved someone else?
Yes, I think it was. Wrong all round. It rang twice. She jumped out of her seat on both occasions. But the first call was for me, and the second was a wrong number. I was unable to judge her. There was between us the simple animal comradeship of those who wait beside the telephone, wait for the post to come, wait in the darkened street watching for someone's light to go out before they can go home to rest. Irene?
Yes?
Were you asleep?
No, I don't don't think so.
It's 2:30.
I don't suppose he'll telephone now.
I don't expect so. You can stay in the spare room.
That's it.
Martin knew you'd come here this evening. I think he was trusting you to get all this out of your system.
I suppose he was, yes.
If Hankins had telephoned, would you have gone to him?
I doubt it. Although I'd like to believe I could have.
Even if it meant losing your baby? I think by not telephoning, he's sending you a message, don't you?
I expect so. Yes. I think that's what I needed.
I was finally satisfied it was over, and I didn't need to say anything more about it to Sir Hector Rose. Work was progressing on the new pile, but Walter Luke was using up his Barford budget and materials very fast, and he needed to know when he could get more. Rose must have put together an astonishingly good case, because a few weeks later Walter Luke was told he could have what he needed. Then, while all Barford was cooling its heels waiting for the pile to be rebuilt, a real scandal came to light. A research paper had got loose, meaning a copy had been slipped to the Russians. I was visited by one Captain Smith, who was in his 50s, tall, lean and athletic, and possessed the most artificial smile I had ever seen.
I've been told there's a bit of trouble. Now, we don't want anyone blotting his copybook, do we? So I'm going to have a little conflab with some of our friends at Barford.
I didn't think anything very serious had got out.
Serious or not, this is a significant incident.
What do you mean?
You see, if one thing gets out, another can too. That's why we get all hot and bothered in security. Do you know anything about a young man called Sawbridge?
I was present when he was interviewed. Other than that, I've only spoken to him once, in a pub in Warwick.
I thought you might have known him from Leicester.
Sawbridge's family lived close to mine. Having said that, it was 1927 when I left Leicester, which means he could only have been 8 or 9 years old.
A few dicky birds have been singing, and we've got an idea that young man may not have been altogether sensible. Sawbridge attended anti-war meetings organised by the Communist Party in 1940.
So did several of the Barford chaps.
And last year, too. I'm afraid it looks like he's gone off the rails.
The situation at Barford was further complicated by some scientists who were openly expressing unease at the moral questions surrounding the atom bomb. The idea we might incinerate vast swathes of civilians had finally dawned on them.
They're not going to down tools, are they?
No. Walter Luke is perplexed by the moral dimension too, but he's determined to get the thing built.
Good, because I won't be able to fight their corner any more with our masters if there's a possibility they will do something silly. Oh, these scientists talk too much. Anyone would think they were back in their student days, not fighting a war. But thank you, Eliot. I'm grateful that you're keeping me in the picture. So, what about this bomb?
What about it?
What's really going to happen?
I believe we'll get it.
So you think it'll work?
Yes, I do.
What about the Americans? Don't you think they'll get it first?
Perhaps, but that won't stop us getting our own bomb.
Good. So, the Barford people will pull it off.
I believe Walter Luke will give us a bomb, yes.
I feel obliged to ask. Is everything sound as far as your sister-in-law's wandering eye is concerned?
Yes, I'm sure we're in the clear.
I was going to suggest, if this chap Hankins resurfaced, you should perhaps confront him yourself. Tell him to his face to get lost.
I'm sure that won't be necessary.
If he had cropped up again, I think it would have been up to you to stop the affair. You might have offered him some titbit, or warned him if he didn't let her go, we'd make him unemployable after the war. You know, if it were up to our masters, they'd probably have him shot and be done with it.
2 nights later, I was hurrying through the blackout in a freezing fog when I passed a couple, and as I walked on, the woman called after me.
What are you running away for?
Sorry, who's that?
It's me, Lewis. Irene.
Hello, Lewis. Hankins. I don't understand.
I'd have thought it was obvious, old chap.
Please don't go, Lewis.
This sort of thing happens all the time these days.
Irene, I thought you and I understood that you couldn't see Hankins. This is terrible.
Part of me understands all that, and part of me can't help myself.
Irene tells me you were hinting we might become some sort of security issue. For my money, I'd say that was ridiculous.
I can't really talk about it. I'm just very, very disappointed.
Of course.
But you mustn't worry about Irene. She doesn't tell me Martin's secrets.
I'm loyal, you see, Lewis. On that score, at least.
I heard you're in line for a senior job at the BBC. Do you think you'll get it?
If that's some sort of threat, I'm afraid you're too late. It was offered to me today. Irene, now Lewis is here. Would you mind awfully if I went off to my meeting?
You go ahead.
Thanks. Besides, it'll give you two a chance to mull things over. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Edgar.
What are you going to do now?
I had to see him.
And I have to remind you, if you don't do something decisive, then it will be the end of your husband's career.
Fine, we both know where we stand.
So what will you do?
I don't know.
I moved quickly, and without telling Irene, I invited Edgar Hankins to dine with me a few days later.
You filled out a bit, Eliot. So have I, of course.
I think the years have been kind to you, Hankins. I heard you on the radio the other day. You were very interesting.
Kind of you to say so.
What will you have?
Oh, the mixed grill, I think, as you're paying. I'd be interested to see what they've managed to scrounge up.
A mixed grill and a cheese omelette, please.
Anything to drink?
Hankins?
A Mackerson, I think.
Ginger beer, please.
Thank you.
So, what's your pitch?
Are you chasing Irene, or is she chasing you?
A bit of both, really. A while ago, when she'd just had the kid, I got in touch with her. Things weren't going well in my life. I was a bit down, what with the war and all. The old ego needed a massage, so to speak. She was more enthusiastic than I expected. Unhealthily so, really. I thought better of it and let things go.
I know. She waited all night for you to call.
Did she? Really? You see what I mean?
She was waiting at my house.
Gosh, I had no idea.
So I take it you don't love her?
No, sadly. Although I know she'd like it if I did.
How would you feel if I said there was a matter of national security to be considered?
I'd say what I've said before, that you're exaggerating.
Are you planning to go off with Irene?
My conscience says no, Eliot. But to be honest, if it's being offered on a plate, then I feel it's peculiar to turn it down. I don't expect we would last, but I reckon we'd have some fun.
Look, I shouldn't really tell you this, but I can see I have no alternative. My brother is in the middle of a very tense situation. A major scientific advance which is hedged in by political complications. He has to succeed if the Allies are to bring about a speedy resolution to the war. If you spirit Irene away, then the government might simply take him off the job.
Surely the truth is he'd be better off without her.
No, I don't believe that.
You're making all this up, are you?
No. I promise.
I'm not actually sure she would go away with me, mind you. In fact, I thought she might be trying it on, wanting to know she could if she would, so to speak.
There you are, then. There's nothing to be gained and a lot to lose.
I'm not a bastard, Lewis.
I didn't think you were.
But I don't quite know how I gain by telling her to get lost.
I can offer you something in the New Year honours list.
Really?
An OBE.
Oh, that's very good. Well, given I don't think our relationship can come to anything, it seems sensible to let her go. I'll send her a note at her aunt's. I'll tell her to go back to Barford, that I won't see her again.
Does that mean you're finally drawing a line under the relationship?
Yes, Lewis, I suppose it does.
Thank you.
Ah, here's our food.
I received a letter from Irene a few days later. It simply said, "Please don't worry anymore, Lewis. I have surrendered." It upset me immensely. Sheila, my first wife, had loved many men, but not me. When her mental disorder made it plain she needed someone to look after her and would marry me for that purpose, that was the very word she used. Surrender. By September 1944, the flying bombs had stopped and Allied troops were advancing from the beachheads of Normandy. The news was of heavy German resistance, and I was desperate to hear when the attempt would be made to start up the second atomic pile. One night, at the end of the month, I was awakened by the telephone after having fallen asleep in my chair.
Hello?
Hello. Lewis?
Martin, is that you?
Yes. It's all right.
I'm sorry, what's all right?
The pile began to run an hour ago. 0305 hours the night of the 27th to the 28th of September, just for the record.
Why didn't you let me know you were going to try?
Well, we weren't planning to start her up. Walter Luke took us through a kind of dress rehearsal. Then when everything seemed to be going well, he just said, "Right, let's go for it." The chain reaction is amazing. We were still filling the pile when Walter said we'd switch on.
So, how do you feel?
Elated. It's the best feeling ever. It's ironic, considering what we've invented.
Will we get a bomb out of this?
Unless the Germans pull something out of the hat.
You don't believe they could still manage it, do you?
Oh, I don't know.
And what about the Russians? Doesn't it worry you the way the Sawbridge issue has been allowed to drift?
Oh, it isn't drifting at all, Lewis. Something still needs to be done. But not yet.
Martin met me at the station the next afternoon. I could read the happiness and triumph on his face. I was struck by the curious, sinister emptiness of the hangar and the threatening presence of the pile.
Listen to her.
Extraordinary. Hello, Walter. Hello, Lewis. This is better, don't you think?
It's a relief. Certainly.
The real issue now is exactly how soon we can finish the job off. After all, it won't be much use if we can't get a bomb sorted out pretty damn quick.
We've done a calculation that suggests we should have turned enough uranium into weapon-grade plutonium within 150 to 200 days.
That's a margin of 50 days. It's not very accurate, I'd have thought.
Oh, well, this is the beginning of the science. Just at the moment, I'd prefer to call it glorified guesswork.
We'll have the plutonium in March of 45, I reckon.
Oh, I think March is over-optimistic, Walter.
I'll get that stuff out by Easter if it's the last thing I do. Don't look so worried, Martin. I'm not going to expect anyone else to stick their hands in that nasty stew.
Why should they have to?
This may be the most advanced science man has ever achieved, but it still needs bods to get in there and handle the stuff. When Galileo was making his instruments, he used to mould the soft glass with his bare hands. People said they could smell his flesh burning. Now, the uranium comes in ingots, in a casing that has to be removed once the process is complete. We can't do it by magic, and we don't have robots, so we've got to do it ourselves.
Martin's research concluded that not only was plutonium a radiation hazard, it was also likely to be a chemical poison. Luke's team experimented with various divers' suits as protective clothing, and Sawbridge developed articulated tongs to allow manipulation of the uranium ingots from behind a shield. I was interested to note that Martin was receiving a great deal of attention. Whitehall types found him easy to talk to and soon preferred him to Luke's robustness. In January 1945, Martin and Irene stood me a New Year dinner in a borrowed flat across the road from Hyde Park.
It's been wonderful to see the light streaming across the snow. It's like emerging from 5.5 years of continual night.
I'm very impressed, Irene.
Oh? How do you mean?
It's good to see things have settled down between Martin and yourself.
But it's still not entirely easy, you know.
I'm sure.
Sorry, Lewis, this bow tie business still defeats me. Has Irene offered you a drink?
Of course.
Yes, I'm fine.
It's a nice view, isn't it? Shame the flat isn't ours.
I'm sure you could have something like it one day.
Roll on normality. We're none of us getting any younger. We were talking about Cambridge at tea time.
Apparently it's 6 years since I met you in Cambridge, Lewis, and made a fool of myself trying to be amusing. I'll check supper. By the way, it's my New Year resolution.
What is?
Not to make a fool of myself again.
Will you go back to Cambridge, Lewis?
I haven't thought that far ahead. It doesn't feel like the war is won quite yet. The Germans are fighting street by street.
Haven't you made plans, then?
Not really.
Cheers.
Cheers. I noticed some Havanas on the mantelpiece. You don't usually smoke cigars.
No, but it's nice to feel a little bit of confidence for a change.
You're doing well.
I'm going to do better. I'm determined to have a real career after the war, Lewis.
Good. I can see things have come together between Irene and yourself.
Yes, indeed. I just hope she can keep it up. You know, I feel as though I've never, ever had enough.
What of?
Anything. I got a pretty bad start, didn't I?
We both did.
But I've always been worse off.
Why?
I had you to live up to. I know you helped me get into Barford, but I don't believe you thought I'd make a real go of it.
Of course I did.
I know I haven't been as good to Irene as she deserved. But I can't say that to her. She'd only quote it back at me the next time we had a row.
Perhaps that's the kind of risk you need to take, if you're going to make things work. You and Irene will have to be patient with one another.
It's easier said than done.
We are what we are. And most of the time, we do the best we can.
I knew what I was marrying, and I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised if she kicked at the stable door now and then. By the way, did you see the paper?
Why?
There, under births and marriages.
To Dr. Geoffrey and Mrs. Margaret Hollis, a son.
Sorry. I didn't want to tell you, but I thought it would be best to get it over with.
I didn't know.
No, I thought not. Do you still miss Margaret?
The war has helped. The work has been absorbing. But there are nights I can't sleep for thinking about her.
Life's a compromise, Lewis. You ought to find someone.
Margaret and I had been in love. It had happened some time after the death of my first wife, whose mental illness and suicide left me afraid of making the commitment Margaret needed. She left me and married a young doctor, and the birth of their child came as a real shock. I had thought my emotions were under control, but the news conjured pictures in my mind. She and I in bed on Saturday afternoons. She with Geoffrey Hollis instead. And so on. I was tormented and barely slept for a whole week. Then a new crisis blew up at Barford. Sawbridge and Luke entered the hot lab one morning in March to start decanting the converted plutonium.
What's the matter? Sawbridge!
I've tried to see. I think it's the casing around one of the ingots. It's split open. And it's fragmented inside. I don't know why, but Walter has it out.
Sawbridge! Sawbridge, are you there?
Yes!
What are you doing? I can't hear you. I'm coming in.
No! I'm all right. Walter is on the floor. He's fainted.
For heaven's sake, get him out, quick as you can.
I've got him. I'm pulling him out. I've got about 15 feet to go.
you doing?
I'm at the door!
I'll send someone to help you out.
No! I'll hold on to Walter on the steps, get the hoses on us before anyone comes near. This is it, Martin. There's no denying it. We got a saturation dose this time.
They were rescued, but were soon seriously ill. Although, to the observer, initially all that could be detected was severe sunstroke. 3 other men were under observation after they helped Luke and Sawbridge into the showers for scrubbing down. Looking back, our knowledge of what needed to be done was pathetic.
The intelligence people have had us incommunicado.
How are Luke and Sawbridge?
Well, they seem to be relatively okay for the first couple of days. Now, Walter Luke is vomiting, he has diarrhea, blood spots under the skin. His white blood cell count is nosediving, and his gums are bleeding.
I travelled straight to Barford, but was not allowed to see Walter Luke. He was very depressed and refusing visitors. Then, just as I was about to leave for London again, I received a telephone call from his sickbed.
I'd like everyone who's talked about using the nuclear bomb to have a look at me now. If ever one went off, this is precisely what would happen to everyone who wasn't killed outright. There are enough diseases in the world, Eliot. It's no business of science to produce a new one.
29 days after the exposure, Walter Luke was brighter. The bleeding had lessened, and I was allowed a visit.
I've got a bone to pick with you, Lewis.
What's that?
We must have more bods.
As I moved around the hospital screens, I saw him for the first time. He was pale, as though drained of blood, emaciated, his cheeks fallen, and his neck like an old man's. There were ulcers on the side of his mouth. Bald patches shone where his hair was falling out.
I'm not joking, Lewis. We need more scientists, or it just isn't going to happen. I can't seem to concentrate, you see. You'd better sort it all out with Martin. I may not be good for much when I get out of here.
Nonsense.
Well, for starters, I'm probably sterile. And...
What's the matter? What were you going to say?
There's a strong possibility the radioactivity has got into my bones. No one knows one way or the other. No one can possibly know.
I'm not asleep, you know.
Yeah.
Sawbridge, how are you managing?
I'm all right. Apparently the figures on my chart are very encouraging. I haven't been as bad as him.
I've been worried about you all the same, you bugger.
You like plants too, don't you, Eliot? Well, there's bloody saxifrage in the bottom hedge out there. And it seems bloody early, but there's one bloody spire on the bloody flowering chestnut too. And although the bloody daffs have had it already, there's even a couple of early bloody roses bloody well coming out too.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I'm just wondering how many more springtimes we're going to see, that's all.
Send Martin up this afternoon, will you? I want to know how things are going with the new hot lab. Martin can't pussyfoot around. He'll just have to take over in there this time. There isn't anyone else up to it. And although it's the devil's own work, we've got to get a bomb, right? We must have more bods. Tell them we must have more bods.
As the war with Germany ground to its close, it was clear their efforts at creating a working pile must have failed. There was no German atom bomb. I didn't spend VE night in Trafalgar Square. I went home and slept for 12 hours straight. By the early summer of 1945, Sawbridge was a good deal better, and it was evident that Walter Luke was going to live. Then one morning, near the end of May, Hector Rose called me into his office.
Ah, Eliot. Well, thank you so much for popping along. I've got someone in my office that I'd like you to meet.
Before we do, I just wanted to mention something very quickly.
Indeed.
We spoke about an OBE for Hankins. Could you pop his name on the honours list?
Oh, dear. Is there anything I ought to know?
Not at all. Everything is satisfactorily taken care of.
I look forward to hearing the details. Now, let's go in. Do you remember Dr. Rubin?
Yes, you're the chap from Los Alamos, aren't you?
That's right. This is Louis Eliot. He's been responsible for Barford on behalf of this department. And Dr. Rubin has been sent over to have a word with us.
When did you arrive?
Oh, I got into Northolt about 8 hours ago.
Oh, good Lord, I had no idea. You must be worn out. Have you slept at all?
Don't worry. I wanted to get this done before I went to my hotel. I'm afraid my commission weighs somewhat heavily. I'd like to discharge it as soon as I can.
He has a message which must be conveyed to the Permanent Secretary at once. Says it's from the Washington Defense Department private office, and he can't wait. I've told him he can give his message to us.
It is for your Permanent Secretary and the committee.
Eliot is the best expert we have on the workings of Barford. He'll present your news to the committee, so you'll have to speak up in front of him.
Just so it's understood, this is top secret.
Absolutely.
We've finished construction of the first atomic bomb.
Have you, indeed?
We're going to set it off in the desert as a test.
How many bombs are there?
Several more are being prepared.
Really?
Yes. We'll probably use them against the Japs.
Is that really necessary?
The Jap code means they'd rather die than give in. That means a lot more of our boys are going to get killed. An atom bomb would shut them down overnight.
Has there been any discussion of the moral issues?
Public opinion won't be affronted. And this may be our only chance to test the weapon properly.
Properly?
On people.
What do the other American scientists think?
Same as me, really.
And what is your opinion?
I detest the idea. And it makes me ashamed. But we built it, didn't we? Well, I think that's all I was required to say, so now I can get some sleep, I suppose.
Well, I'm immensely grateful to you, really. Many thanks.
Goodbye, Reuben.
Goodbye, Eliot. I suppose I'll see you in Barford in a few weeks. I've been told to keep clear of the place for a while. I don't envy you, gentlemen. This is the worst box of spiders the world has ever known. And now it'll be up to your kind to save us from it.
The leave season set in as it had not done for 6 years. I allowed myself the great treat of a visit to Lord's. The pavilion was unpainted and had sunk into decay. At 40 and tired, I felt the same. I left the ground, ambled down to Portland Place and wandered into a pub near the BBC. There at the bar stood Hankins. It was from this unlikely and unworthy source that I heard Hiroshima had been obliterated. I drank enough to ensure that I could go home and get straight off to sleep. Then I woke at 4 and couldn't clear my mind. Rubin's words went round and round in my head. The worst box of spiders the world has ever known.
In Strangers and Brothers, Louis Eliot was played by David Haig, Martin Eliot by Tim McInerney, and Walter Luke by Jeremy Swift. Irene was played by Claire Skinner, Sawbridge by Adrian Scarborough, Sir Hector Rose by John Carlyle, and Captain Smith by Sean Baker. Edgar Hankins was Andrew Wincott, and David Rubin, Rolf Saxon. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Sally Avens and Jeremy Howe. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with David Haig as Lewis Eliot. Homecomings, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
It is August 1945, and I am working in Whitehall as chief liaison with Britain's nuclear weapons establishment at Barford. The news that the Americans had beaten Barford to the atom bomb knocked the stuffing out of us. Walter Luke, our chief scientist, had wanted to send a delegation to the States to tell them not to use the bomb in anger, not to let the spider out of the box. Then when the first bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, we were appalled and ashamed. Then the second bomb on Nagasaki left many of us winded. And close on its heels came something which was to make Barford utterly unbearable.
Well, Sir Thomas, this is going to mean the type of publicity we could well do without.
Swine. That's what they are, Rose. Swine.
Now the war was over, we were racing to get our own bombs so Great Britain could hold its ground against the Americans and the Russians. Thomas Bevel, a dyed-in-the-wool Tory, had been brought out of retirement by the Labour administration to chair the committee overseeing this race to the death. He was my boss.
Captain Smith from Intelligence has just been in, Lewis. He's convinced that one of your Barford scientists has been giving away our secrets to the Russians. A fellow who just came back from Canada, apparently. They're going to lock him up right away.
And this chap from Canada isn't the half of it. There's at least one other. They know who he is, but can't get enough evidence.
Evidence? Absurd. We're far too soft in this country, all in order not to risk a little bit of injustice. I tell you, we shall go under if we put too high a price on justice.
Is Sawbridge the second man?
Yes. You know him, don't you?
A little.
Smith said you'd been drinking with him in Warwick.
By accident, once.
Drinking by accident?
I didn't seek the man's company. He isn't much liked, and there have been rumours about him for a while. But you have to remember, Sawbridge distinguished himself by pulling Walter Luke out of the reactor when there was an accident. He's a brave man, and he might well have shortened his own life by that act of heroism.
Is he English?
As English as I am.
And yet he's a traitor.
From our viewpoint. But I expect he imagines himself to be a different kind of patriot.
What are you saying, Eliot?
That I think he deserves to be treated fairly.
Well, I just can't understand what makes a man like that tick. Giving away one's country. I don't care about heroics. If it were in my hands, I'd hang him in Trafalgar Square.
On the 1st of January, 1946, Bevel arrived at Barford so he could sit in with the intelligence officer, Smith. They planned to break the news to the senior scientists that one of their colleagues was almost certainly leaking secrets to the Russians, and ask them if they had any evidence against Sawbridge.
God, it's bloody freezing!
There's no risk of you being overheard.
Pathetic. Why doesn't he want me in there?
Because he thinks you'll lose your temper, Walter.
Well, he's bloody right. The plutonium is nearly ready. We could have a bomb of our own by next summer, so long as we don't get sidetracked by this kind of nonsense. We'll still be ahead of the Russians.
Smith has made it clear the Russians are being kept up to date with our progress.
But is he really sure about Sawbridge? For God's sake, I owe the man my life.
Smith says he's sure that Sawbridge is guilty, but his source is too important to use as evidence.
And so, on that basis, he's prepared to go ahead and ruin Sawbridge's career by telling the rest of the staff. Assuming the man is guilty, which I don't, then it's going to be very odd around here. Everyone knowing, and Sawbridge knowing they know, but having to carry on pretending nothing is wrong. If he's got evidence that proves Sawbridge's guilt, why doesn't he use it?
I assume his source is a Russian who's spying for our side.
God. Really? The atomic age isn't what we expected, is it?
I didn't know what to expect.
A rational, modernist era. Shining stainless steel and world peace. Instead, it's all brinkmanship. All this secrecy stuff, it's the new age of witch-finders.
At the end of the day, Thomas Bevel joined us for a powwow with Captain Smith. We were the trusted few. Walter Luke, my brother Martin, who was Luke's deputy, and I.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a long day. Captain Smith has a few things to say.
My inquiries have concentrated on two main issues. First off, we know Sawbridge is a spy, but I need some concrete evidence so we can lock him up. Secondly, we know for a fact there are 3 spies sending stuff over to the Russians. We've got the chap from Canada, and luckily we've found enough to lock him away.
It was Fanshawe, wasn't it?
What made you say that, Martin?
I suppose you understand nothing said around this table must be allowed to get out.
Yes, of course.
Then yes, Dr. Eliot, it was Fanshawe.
And you reckon you've got Sawbridge down as a cert too? So who's number 3?
We're not sure. We suspect it's an American. Or he may be English but working in another field. The arts, perhaps. There may be a homosexual connection. Anyway, I don't think we'll find him here in Barford.
Thank heavens for small bloody mercies.
The thing that has shocked me is most of the men I've seen today seem very unconcerned about the whole business.
Appalling attitude.
With respect, Sir Thomas, I don't think you've really grasped how things are here. Nagasaki has left our people feeling betrayed, and they're very angry about it.
I had expected a bit more determination, Dr. Luke. Look here. If our people are killed by a Russian bomb, it will be Fanshawe and Sawbridge who are responsible for it.
With respect, sir, that isn't true.
What do you mean?
He means there's no such thing as a scientific secret. I wish you Whitehall chaps would understand that.
It's about time you scientists stopped regarding yourselves as above the rules.
I'm sorry, sir. Up until now, scientists have been pretty much a closed community. They've often solved their research problems by talking them through with one another. They also like showing off to each other when something goes, as we say. It's against all of their instincts to keep a secret. Scientists leak, if I may put it that way. Up until now, anyway.
And your point is?
You can't change a whole culture overnight. I think we have to recognize that a Russian bomb is only a matter of time, and there's nothing we can do to stop it.
The situation stinks, quite frankly.
I was going on to say, just because this is the way things have been, that doesn't mean we can't re-educate our people. Make them understand we need a new rule book, so to speak. One that acknowledges spies really are in our midst, and we need to deal with them. If you're convinced Sawbridge is guilty, that's good enough for me. Frankly, I think we ought to make an example of him.
Victimise him, you mean?
No, I said make an example, and that's what I meant, Walter.
Captain Smith, I assume you've made an attempt to break Sawbridge.
We've had him in.
And how did he bear up?
He's a very tough fellow.
What did he say?
He laughed.
Do you think he'll manage to keep his guard up under serious interrogation?
Hard to tell.
Well, whatever. Reluctantly, I have to say I'd like to see him out of the laboratory before we shut up shop tonight. What's happened today means his continued presence would be a distraction, whether or not he's actually guilty.
Excuse me, Walter, but I don't think that's the right thing to do.
What are you getting at, Eliot?
I suggest the sensible thing is to leave him exactly where he is. How else is he going to incriminate himself? And it might be a smart way of wearing him down.
Could he be kept away from the newest stuff?
We need to make up some excuse. Maybe pull him off onto some ancillary research that isn't sensitive. Could you do that, Dr. Luke?
Perhaps.
Good.
But how in God's name can we be expected to concentrate?
I'll take him into my lab. You won't have to worry.
I think it would be a good idea if I spoke to Dr. Eliot. Perhaps every other day he can let me know how Sawbridge is handling himself. Is that all right?
Yes, fine. And, of course, I'll call if anything out of the ordinary happens.
Here's my card.
Thanks.
Well done. Looks like we've got a plan at last. I wish more of your scientists were like Dr. Eliot here.
Indeed. We're lucky to have him.
Later on, before supper, Martin walked me through his laboratory, knowing Sawbridge would still be at work. Sawbridge knew that he was being watched. He knew all we knew. He was a brave man, and his opaque, sky-blue eyes looked back with contempt.
Well, see you tomorrow. Don't stay up too late.
Night, Martin.
Good night.
In that quiet exchange, I heard a tension which identified these men as enemies. And it was in that moment that I realized Martin had decided to make his name by nailing Sawbridge. The spring came, and Walter Luke was taken into hospital for tests relating to his radiation accident the year before. It wasn't until midsummer that Martin let it be known the first batch of plutonium was ready to test. It turned out to be pure enough for a weapon. Martin invited me for a private visit to the hot lab.
That's yours.
Right. Rubber leggings and jacket on first. Now then, Lewis, once we're in there, you have to be careful. Don't touch anything unless I say you can.
Right.
If the devil himself had wanted to bring a new plague into the world, he couldn't have done better than plutonium.
He took me down a passage marked danger. Then he opened a steel door which gave into a long, thin room with a heavy metal cabinet at the end. Martin opened it and took out a yellow bag about the size of a shopping basket. It was weighed down by a small, heavy object in one corner.
That's plutonium.
It's very heavy. How much is in there?
Not much. Worth about the same as it'll cost to rebuild Coventry Cathedral. Touch it. Put your hand in.
It's hot.
That's through a 16th of an inch of leaded rubber.
It's magical.
That's atomic science, Lewis. Nothing mechanical involved, no applied force. It just does it. Take your hand out.
And the effects aren't cumulative?
The critical factor is dosage. You mustn't get a single high dose of radiation, and not even the tiniest particle of plutonium inside you.
Bevel doesn't think Walter Luke is coming back to Barford.
Let's keep an open mind.
He's going to speak to you. He's going to ask you to be acting scientific head.
I'm not sure I'll be able to accept.
Why not?
We need to resolve the Sawbridge issue. And I don't want to be responsible for a place like this if we haven't got everyone in line. I won't consider the job unless that's agreed.
What do you intend to do?
We've got the plutonium, so the pressure is off. That means we can afford to lose Sawbridge. And a few others, come to think of it. It's time to take Sawbridge in and break him. I want him arrested, and I want to be allowed to interrogate him.
I'll speak to Thomas Bevel. He's dying to lock Sawbridge up.
I may not have been much good in the age of chivalry, back in Cambridge, but I reckon I've got the measure of things now.
The scientist Fanshawe, who'd been in Canada and about whom we'd had the warning, had been arrested. He was tried at the Old Bailey, pleaded guilty, and was given 15 years. The public clamour had taken everyone by surprise. Even so, to my relief, the death sentence was ruled out early on, despite its mention in the press. But a line had been drawn, and it was clear spies were going to face long periods in jail. I received a note from Walter Luke. He wasn't well, and had been transferred to a hospital in Birmingham. What have they said?
It's possible I have bone cancer. Looking back, even a year ago, it's unbelievable that we didn't take more care. Lewis, I wouldn't be surprised if half the scientists at Barford don't die of some radiation-related illness in the next few years. Of course, your brother might be the exception. He's the only one who's taken the risks seriously all along. I think he'd be proved right, as now seems to be the case with so many things.
I doubt he'll take much comfort from that.
I want it known, if I don't get out of here. I reckon Martin should take over as head scientist at Barford.
Really? Are you sure?
What do you mean?
Martin seems a lot tougher than he used to be. Dare I say it, less compassionate?
Of course. He's got it, hasn't he? He's realised a scientist doesn't have to spend his life in threadbare tweeds with only an annual walking holiday to look forward to. He's the new style.
Yeah. I have to admit I do find his company difficult these days.
Martin spends a lot of time considering the odds on practically everything. And the fact is, Barford needs someone with a cool head.
I went into the hot lab with him. I held some plutonium.
Fascinating stuff, isn't it? All power humming in your hand. It costs a fortune, it can ruin a nation, ruin the earth, for that matter. And you held it in your cheap little palm. That's precisely why the bomb needs someone with a cool head, who won't be mesmerised by power. Martin's career wouldn't benefit if the Western world blew itself up. And that's a good thing for the rest of us.
Hector Rose once said he felt events were getting too big for men.
Did he? Maybe he's not such an idiot after all. I wonder if that goes for new men, too. You know, I've been thinking about you as well.
What do you mean?
I want you to promise me something.
What is it?
If I'm not around, I want you to promise me you'll dedicate the next 20 years to making sure no one drops another atomic bomb.
I'll do my best.
You've got that bloody inscrutable Whitehall face on, Lewis. The thing is, you silly bugger, I'm not joking.
I don't know what you mean.
You're close to power, Lewis. Real power. You've even wielded it yourself. Now, I want you to promise me you'll take every opportunity to try to make the world safer, little by little. And when you see a crisis or a chance, then you'll do something about it, whatever the personal cost.
That's a big promise.
Don't tell me you haven't thought about these things before.
Of course I have.
Right. Now I want you to promise you'll look after us. I reckon you could manage 20 years if you set your mind to it.
I'll try.
That's not a promise.
I promise I'll try.
Is that as good as I'm going to get? Guess what else I think about in here?
What?
It's pathetic, I know. And I love my wife and my children, but...
Yes?
I really, really wish I'd been to bed with a lot more women.
A week or so later, Thomas Bevel telephoned me at home on a Saturday morning. He said he had something very hush-hush to discuss and asked me to spend some time with him on the top deck of a number 37 bus.
I've been chased, Lewis.
Who by?
The kind who think they always know better than anyone else. Intellectuals, as they have the impertinence to call themselves. The truth of the matter is, they can make a hell of a lot of noise.
I thought you were going to say the KGB are trying to kill you. What do these intellectuals want?
You remember that traitor Fanshawe?
What about him?
They're asking some silly questions about his trial. Why he pleaded guilty, why the prison term is so long. If you ask me, he's lucky to have got away without being hanged. Shh. A passenger. Do you recognize him? Don't look round. It's all right. He's gone. We need to shut up the moaning menace. That's where you come in.
You want me to talk to them?
No, Lewis. I want you to listen. Listening never does any harm, and talking usually does.
Who do you want me to see?
One of those fellows who writes about pictures. He's something at the National Gallery. His name is Austin Davidson. Have you heard of him, Lewis?
I hadn't ever met Austin Davidson, but I knew a great deal about him. He was the father of Margaret Davidson, the only woman I ever truly loved. She might have married me, but I drove her into the arms of a young doctor called Geoffrey Hollis. They had recently been blessed with a child. I've never met him.
Are you positive about that?
Quite.
He was keen to see you. Gave me to understand that you would be a very acceptable person to talk things over with. I needn't tell you not to give away anything you shouldn't know. Oh, by the way, I've passed on Martin's request to Captain Smith. I'm sure he'll be inviting that blackguard Sawbridge for a chat pretty soon.
When Davison arrived in my office, despite his advancing years, I couldn't help feeling jealous. He sat in one of the armchairs in a manner that recalled the portraits of many famous literary figures. His elegant bone structure gave the impression of a character rather than a real person.
People say you know quite a bit about this Fanshawe business. Is that true?
Yes.
How much do you know?
I'm involved. I can't say more than that.
There are a number of us who aren't prepared to let Fanshawe rot. If the herd starts dictating government policy and legal process, then we're lost. And the war was for nothing. You need to give me some sensible answers to some sensible questions.
Fire away.
Well, to begin with, is this man really guilty? By which I mean, did he perform the acts of treason with which he was charged?
I have no doubt about that.
Why? Do you have some evidence other than his confession, which, after all, might have been obtained under duress?
Yes.
What is it?
I can't tell you. It's a matter of security. All governments must sometimes keep the information upon which they act a secret.
Very convenient, wouldn't you say?
Nevertheless, what I've told you is true.
Then I'll go straight to my second question. Why did he cave in and plead guilty halfway through his trial?
I have often wondered that myself. I don't have an explanation.
Were there threats or inducements?
I do not believe that anything unfair was said or done.
But how can you satisfy me on that score?
I know the men who investigated the case. What they do may seem unattractive to most of us, but I believe they are honest and will have done their best.
Well, 15 years without parole seems to most of us to be a disproportionately savage sentence. Was there any pressure from the government or from Whitehall to suggest he ought to be made an example of?
I do not believe any direct pressure was put on the judge. The most that ever happens is that judges, like the people around them, are sometimes affected by the climate of the moment.
Yes. Well, I doubt there's much more you can tell me. I'm relieved to have found someone who would talk to me straight. I think you should know I was a conscientious objector in the first lot. That means it's often assumed I'm not in favour of security and the like, and that's not true. I'm certainly not in favour of traitors. But what I do especially hate is when a man is victimised because of the political climate. I can't promise anything, but I think my friends may be content to let go of this Fanshawe business. So, would you say that on the whole you are happy about what's been done?
You ought not to think I like what we've done. People of my sort have only two choices in this kind of situation. We can keep out of it and let others do the dirty work, or we get involved in the hope of avoiding the worst excesses of which the times are capable, knowing full well our own hands will be dirty as a result.
Yes. My daughter suggested you would be feeling like that.
How is Margaret?
Oh, she's fine. Listen, Eliot, I know we were nearly intimately connected, but that's all water under the bridge. I confess I was pleased to have a chance to cross swords with you. Margaret still worries about you, you know.
I don't know what to say.
This meeting has made me feel I'd like to know you better. I'm giving a show for 2 new young painters at my house in a fortnight's time. Would that interest you?
Very much.
Then I'd be pleased to see you there.
Meanwhile, Captain Smith invited Sawbridge to Scotland Yard to attend what he called a conference.
Hello, old son. Are you all right?
I'm fine, thanks.
Let's all get round the table, then. You knew Martin and Lewis Eliot before you went up to Cambridge, didn't you?
I knew Martin. Lewis was quite a bit older.
Oh, yes, we peed up against the same wall.
Did we? I don't remember that.
That was a favourite phrase of our old headmaster.
So it was.
I thought it mightn't be a bad idea to have another chinwag.
What's the point at issue?
I wanted to ask about the data the Russians picked up through Fanshawe. The fact is, you know how it got from Nevada to Canada, then to the Russians.
I only know as much as I've been told.
We want you to help us out by filling in some of the details.
There's nothing I can say about that, I'm afraid.
You knew we had a spy on board, didn't you?
I don't know anything more than you do.
Were you in the same network as Fanshawe, or were you being run by somebody else?
I don't know what you mean.
Was your contact a Russian?
Sawbridge was easy and confident, and told us everything he could without incriminating himself. On our side, no one pretended to believe he was innocent. Smith made it crystal clear he wanted Sawbridge to save everyone any more bother by simply admitting the facts.
You were in Birmingham at the corner of Corporation Street and High Street on October 17th, 1943.
No, I wasn't.
I have here a carbon copy of a receipt given to you by a Birmingham bookshop. It proves you were in town.
The date on the receipt is October 22nd. I was in Birmingham on that day, but not on the 17th. Next question?
You took the drawings you'd copied at Barford with you on the 17th, and you passed them to a man on that street corner. You'd hidden them inside a copy of the Birmingham Post, hadn't you?
I wasn't there on the 17th.
All right. Let's get away from the boring stuff for a moment. There's a broader question I'd like to ask you. Can you tell me how it was you were able to give away secrets to your contact, while at the same time being one of Barford's most committed, hard-working scientists? You saved Walter Luke's life, and were, indeed you are, devoted to your craft.
Yes.
What?
I am devoted. I love science. Scientific truth, if you like. But I didn't give away anything to anyone.
Austin Davidson's party fell on the third evening of Sawbridge's incarceration. As the days passed, I became tenser, poised in anticipation of meeting Margaret. There must have been 70 people there, but apart from Davidson, I didn't see anyone I knew. Then at last, I spotted her.
How are you?
There isn't really much to tell.
Tell me what there is.
It could be worse.
You've always put up with things, haven't you?
Believe me, my life is perfectly tolerable.
But...
What?
You were going to say something.
Regarding my life?
Yes.
Well, I suppose there isn't much of it.
I was afraid that might be the case.
Were you?
People often talk about you, you know. This is Geoffrey, my husband. Geoffrey, this is Louis Eliot, an old friend of mine.
Really? Why, what a surprise. Obviously I know who you are. What brings you here?
I've recently had some professional dealings with Mr. Davidson. He invited me to come along.
I'm sorry, Louis, but I think Geoffrey and I ought to go. My sister's looking after the baby and she's probably climbing the walls by now.
Your little boy is well, isn't he?
Oh, very much so. Coming along nicely. Just outside the top 5% in all the facility tests.
You must find that very comforting.
You'd better come and see for yourself.
Oh, no, he wouldn't enjoy it.
Why shouldn't he come to lunch? You'd like to inspect the boy, wouldn't you, Eliot?
I can't imagine Louis would find the time for something so domestic.
No, Margaret, I'd love to come. Thanks, Hollis. Hollis smiled a tight, vengeful smile and departed to fetch their car.
I don't think you should come.
Geoffrey was challenging me.
It's a bad idea.
What are you afraid of?
It looks like I shall see you then.
Yes. I had 2 days to go before the fateful Sunday lunch, and trying to clear my mind, returned to Scotland Yard early the next morning. Smith met me to recap on the transcripts of the last 2 days' exchanges.
When did you discover the nature of the research at Barford?
On my first day.
Did you already have a Russian contact, or did you seek out the Russians once you knew we were making an atomic bomb?
Neither.
And did you believe we would manage to make a bomb?
Of course. Just like you.
Did it worry you that the West might get an atomic bomb and the Soviet Union might not?
I didn't think of it that way. I suppose I assumed if we'd got that far, then Soviet scientists must be on the same track.
Did you think the Allied position would be stronger if the Russians knew the detail of what we had achieved?
I think it was short-sighted not to share knowledge with our allies.
Do you feel by being secretive we jeopardised the safety of the Soviet Union?
On balance, no.
Did you feel a personal duty to communicate knowledge of our research to the Soviets?
No. I thought it was something our government ought to have done.
But you knew that wouldn't happen. I wonder if you felt the Soviets were being left at a disadvantage.
To be honest, I didn't think they would be far behind us.
Oh, but they would be behind, so maybe you ought to have kept them up to date. This had occurred to you within a month of getting to Barford, hadn't it? In fact, you were up to something when Lewis walked into a pub in Warwick and found you drinking there.
Oh, I was just having a quiet drink, that's all.
I visited the Hollis household for Sunday lunch the next day. I was scared stiff, but determined to make the occasion as painless as possible. I sat between Margaret and Geoffrey at lunch and tried to be amiable.
Shouldn't Eric come in for his pudding?
He's playing nicely. Let's leave him alone for a while.
I'm always curious about how people spend their days, Lewis.
Really? Why? Why's that?
You hear so many of them complaining about their jobs. In fact, in many cases, it's their jobs that make them ill. Generally speaking, I enjoy going to work.
Then we're both very lucky, aren't we?
Luck hasn't really got much to do with it in medicine, but let that pass.
What aspects of the job do you particularly enjoy?
In paediatrics, we tend to see the fruits of our labours. Most children are going to get better.
I understand what you mean, but surely it's worse when they don't get better. Altogether more tragic.
That can be true, of course.
In a way, I think that was the most awful thing about the war. How much the children suffered. I have a couple of journalist friends, and the pictures they weren't allowed to print always involve children being hurt and killed.
Yeah, I think on balance I agree with that.
Yes. Very sad.
No, I mean about not publishing the photos. 12 months ago, we made a decision to stop taking a daily newspaper. Well, it seemed to us that reading the papers only made us miserable, and we didn't need that in our lives.
I'm sorry, I think that's a terrible thing to say.
What?
I think that's a very dangerous road to go down for nations and for individuals too. I think reading newspapers is a duty.
Why? Surely we should concentrate on the things we can actually do something about. What use is it to know about typhoid in Naples? And I'd rather be concerned with how we deal with polio in the home counties.
But supposing polio is being treated successfully in Naples, wouldn't that matter to you professionally?
Well, it might, but it's unlikely. I mean, after all, the Italians aren't much use at that sort of thing. Now, if we'd been more concerned with our own people and less with tiddly places that didn't even exist before the First War, then maybe I'd have more resources with which to treat our own English children.
Surely you're not suggesting the newspapers caused the war?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. You're not listening to me.
Sensitivity to others is what has given us the great works of art and science. We have to be open to everything, even if it frightens us.
I didn't say the newspapers frightened me. I just don't want to be depressed by them.
Parochialism can lead to extremism.
Of what kind?
Genocide, for instance.
Please don't, Lewis.
The concentration camp guards, carried postcards from home and pictures of their children in their inside pockets.
Well, now you're being insulting. Geoffrey is a doctor. He cares for people. How dare you equate him with the Nazis?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just think the newspapers are important, that's all.
And all we've done is to stop reading them. Anyway, what is it you're working on, Lewis? Some sort of bomb, isn't it?
I felt Margaret had defended things she didn't really believe, and her fierceness was an attempt at loyalty to her husband. Hollis went to play with his son. Margaret and I fell silent. Her handsome head was in profile, watching her husband and child in the sunlit garden.
Do you remember that cafe we used to go to? Just off Park Lane?
Yes.
Can you get away from work early on Tuesday?
I'll meet you there at 4:30. However awful the Sawbridge affair might have been, I was grateful it gave me an escape from the terrible ideas that whirled around in my head all that night. Martin went on unrelentingly. He treated Sawbridge as a man who believed in what he had done, not as an aberrant, impulse-led deviant. He also noted how Sawbridge's loneliness grew as each day came and went. Then, on the 7th day, the record ran as follows.
I assume if I asked you to, you could produce your notebooks containing the work you've done at Barford?
Yes.
I shall need to see them.
I shall want them back.
Are you expecting to carry on at Barford?
There might be a problem for you if I don't.
It's a shame you didn't think of that before you decided to give away secrets.
I thought of it more than you give me credit for.
That was it. The first crack. And then?
I know how seriously you take your work. I've always admired that quality in you. Did you still worry after you'd made contact with the Soviets?
No, I haven't admitted that.
Then Martin drove home the coup de grace.
I understand how difficult it must have been. Did you feel less worried after the first contact?
The worry has never left me.
Sorry I was late. Things have suddenly hotted up at the office.
What are you working on now?
I can't really talk about that.
No change there, then. You know much more about me than I do about you.
May I put my hand on yours?
Yes.
I have something to ask you.
I think we should avoid saying things which might take us too far.
No, I don't think we can. You see, I delayed talking to you about Sheila's suicide. That wasn't exactly an unmitigated success, was it?
Once a thing is said, it can't be unsaid.
How did you feel that night at your father's party?
Beforehand, I hoped you'd be there. I wanted Geoffrey not to be with me. My father is a very clever man. I believe he knew I wanted to meet you again, and that's why he invited you. That may even be the reason he made a beeline to meet you to discuss Fanshaw's sentence. There you are. I've already said too much.
Because you wanted me to know. Margaret.
I've got to go now. Let's give ourselves a couple of days to see if we think better of all this. If we both still want to meet, then let's do so in this cafe. But you must promise me something.
What?
If either of us says, finish, then the other mustn't force things.
I understand. Thomas Bevel was jubilant about Sawbridge's confession. We were invited to join him for dinner at Pratt's, one of the smallest and most select clubs. The evening was ridiculously hot. Martin was enjoying himself without reserve, without any sign of the stressful events which had brought about his sudden rise to prominence.
I hope this will encourage the others, as they used to say.
Well, there mustn't be any others.
I think one has to be philosophical, don't you?
In what particular regard?
These traitors could break one's heart if we let them. One's nerve, too, if the timing was wrong. Right after Dunkirk, something like that. But these are small events, really, in the great river of time, so to speak. Mind you, that isn't to say we won't all be mightily relieved when you fellows at Barford give us our own bomb.
That's going to happen. It's cut and dried, and nothing can stop it now.
Damn good job, too. I want to say something to you, Martin, before I get too drunk.
Indeed?
You're sitting pretty at Barford, aren't you, young man?
I suppose I am.
There are different opinions on how to run Barford and who's to do it. Walter Luke has been very ill. We're very grateful to him for the sacrifices he's made and so on. But we feel Barford needs a fitter man right now. I can tell you for certain, whatever arrangements we make won't be to your disadvantage.
I did my duty.
Oh, come on. You must have worked out how you'd be set up once the dust settled. Now, I'd ask you to forget everything I've said.
Only a very few men who are hungry for success actually recognise the moment when it arrives. Martin must have known it, sitting there next to the baking hearth at Pratt's. We helped old Bevel into a taxi and walked towards Piccadilly, lost in our thoughts.
Well then, good night. Before you go, I wouldn't mind a word. Sawbridge has done you a lot of good, but I think you should leave him alone now. I can't do that. Sawbridge hasn't actually done much damage, has he? That's not the point. You don't need to finish him off. Don't expect me to cry for him. I'll do my damnedest to make sure he gets the maximum sentence. That'll help to restore public confidence. And no doubt you'll be much quoted in the newspapers. Your atomic research has uncorked the genie, and it'll never go back in the bottle. It's the same with innocence. If you make yourself tough, you won't be able to unmake that. Please, don't steal Walter Luke's job. That's enough, I think. Good night, Lewis. Shall we see you at Barford soon? No doubt. Although not for a while. I've got some other things to get on with. Good night. You know, I have changed, Margaret. I feel that I know how I could be happy now. And I believe I'm capable of being so. Do you think we could start again?
By every objective measure, that would be a foolish thing to try. And it would put paid to everyone's idea of you as so stable and reliable.
I can write that out.
It might be utterly horrible and depressing.
I'm sure it will be, for a while.
We'd look very shoddy to most people.
I have done some bad things.
Nothing like we're planning now. Do you realise how much damage we do?
If we could make a new start, I think I would consider it worthwhile.
Leaving my husband and my child would be worse than either of us can imagine right now. We would be bound together in that sin. Supposing you got tired of me, you would feel obliged to stick with me regardless, wouldn't you?
I understand how afraid you must be, but please, however bad it gets, remember we will never be happy if we just leave things as they are.
All right.
Did you intend to call all this off today?
Yes.
Do you still want to?
No. God help me, no.
Margaret and I needed to know what kind of fight we would be taking on. I visited Herbert Getliff, the barrister in whose chambers I had learned my trade. He was no stranger to scandal, his own career having been blighted by accusations of sharp share-dealing.
I've thought of you as a fellow sinner, but I've never thought of you as heartless, you know.
This is very important, Herbert. More important than I can say.
I wonder if her husband will give way with good grace. I'm afraid I wouldn't if I were in his shoes. You'd better pray he agrees to divorce her, otherwise I doubt there are grounds for her to divorce him. Is there a cruelty angle? Mental disorder? Anything like that?
I'm afraid not. He's a respected paediatrician.
Oh, that's a shame. Still, there's no point in making anything up if we can't prove it. Assuming he'll let her go, there will have to be fault. Either we use some other chap, or you will have to be named.
I don't think it would do her much good if her name were linked with other men.
But her reputation will be spotless if it's you she leaves her husband and child to run off with.
I didn't mean that.
A lot of people prefer a chorus boy. Then everyone knows it has to be a put-up job, and it can be neater all round. Kinder, even.
No, I think I'm going to have to face the music.
Very well, but if you're going to ignore my advice, I don't know why I'm bothering to give it.
Just tell me how we ought to run things.
There are several hotels just up the road that can provide the necessary by the hour. And we have a man who can serve as a witness. You both check in, then order a sandwich in bed. The tray arrives with our photographer chap right behind it, claiming he's snapping you on behalf of the husband. Then we send the photos over to the husband's solicitor, gratis.
How long will it take?
Well, there will be a considerable delay between the suit being filed and the hearing, and then a time lag before the decree absolute.
How long?
Well, the whole thing will take at least a year from start to finish.
Why? It didn't used to take so long, surely.
The war, my dear Lewis. The courts have an awful lot of divorces to get through, not the least of it being the poor chaps who came back from captivity. Terrible, really. Still, I'm sad to say it looks like the way of the future. Oh, and of course the courts have always liked holding things up in the hope the parties will decide to get back together. And I have to say, I agree with them.
Thank you for your help, Herbert.
I'd offer to act for you, but I don't do this kind of work. I don't think I'd be very good at it. We've got someone who will be much better for you. Besides, if I'm honest, I'm a bit scared of going near anything scandalous. Might encourage some hack to rake over the past. You know what I mean.
Yes, I do. Goodbye, Herbert. And thank you.
Goodbye.
I had arranged to meet Margaret at my flat in Pimlico to report on the conference with Godley. She knocked very quietly, and 10 minutes later we were in bed together. It was as though we had never been parted.
Oh, I don't want to leave here ever again.
Whatever we do now, it isn't going to be easy.
We'll have to keep reminding ourselves why we're doing it.
Like this, you mean?
Yes. Have you considered that we might avoid all the unpleasantness by not doing anything drastic but still seeing each other?
You mean an endless affair?
I suppose I do.
We'll either be found out, or our relationship will just wither away. One or the other is inevitable.
Are you sure?
We're not unpleasant people, Margaret. But if we did something like that, we might change. We talked, and in the end she regained her nerve, and resolved that we should make a decisive gesture by meeting her father and letting him in on our plans.
You'll have to play, of course. But it's a much better game with three.
It's a kind of war game. My father invented it somewhat perversely when he was a pacifist in the First War.
The armies are called the has-beens and the humbugs.
Right.
You can be the humbugs. Mm-hmm. Your generals are all the fellows I hate. The names are on the backs of the counters.
D.H. Lawrence, Carl Jung, Kierkegaard.
Yeah. And you couldn't say fairer than that, could you?
I've got something to tell you.
Hmm?
I'm afraid you'll have to listen.
Well, it better be worth disturbing the game for.
Lewis and I want to get married.
Do you, by God? Well, then perhaps you were within your rights to disturb the game. I certainly can't say that the news is entirely trivial.
I haven't told Geoffrey yet. I don't know if he'll make it easy for me to go.
You'll have to.
Nevertheless, it may be difficult.
Oh, no. He's a moderately civilized man. You realise in the long run one has no choice in these things. I'm sure he'll get over it. Well, I'm not, actually. That's wishful thinking on your behalf. To tell you the truth, I'm quite glad. I don't believe Geoffrey was ever really your type, you know.
I'm afraid you ought to be prepared for some unpleasantness. We shall be badly thought of.
I was a pacifist in the First War. I'm used to unpleasantness.
I think even well-wishers will find it slightly bizarre.
All human relationships are bizarre unless one is taking part.
I wasn't sure what you'd say.
Really? Is that true?
I hoped we'd get your blessing.
Oh, that's the last thing the shenanigans of my life qualify me to do. I tell you what, I'll give you the loan of this house for 6 months instead. That means you'll have somewhere to lie low. I promised myself a trip to Venice as soon as the war ended. It's time I went. Now, can we please finish this dashed game?
It was 2 days later that Martin knocked at my office door, having been to see Sir Thomas Bevel and Sir Hector Rose. Come in. How did it go?
They offered me the new nuclear research job. I turned it down.
Why?
I didn't sleep a wink last night. Frightened. Then when I finally got into Rose's office this morning, just for a moment, it was as if I was standing apart, watching myself in front of those two old buffers. I knew if I said yes, then I would be giving up research and turning myself into one of them. It made me giddy, and I thought of Sawbridge in jail for 15 years and realised what I'd done to him.
Will Walter Luke stay on?
Well, there isn't anyone else. You know, even if I'd wanted to, I couldn't have snatched Walter's job.
But you did want to.
For a short time, only a short time.
Will you stay at Barford?
No, I'm going back to Cambridge. Sawbridge's sentence makes me feel sick. I can't believe it.
It's too late to do anything about it now. I was surprised at the way the case was rushed through. They obviously didn't want to give anyone a chance to object. I thought you'd signed your name in blood. I blame myself.
Why?
Because I stopped you writing a protest letter to the Times about the Hiroshima bomb.
Have I made a fool of myself?
A bit. But I hope you didn't burn your bridges totally.
I was careful with Bevel. I spent a lot of time saying how grateful I was to all the people who'd believed I was right for Barford. I said that I just needed to do some real science now, or I never would again. And that would make me useless to everyone.
How did he take it?
He was disappointed, but kind.
Men don't usually turn down good jobs unless they've got a better one lined up. I'm sure Bevel thinks you're mad.
I was for a while. I know I haven't shone as a scientist, but that doesn't mean to say I won't. Perhaps I can still achieve something.
I don't suppose you've done something really out of character and talked all this through with Irene.
Yes, I have, actually.
And is she happy to go back to Cambridge?
She's happy to get away from Barford. You know, I think about Sawbridge, and it's as if I'd killed someone.
Shall we have dinner later?
Yes. Oh, but please, not some infernal club.
The tension felt unbearable as the weeks turned into months, and still Margaret hadn't been able to tell Geoffrey about us. I even thought of writing to him.
You mustn't. Don't. He's a decent man, and I don't want him hurt any more than is necessary. If you write to him, then I swear it's all off between you and I.
Through the Christmas of 1946, I telephoned Margaret each morning and listened to her painful attempts at being hearty. I was intensely jealous. I phoned at times I knew Geoffrey would be out, but part of me hoped he'd catch her. I couldn't stand the thought of her sitting by the glow of their hearth, even if they were both miserable.
It's going to be all right.
So you've told him about us?
Yes. I've told him.
How was it?
Bloody awful.
What will he do?
I'm not sure. We'll have to give him time to calm down. The poor man can't understand why this has happened to him. He's very bitter.
When shall I fetch you?
Oh, God, Lewis, I've no idea, really. I know you don't like it, but I've got to look after him a little. Don't you see?
Yes, I suppose so.
So, it's happened, Lewis. At last. The point of no return.
Once a thing is said, it can't be unsaid. We married in the autumn of 1947, and Margaret fell pregnant 4 months later. Geoffrey Hollis was more kind about the whole business than I had expected. Austin Davidson was right about him being a civilized man. There was no battle over custody of their little boy because his father knew he should remain with Margaret. When I realized she was pregnant, I felt so grateful. At last, I thought. At last.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by David Haig, Martin Eliot by Tim McInerney, Walter Luke by Jeremy Swift, and Margaret Davidson by Juliet Aubrey. Sawbridge was played by Adrian Scarborough, Sir Thomas Bevel by Robert Lang, Austin Davidson by David Collings, and Geoffrey Hollis by Ian Hughes. Sir Hector Rose was John Carlyle, Captain Smith, Sean Baker, and Herbert Getliff, Stephen Moore. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Sally Avens and Jeremy Howe. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with David Haig as Lewis Eliot and Tim McInerney as Martin Eliot. The Affair, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
The affair was very odd. It happened at the Cambridge College at which I had taught law before the war. Then the college had scooped me up and resurrected my faltering career, and had maintained a place in my affections ever since. In 1954, I was semi-detached from the university and had my head down in coordinating the development of the British atom bomb. Indeed, it was atomic research that took me back to the college and dropped me into the midst of the affair that was preoccupying the senior common room. It was pure Dreyfus. Like the famous affair of the French colonel, it was a miscarriage of justice perpetrated by unsound evidence, and was as much based on prejudice as on fact. My brother, Martin, who had returned to Cambridge when he left Barford, met me off the early train one April morning.
I want to take you to see a former fellow who's got himself in a bit of trouble. His name is Donald Howard. He's been sacked, and some of us don't think there was enough hard evidence against him. The College Court of Seniors has suddenly announced it will meet tomorrow to consider a retrial. He's working in a school on the road out to Newmarket. We need someone with a legal brain.
Martin, it's nearly 20 years since I practiced.
Never mind, Lewis, you're the best we can get. If we secure a retrial, then I want you to act as our advisor. Keep us ahead of the game.
I think I've just been bushwhacked.
Huh.
What did you mean suddenly announced?
Well, we thought we'd get more notice. I'm sure they've done it deliberately. But even if tomorrow goes badly, I think we should keep fighting.
Have you got any big guns on your side?
When it comes to guns, we've got one of the biggest, Sir Francis Getliff. He's very upset about what's happened. The problem is he hasn't spoken out yet, and I'm not sure he will.
I'd say if Francis doesn't make a statement to the college, then you won't be needing my services. And what's this chap Howard supposed to have done?
He's a physicist. Used to be Professor Polari's assistant. After the old man died, he branched off into his own ideas on spectrum analysis for his doctoral thesis. He pulled off a very elegant result. That got him a junior fellowship. Then a couple of Americans tried to replicate Howard's results, but couldn't get them to come out right. They complained to the master, and the balloon went up. Howard was accused of undermining the college's reputation.
So do you think the Americans messed up the experiment?
Not at all.
Then I don't understand.
Skeffington and Nightingale, who's now bursar, by the way...
Is he?
Are the best scientists we've got when it comes to this stuff. They spotted that Howard's crucial photographic evidence is a fake.
If that's true, why bother with him?
Well, Howard denied the photograph was a fake for an astronomically long time. Then, when it was nearly too late, he admitted it must be, but said it wasn't him who'd done it. He now claims the image was copied directly from Polari's notes, and it was the old man who encouraged him to use it.
A simple matter of looking at Polari's notes, then, surely.
Oh, there you go again, trying to apply the logic of the everyday world to the university. Polari's notebooks were left to the college, and when the space where the original photograph had supposedly been mounted was examined, it turned out to be blank.
Ah. So this case can't really be about proving Howard's innocence.
Exactly. The issue is the fact there wasn't enough evidence for a secure conviction.
Stone me, I really am back in Cambridge. In fact, I am back in Cambridge. I thought we were going to Newmarket.
I need to drop by the college first. Nightingale wants me to witness some conveyances he's polishing off. We'll go straight to see Howard after that.
It was 14 years since I'd seen Nightingale, and time had been kind to him. At 60, he was finally married, with a young family, had been decorated during the war, and offered a warm welcome as he rose to greet me.
Louis Eliot, how nice. I wasn't expecting to see you till later this afternoon.
Martin and I are having lunch.
Oh, Martin, you should have said. It's very kind of you to come up. Well, we'd better get it over with. Skeffington here is another of our fellows. Have you ever taken part in a sealing?
No.
No, Bursar. Well, I'm afraid you're not much use to us, Louis. Only present fellows are allowed to sign after the college seal. Now, I have to melt the wax. Like this. Good. Make the impression. It hasn't taken. I shall have to do it again, of course. Yeah, it's fine. Good. Sign, if you please.
Here?
Indeed. Skeffington, if you please. Oh, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? You know, that seal is over 350 years old. Sherry?
Certainly. No, thank you. I have some work I must get back to. I'll speak to you later, Martin.
Certainly.
Nice to meet you, Louis. Bursar?
Yeah. Oh, God, he's such an earnest fellow. I do think he might have stayed for a drink, if only because we have a visitor.
Are those the boxes containing Professor Polari's notebooks?
Yes, they've just come back from being bound for the library. The old man left a nice bequest to the college, I'm glad to say, which makes it all the worse.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I shouldn't have mentioned it. It's not something we ought to discuss in front of you, Louis.
He is my brother, and as a former fellow, he's hardly a stranger to the college.
I take it that means you've talked about the Howard case. Mm-hmm. Well, I have to say I don't think that was correct.
Skeffington looked pretty fed up. You know, if there's a real row brewing, I don't see that you're going to be able to keep it quiet. In fact, by trying to keep it a secret, aren't you ensuring the likes of Skeffington will make an even worse fuss?
I'm not sure I like the word secret. Besides, I don't see why we shouldn't manage to keep things low-key. I'm sure we all love the college, and that means everyone will do his duty.
Bad mark from the bursar. Loose talk. Skeffington was looking daggers at him all the time.
Skeffington is married to Polari's niece. The fact he's changed his opinion in Howard's favour really rankles with the seniors. Skeffington forced them to agree to reconsider the verdict. Now he thinks they're going to reject his new opinion and confirm Howard's sacking. Remember Nightingale mentioned the bequest? I don't think they exactly want to hear that the old man was a crook.
Indeed. So, what about the disappearing photograph? Have you considered that perhaps Polari got cold feet? Did he know he was going to die?
He had about 6 months' warning.
Then maybe he did a bit of housekeeping for the benefit of posterity.
Or someone else did it for him.
We'd have to trace everyone who had access to the notebooks between Polari's death and Howard's conviction. It's a rather esoteric idea, fighting a case in which there's no decisive proof either way.
There is one problem I haven't told you about. Donald Howard isn't exactly likeable. Hello, Donald.
You're late.
This is my brother, Lewis.
Hello. I need to get this stuff laid out for the next lesson.
I'm afraid I don't have any news for you yet. Nothing positive, I mean.
Why are you here, then?
It's mainly for my benefit.
I'm not clear where you come in.
My brother is a barrister and used to be a fellow of the college.
I don't see what you can do.
I've known some of these people a long time. I intend to catch Francis Getcliffe for a quiet chat later today or tomorrow.
A fat lot of use he'll be.
What do you mean?
He's not going to stand up for me. He's after a senior post. He won't want to blot his copybook. You know that chap, Luke, don't you?
Yes, I do know him. He's one of my oldest friends.
He must be an extraordinary sort of person.
Yes, I think that's exactly what he is.
Knighted in January at the age of only 40 and up to his elbows in this appalling atom bomb nonsense. He can't have a moral fibre in his body.
I imagine he regards it as his duty.
That's a curious notion of duty, wouldn't you say?
I'd like to clear up some points before I say whether or not I can help.
Fine.
Martin has told me you appeared before the Court of Seniors several times.
We had 3 sessions.
And was it at the first of those meetings that they declared one of your crucial photographs to be a fraud?
I suppose that's right.
I need to know exactly what happened. Did they or did they not say in so many words that your photograph was a fake?
Yes, I suppose they did.
And this photograph which proves your thesis, is it a fraud?
I suppose you could say that.
Is there any shadow of doubt about that whatsoever?
No.
Right. Can you tell me more about the photograph? In what way is it a fake?
It's a sort of cut and paste job.
I'm none the wiser.
When Skeffington was called in by the court, he noticed a large black mark, which on close examination turned out to be a magnified image of a drawing pin hole. So that part of the picture had been pinned up on a board before it was enlarged and pasted onto the mock-up. Once the perpetrator put the picture together, the whole thing must have been then rephotographed to hide the joints.
Thank you, Martin. Now I think I understand. Howard, did you sit there in front of the Court of Seniors and agree with them when they said it was a fraud?
Yes, I did.
But I have been informed that you denied it utterly at the first 2 meetings.
I said it was a fake.
But not until your 3rd appearance?
Yes.
Why did you deny it?
Because I couldn't believe it was true.
Yet the Americans who tried to reproduce your findings, and Skeffington and Nightingale, all quickly ascertained the photograph was a fraud. Why did you take so long to admit it?
But I did in the end, didn't I?
Yes, and you blamed it on Professor Polari, who just died. You said he'd faked the photograph, and you'd just copied it.
That's the truth.
Are you aware how incredible this sounds? Why on earth would Polari, at his age and in his position, perpetrate a fraud?
I don't know.
When you came up with the idea of Polari's guilt, were you aware there is no sign of such a photograph in his notebooks?
I expected them to find it, but they couldn't. I think the really important question is who looked for it. I'm afraid 3 Gamma will be here any moment.
If that photograph had still been in the notebook, there's no doubt we could have saved your job.
And it's obviously not an accident it isn't there.
Did you think about bringing an action for wrongful dismissal?
Do you really imagine I would have won?
You don't like the college much, do you?
No. But I still want my job back, Lewis. I want my life back.
After talking to Howard, I couldn't really see why I should bother helping him out. My official business with the college went well in the afternoon. Following supper, negotiations were entrusted to my old friend Francis Getcliffe, a man of integrity and compassion, and possibly the finest military scientist the country has known. We settled down with a bottle of port.
Now then, in principle, I think we're ready enough for the Cavendish to take over the nuclear work.
I'm glad to hear it.
The only problem, as far as I see it, relates to security.
What do you mean?
If you're going to transfer research to a Cambridge college, then it's going to come with high-level security. Tomorrow, I think you should concentrate on allaying their fears about that aspect. By the way, Crawford is resigning as master.
That will make him the first master not to die in harness.
Look here, Lewis. Martin has told me he spoke to you about Donald Howard. Would you be able to act as advisor to Howard if there's a retrial?
To be honest, now I've met the man, I'm not at all sure. What do you think of him?
I don't think much of the man, but that doesn't affect the injustice of the affair. He has prevaricated stupidly, and it's his fault the college is now split over his case and in such a tangle. If he'd had the scientific judgment of a newt, he'd never have taken the old man's photographic evidence on trust. It's unbelievable. He didn't produce his own photographic images. He's third-rate and shouldn't have been elected to the college in the first place.
Then why are you on his side?
I'm coming around to the belief he's actually innocent. He may be objectionable, but I think he's sound. Whereas Polare was a tricky, opinionated old curmudgeon.
Martin wishes you'd say something. And to be truthful, I reckon Donald Howard doesn't stand much chance if you don't.
It would be difficult for someone in my position to set himself against the senior fellows.
Of course.
Which is why I'm a bit flabbergasted that I've done it.
What do you mean?
I've sent out a mimeograph note to all the fellows. I've said that I'm in no doubt there's a case to answer concerning Polare's role in this affair. I've asked the Court of Seniors to reopen their inquiry. Everyone will get my note in the morning.
I'd say you've pretty much denied the seniors a choice.
Exactly. They won't be too pleased. But when they meet tomorrow to discuss Skeffington's critique of the case, I want my memo to be staring them in the face.
I'm still surprised you feel this strongly.
This affair isn't about the college as some abstract institution. It's about us and our own integrity. Oh, I'm ashamed that I delayed because I didn't want to make myself too unpleasant.
That's understandable.
No, it isn't. Believe it or not, the master, Nightingale, and his predecessor, Winslow, they're my backers this time around, and it's likely that Brown will be my opponent.
You're standing for the mastership?
Do you think I'm being vain?
Yes, but that doesn't make you wrong, Francis. It's quite something that you'd risk the mastership for Howard's sake.
How often do we get to pick our causes? The best my older colleagues can come up with is to say that reopening Howard's case would undermine the Court of Seniors. That's just not good enough, and I'm not prepared to think of myself as a despicable crawler. So, will you help us, Lewis?
I think I'll use the research contract as an excuse to hang about for a while. I'd like to see how things develop. Next day's negotiations didn't go as easily as I'd hoped. There was heated discussion of the secrecy that surrounded any kind of atomic research, and we decided to resume next day. I had arranged to dine in Martin's rooms.
Bad news.
What's happened?
I've got a copy of a letter that's going out to the College Society tomorrow morning. I lifted one as it was being duplicated. The Court of Seniors, at the request of the College, has considered the case of D. Howard, formerly a Fellow. They have concluded that there is insufficient reason for them to amend their previous decision. The inquiry will therefore not be reopened. R.T.A. Crawford, Master of the College. Those bastards have got their way. Donald Howard says they had it in for him, and now he's proved right. We can't let them get away with it.
Martin, this isn't about something else, is it?
What do you mean?
Well, pride, I suppose. This isn't because you elected to get out of the Barford limelight and now you're regretting it. Or because you don't respect the old guard and enjoy the idea of taking them down a peg. Or because they've added insult to injury by dismissing you with a little memo.
Not at all. But look here, I stuck my neck out on behalf of Donald Howard, and this is a rebuff for me as much as him.
I don't think that's true. Howard is finished in research. You've still got a job. This case seems to have become a honeypot for people to strut around.
That's not fair.
But the person I am most concerned about is Francis Getcliffe. He has had a spotless career, and his commitment to Howard could deny him the prize he deserves. Howard should appeal to the visitor. Then at least the bishop would have to examine the facts of the case, even if he didn't call a formal hearing.
Donald Howard is a red, and a very vocal one, too. The bishop is a famous old Tory. I really don't think he'll do Howard any favours.
Donald Howard is a communist, you say? It's the first time anyone's said that. All right, then.
Howard should consider bringing an action for wrongful dismissal.
I know he and his wife have discussed that, but they can't take the financial risk involved in going to court.
In that case, we must make sure we don't do anything hasty. You'd better tell Howard and his friends to keep a lid on things for now.
By Sunday, rumours were circulating and the combination room had gone bonkers. I'd only been in Cambridge since Wednesday, but already the outside world had ceased to exist. Crawford, the college master, delegated my old ally, Arthur Brown, to deal with the repercussions of the Howard affair.
I can't say how pleased I am that you've come to help us out, Lewis.
I'll do my best.
That said, I do hope you'll accept that we really must keep these deliberations to ourselves.
Of course, that's understood.
Not by me, it isn't. I want to know when the Court of Seniors is going to swallow its pride and do something decent.
Thank you, Skeffington, but I'm not sure I understand your point.
I'm pretty fed up, Brown. I investigated Howard's thesis material in good faith and at the Master's request. Then Donald Howard ends up sacked, despite the fact that no one can disprove his assertion that Polare faked the photograph. That means I am the instrument of an injustice, and I'm afraid I can't put up with it.
I think we're going over old ground. Don't we need to try to move the case forward?
Thank you, Martin. As you know, the Court of Seniors has now spent months looking at Howard's case.
So where to now?
I'm sorry, but I have to say I think it showed contempt for our side that you dismissed the idea of a retrial with nothing more than a 5-line note stuffed in our pigeonholes.
I thought we were all on the same side, the college's side. Although we knew we might have made things considerably pleasanter for ourselves, I'm afraid we feel unable to change our minds.
I believe if you continue to refuse to take this matter seriously, then we might have no alternative but to go to the newspapers.
Skeffington, I can't help feeling you might wish to consider further the implications of your suggestion.
If that was the beginning of a threat, Brown, then I would advise you to stop there.
So, are you saying you brought us here tonight with nothing new to put on the table?
I had hoped to appeal to common sense.
Yes, and common sense says that Howard shouldn't be out of a job.
Brown and the seniors had made a grave error. By making no concessions, they fuelled the fire of discontent. Day by day, the atmosphere became more poisonous, and the risk of someone going public increased. On the following Wednesday evening, Brown hosted dinner in his rooms.
Now then, the seniors have volunteered of their own free will to offer the remarkable concession of a final inquiry.
Well done, Arthur.
And of course, it would be pointless to do this without making some significant change to our procedure. Your lot would never be satisfied otherwise. Nightingale, would you explain?
Certainly, Senior Tutor. I've been asked to request that Lewis Eliot should be invited to take a more formal role in our exchange of views. It is our opinion that the court should have 2 lawyers in attendance, one to look after Howard's interests and the other to give some help to the seniors themselves.
Hear, hear.
As for the other lawyer, it obviously means letting someone else in on our business. So we had in mind a distinguished former student of the college and someone who won't be too intimidated by Eliot's presence. Given the problem of bringing a group of such busy people together, we're proposing plenty of notice and suggest a weekend and 3 consecutive working days at the end of June.
Marvellous. It's becoming like Alice in Wonderland around here.
Yes, thank you, Winslow.
It sounds too far off to me.
No, Skeffington. Brown has gone a long way towards meeting us. Let's make it work. Then I'm going to presume that the proposal of the Court of Seniors has been accepted. That leaves one thing to say. I would like to ask that everyone here pledges himself to regard the outcome of this inquiry as final. In that way, we might get the college back on an even keel.
On a Friday evening in June, I was striding towards the Master's Lodge to meet my legal opponent, Dawson Hille. He'd been to Eton. His father was a modest country gentleman, and having trained in the same chambers as I, he had, by contrast, become a very successful barrister who moved in elevated circles, was smart, and accepted everywhere.
Ah, Eliot. Good.
Hello, Master.
You know Dawson Hill, don't you?
Lewis, it's wonderful to see you. How are you, old boy? We were in the same chambers as lads, Master. Lewis was a year below me.
I'm afraid I suppose we ought to have a few words about this wretched business. Sherry?
Oh, yes, please, Master. I doubt I'll be drinking much over the next few days, mind you. I'll need to keep my wits about me with Lewis on the other side.
Dawson Hill was teasing me. We both knew straight away that I was hopelessly outgunned.
Now, I'm under the impression that next Wednesday, 30th of June, is the latest you can be with us, Dawson Hill. Is that correct?
Yes, I have a case on Thursday, so my hands are tied on that score.
You mean you have to be back in London?
Oh, absolutely. Paying customers. Proper lawyering.
I should like to say, speaking as master, that the entire college is indebted to you for giving us your time and energy without any return at all.
Oh, my dear master, there's nothing more to be said.
Very well. Now, Eliot, my colleagues and I feel that the onus is on you to persuade a majority of the court to reverse their declared view.
Of course, it won't make things easy, given we're working with a presumption of guilt.
Never mind. In my experience, sensible men usually reach a sensible decision.
When I arrived in the combination room on Saturday morning, in front of the master's place there loomed a pile of leather-bound volumes with gold lettering on the spines. These were Polari's notebooks. A single slim volume sat all alone. Howard's doctoral thesis.
After leaving school, I came up to Cambridge in 1939. I left to join the army in 41.
But you didn't have to go into the forces. In fact, under normal circumstances, you would have been required to remain as a physicist.
I knew someone who could get me into his regiment.
Most people would consider that was a brave and very laudable decision.
Not really. I came back in 45 and took part 2 of the Tripos in 46. And then I went up to Scotland to study under Polari.
When you arrived in Professor Polari's laboratory, who suggested your actual field of investigation?
We discussed it.
But not as equals?
I suppose not.
So Polari laid down your area of research?
Pretty much.
In fact, he was quite precise, wasn't he? I have asked around, and it seems he wasn't greatly in favour of his assistants showing initiative.
I suppose that's true.
Was he more strict than a professor normally would be?
Maybe.
Can you recall how that photograph with which we are concerned made its first appearance?
No.
But it has enormous significance in relation to the whole of Polari's research. Surely you remember how it turned up? It's a striking bit of evidence.
Yes, it is.
Can you remember when Polari first showed it to you?
No, I can't.
I had asked the same question in 3 different ways, but it was no good. It must have seemed to the court that he was deliberately refusing to answer.
When you were first accused of cheating by mounting a falsified photograph in your doctoral thesis, you simply denied it.
Of course. I hadn't faked anything.
Why didn't you come out with the suggestion that Professor Polari was responsible for the fraud straight away?
It didn't sink in right off. I was confused. And then I realised, because I'd copied the photograph straight from Polari's, if there'd been a fraud, then only one person could have done it.
Can you understand that some people here might construe this as clutching at straws to save your own skin?
Naturally.
Thank you, Howard. Now, let's turn to Professor Polari.
I then took a calculated risk and steered Howard towards an analysis of Polari's character, which might indicate he was capable of dissimulation. It went down very badly.
I'm inclined to think that this is as far as we ought to go this morning. Howard, I'd ask you to join us again this afternoon.
I had made a mistake. By trying to keep my questions simple, I had underlined the vagueness in Howard's replies that smacked of evasion. If I had been more lyrical and answered the questions for him at the same time as asking them, he would have been far less exposed.
I believe this rather slim volume in its green cloth binding is your doctoral thesis. Is that true, Dr. Howard?
Of course.
How many copies are there?
3 more.
But this is the show copy, intended for the library.
You could call it that.
This photograph, showing concentric rings of black and grey, like a target for a miniature archery competition, is the star print, which is both your most significant item of research evidence and the subject of our debate.
It's a print, all right?
And it's a fraud, too.
Yes.
All the scientific opinion agrees this mark, up here, is an expanded drawing pinhole.
Yes.
And this part of the picture has been enlarged during the printing process to make it look like something it wasn't.
I suppose so.
What about your other prints?
Which other prints?
You can't misunderstand me, Dr. Howard. I refer to the prints in the other copies of your thesis.
I think I rephotographed them from this one.
You think?
I must have done.
And this one, this fake one, came from a negative held by Professor Polare. Where is it now, do you know?
Of course I don't know. Now the print has gone from his own notebook. If I could produce Polare's negative, then I'd probably be in the clear.
If I may, I'd just like to re-establish something. You use this photo, which you say was given to you by Professor Polare, without actually doing the experiment in order to verify the result.
Yes, Dr. Nightingale, I've already said that 100 times. It doesn't affect the issue of whether or not the photograph Polare gave me to use was a cheat.
No, but if you had done the experiment yourself, it would have told you right away that something was wrong with the printed image. Well, that shows you up as a bad scientist. If, of course, you did, as you claim.
Excuse me, but surely the point is Dr. Howard trusted in Professor Polare's scientific authority.
I'm a scientific ignoramus, of course, but I am under the impression this particular print is regarded as the most impressive item in your thesis. Indeed, one might argue that without this photograph, you would not have won a fellowship.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, there's not much substance in the rest of it, is there?
I wouldn't say that.
This incident has somewhat disarranged your career, hasn't it? Since you left the college 18 months ago, you've not made any effort at taking legal action for wrongful dismissal. You've never been to see a solicitor. Is that because you've not been willing to face a court of law?
Well, I didn't want to drag these gentlemen through the courts.
Oh, that is surely a more magnanimous response than might be expected in light of past and current circumstances. Forgive me, but you're a card-carrying communist, aren't you?
Not anymore.
But I presume you still detest the institutions of this country.
Well, I've got less respect for the status quo than the rest of you. I can't see this university carrying on long after the system you're all trying to prop up has been sunk.
Really? What were your real relations with Professor Polare?
We got on all right.
Oh. You've given this court the impression the two of you got on well enough that he was prepared to offer a photograph which would beef up your doctoral thesis, and you respected him enough to trust its authenticity without asking questions.
Yes.
But Professor Polare was a conservative man. Didn't he ask you to stop your political activities while you were on his staff? Didn't he object very strongly when you appeared in print as a supporter of the Scientific Conference for World Peace, which is a Bolshevik-sponsored organisation?
Yes, he did.
In fact, didn't he order you either to give up your political activities or to get out of his laboratory?
He might have done.
From which we might conclude you would feel no conscience about blackening his reputation in order to save your own.
That's probably true.
The truth is, he would not have been a great supporter of your candidacy for a fellowship at this college. Hence, it is possible you might not have been able to rely on his assistance and had to fake a central piece of evidence for your otherwise somewhat weak thesis. I've nothing more to ask. Thank you.
That evening I called a meeting of Howard's supporters. Interestingly, though, no one considered for a moment that Donald Howard himself should have been invited to attend.
How was it?
Howard is the worst witness in the world. The way things are going, I don't think he stands a chance.
Well, where do we go from here?
There's only one thing that might make the court think twice about sending him down for good.
What's that?
When was the photograph removed from the old man's notebook? And who took it?
Polare left his notebooks to the college. They were already boxed up at the time of his death. Nightingale took possession of the boxes when they arrived.
Do we know if the photograph was still glued into the notebook when the college got hold of it?
No, we don't. So, If the photograph wasn't in the notebook when the college took custody of it, that means either Howard or Polari himself took it out. If, however, the photograph was still in there when the notebook came to the college, then someone else did it.
None of this is provable, but we could use it to create doubt over Howard's guilt.
But surely we're back to the same old Polari versus Howard thing.
No. Because now we've put someone else in the frame, haven't we?
Who?
Nightingale.
Nightingale? What are you talking about?
He had motive and opportunity.
But it's not provable.
No more than Howard's guilt was provable.
It's not something you'd expect from someone who's your senior, whom you dine with every night.
So, how do you feel about using Nightingale as an argument against the assumption of Howard's guilt?
Very uneasy.
I don't agree. Our problem is we've been too timid all along. I've thought about what role Nightingale might have played in all this. As the weeks have gone on, I've come around to the opinion that Nightingale might actually have had a hand in things.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I disagree with you. You're talking this up as though it's a serious possibility. But I don't believe we're entitled to do this to him.
But, Martin, don't you think it's possible Nightingale pulled the photograph out?
It's possible, but I'm not convinced that's what happened. Listen, if Polari and Howard detested each other, then it's quite likely the old man gave Howard the photograph to use in his thesis, knowing full well it was a fake, and anticipating its discovery would scupper Howard's career.
But it's utterly unprovable.
So is Nightingale's guilt.
The issue isn't to prove his guilt, but to cast a shadow of doubt over Howard's conviction.
We have to address the point of who could have made that photograph disappear.
On balance, I'd say it's probable that Nightingale did it.
I'm sorry, I don't like Nightingale, but I'm not prepared to kick the man's reputation downstairs unless I'm absolutely sure.
From what Lewis tells us, it appears we've got a simple choice. Either someone makes it clear in court that there's a doubt about Nightingale's integrity, which I might say I think is perfectly true, or else we leave Howard to his fate.
As far as I'm concerned, on the evidence as it stands, I'm afraid Howard will have to take his chances. If you decide to pursue Nightingale in this way, then I'm going to have to withdraw my support. You used to think I was too ruthless, Lewis.
When you were primarily concerned about your career, yes, this is a different matter.
Well, I think you're being altogether too hard-nosed. And in that case, I'd better leave you to it.
I didn't realise it at the time, but this was a turning point in my relationship with Martin. In the years that followed the Howard affair, we saw a lot less of each other than perhaps either of us would have liked.
So who's going to do it in court? Who's going first? I suppose I've already blotted my copybook, so it might as well be me.
No, they won't listen to you. But they'll have to take notice of me, so I suppose that makes me the person who ought to do it.
Well, that will cost you Nightingale's vote in the election.
I feel as though the college has lost sight of the real reason it's here. I don't see the point of being master of an institution that can bury a man just because he's inconvenient. We're all trapped by Howard's case, one way or another. I think we need to regain a sense of ourselves. Someone's got to break the logjam.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I wouldn't have chosen it this way, but it's neither here nor there now.
On Sunday, the second day of the trial, I presented my star turn. Sir Francis, is it true that for some time after the Court of Seniors first pronounced against Howard, you took it for granted that he had faked the photograph?
That's right.
So you accepted the opinion of the court when they first deprived him?
I should always want a very strong reason not to accept the verdict of these gentlemen.
When did you begin to think something had gone wrong?
Later than I should have done.
Did you conclude that the court had made a wrong decision?
Indeed, and I tried to explain it to them, although not as forcibly as I ought.
Master, would you mind bringing Winslow to order? Wake up, Winslow.
I apologise, Master.
Are you all right to continue?
Perfectly all right, thank you.
Sir Francis, you were saying that you hadn't dealt with the matter urgently enough. What do you now think you should have done?
I ought to have drawn the seniors' attention to something that might have been far worse than a mistake.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
I've never concealed my view that Howard has behaved in all this like a not very intelligent man. But I have told you before that I now regard his account of what went on as substantially accurate. I believe that most scientists who study the facts would come to the conclusion that Polare did indeed perpetrate this fraud.
No, that is where we fundamentally disagree.
How can you, Brown? If that photograph was still present in Polare's notebook, not one of you could even pretend to think he wasn't responsible.
But the photograph isn't present.
That is what I meant by something worse than a mistake.
Well, what are you implying?
I'm not implying anything. I'm stating that the photograph, now missing from Polare's notebook, was removed in order either to preserve Polare's reputation or to continue justifying the dismissal of Howard.
That is a very grave thing to say.
I know it is, and I must ask the court to remember that I have said it.
Gentlemen, I detect there may be a measure of feeling in the room. I have to say, I believe we have somewhat lost our thread. I think this is a moment when the seniors might spend a little time gathering their thoughts. We'll let Eliot and Dawson-Hill off for the rest of the afternoon. And thank you very much, Sir Francis. You've been very candid, and we're most grateful.
When I got back to my rooms, I received a note from one of the porters. Dr. Nightingale's compliments. He would appreciate it if you could call at his rooms as soon as is convenient. I went straight over. My nerves were sharp. I felt a mixture of combativeness, irritation, and fear. I expected you to be in the bursary.
No, I don't believe in living over the shop. I've been in these rooms since I was elected as a fellow, and that's longer ago than I'd care to think. I wanted to talk to you about this afternoon.
Yes?
I should like to know why Getcliffe said what he did.
He must have felt it was his duty.
Oh, Eliot, don't imagine it isn't perfectly clear you're the power behind the scenes.
I don't imagine anyone could persuade Getcliffe to say a word he doesn't believe.
I want to know why he said it.
The point is, Getcliffe has said it, and so it can't be ignored. That is the brutal truth.
I know we haven't always seen eye to eye. If I had my time over again, I should try not to say some of the things that I have said. I imagine there are some things you've said that you wouldn't mind being seen wiped off the record.
Undoubtedly.
You know as well as I do that this afternoon has got us into deep water. Now, I'm the one on the spot. Now I'm asking you to help the college get out of trouble.
Help you, you mean?
I mean both of us. The college and I. If an officer of the college were to become the subject of scandal, imagine what effect it would have on our little society. I'd give a lot to keep the college out of danger, Eliot. They rescued me when I thought I was going to peter out. They trusted me and gave me office. I've done my best not to let them down.
No one wants to do the college the slightest harm.
I'm glad to hear you say it.
No one would want to press the matter of how the photograph disappeared any further than he had to. But...
Yes?
There's only one conceivable way out. The seniors have to change their decision against Howard. When I entered the combination room on Monday morning, day 3 of the court, it was obvious an early meeting had taken place and everyone looked worried.
I'm inclined to think that certain statements made by one of our colleagues yesterday present us with a degree of difficulty. I want to ask you all to address the subject of removing that difficulty. Eliot, are you able to help us?
Sorry, Master. Forgive me for interrupting you, Eliot. May I make a statement? Good. Sir Francis Getcliffe gave us a picture of how Dr. Howard might have been framed, as they say in the movies. If this were true, then it follows that one of the fellows of this college must have been responsible. Sir Francis is a strong candidate to succeed you, Master, in the forthcoming election. In that regard, he is definitely my man, and I hope to see him in post by the autumn. Taking all this into account,
I should like to give notice, Master, that I intend to vote for the reinstatement of Dr. Donald Howard.
You'll make the Court of Seniors look ridiculous.
But then the Court of Seniors is sometimes ridiculous, don't you think?
Obviously, we must take note that our senior colleague has declared his intentions.
I'm going to declare that I have made up my mind too. I'm sticking out against reinstating Howard. I suppose that means that Winslow and I cancel each other out, doesn't it?
I sympathise with your sentiments, Dr. Nightingale, but you should not make your declaration now.
Master?
Dawson Hill.
I want to make a modest appeal to you, Eliot. I'm asking you to leave Sir Francis Getliff's statement as it stands and not pursue that line any further. I don't believe either your argument or mine can benefit from worrying at the issue.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't believe I can properly represent Dr. Howard's case with one hand tied behind my back.
Oh, look, why don't you just put your cards on the table, Be a change, was all.
If you don't mind, I'd rather put Polari's notebook on the table.
I should like a simple answer to a simple question. Are you pointing your finger at me?
Could we just point a finger at Professor Polari's notebook? Thank you. There, gentlemen, you can see, if I hold it up, Sir Francis said that the photograph that used to be mounted on this page has been removed. We can see from the remnants of glue and photographic paper that it has indeed been torn out.
Are you still pointing your finger at me?
By whom was it torn out? We can't know. I should think it quite likely that we shall never know. What I am saying, unreservedly, is that I believe there was a faked photograph on this page. Dr. Nightingale, were you the first person in the college to see this notebook?
Of course I was.
When?
The day it arrived.
Do you remember this page? What did it look like?
I do, and it did not look like that. There was a photograph occupying the top half of the page.
Look, I'm sorry. I'd just like to intervene here, if I may.
No, you may not. I can look after myself.
So you're saying you looked at the notebook, you saw this page, and when it arrived in college, there was a photograph mounted right here.
I am. But I also want to say that the photograph I saw didn't look like the one in Howard's thesis. So I'm afraid he's making it all up.
Why didn't you make that clear sooner? Dr. Nightingale, I believe you looked after the notebook, and Skeffington was the next person in the college who was authorised to examine it. That was when he decided to investigate the wisdom of the court's decision to sack Dr. Howard. Do you agree that the photograph had disappeared when Skeffington opened the notebook?
I can't answer that.
The inference is that Skeffington must have removed the photograph. We are talking about a man whose initial evidence damned Dr. Howard, whose politics are totally at odds with my clients, and whose religious beliefs make him, as I understand it, virtually incapable of uttering a lie. I think I'll stop there, if you don't mind.
Dawson Hill, do you want to carry on?
Not right away, I think.
I want to remind the court that I remarked a little while ago that we ought to consider reinstating Dr. Howard without further mummery.
Listen, I made it clear I wasn't going to accept that. I want to hear what everyone has to say, and I'll make up my mind for Wednesday morning as previously agreed.
Quite honestly, I don't think anyone should say anything more. I believe we should adjourn for the day and think about our situation very carefully. I would remind you that the Master does not have a vote on the Court of Seniors.
Getliff caught me at the end of the session and asked me to see Brown on Tuesday night. I didn't relish the idea of a difficult evening. Even so, I agreed to go to his house at 9 o'clock. Tuesday morning brought the final session of the court. Ultimately, however, Francis Getliff's evidence had halted proceedings, and his inference had stuck in everyone's mind.
I think I've had it. Dawson Hill can't stay beyond tomorrow lunchtime, so we have to settle this matter by then. I wonder if we might consider breaking off early. Then we would be sure to be fresh for our deliberations tomorrow morning.
I'm in sympathy with you, Brown, but I have something to say before we part. What I have heard in this room has given me great cause for regret. I find myself impressed by the opinion of Sir Francis Gatliffe. I have concluded that no body of men of science could securely find Howard guilty. Hence, I am obliged to believe that he has not been treated fairly.
Master, it appears the decision rests with me. Sadly, though, I am unable to draw a halt to this process. I'm afraid I shall have to sleep on it.
I was wasted by the tension of that day. The early finish gave me time to kill before supper, so I wandered slowly by St. Edward's Church and out into the marketplace. I went into the Lion, drank a glass of beer, and sat staring at the newspaper without reading it.
Why, it's the man himself. Jago! Hello!
18 years earlier, Brown had run Paul Jago's candidacy for college master. He lost, became depressed and disillusioned with college life, cut himself off from Brown, and semi-retired to a cottage outside the grounds.
I spotted you as soon as I came in. I got you another beer. Oh. My wife's gone off to visit a sick relative, so I'm knocking about the town by myself. Thought I'd have supper out. You look a bit under the weather.
Oh, it's been a tiring experience. I won't deny it's made me feel pretty miserable.
Tell you what, why don't I buy a couple of quarts to take out? We'll stop by the kitchen, scrounge a loaf of bread, some butter, and a slab of that tangy cheese, if they still do it. Then we can gorge ourselves in your rooms while you tell me all about it.
We did as he suggested, and while Jago sat there munching away, I let the events of the last few days spill out. He soon grasped what had happened and was hugely sympathetic.
Of course, I wouldn't want to impose myself.
What do you mean?
I've heard enough from you this evening that I'm inclined to break my own rule and venture into college again. Would you object to an 11th hour intervention, I wonder?
Not at all.
Do you mind if I come with you to see Brown? I've got a feeling he might pay some attention to what I've got to say. We were close once.
I went into Brown's study first. His greeting was friendly, but not open. He was genuinely astonished when Jago followed me in, and I must say I thought he was really pleased to see his old ally.
I've been hearing a good deal about this case.
Have you, Paul?
Forgive me, Arthur, but would I be right in assuming you've been judging this affair very much in terms of the good character of the men involved? Or the lack of it, of course?
Not entirely. I have been listening to the facts as well, Paul.
I'm in no doubt of that. Look here, Arthur. In my experience, you were never vain about very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Except when it came to your opinion of your ability to judge character.
What are you getting at?
Haven't you assumed all the way along that young Donald Howard couldn't possibly be innocent?
I think it would be more accurate to say that everything I've heard about the man makes me think he might be guilty.
And what about Nightingale? Haven't you actually allowed donkey's years of familiarity, ceremony, and college business to lead you into believing he couldn't possibly be guilty?
I should find it very hard to believe he is.
Were you always so convinced he is beyond reproach?
He has a fine military record. I think he should be respected.
I should like to tell you something about my wife.
How is she, Paul?
You never liked her much, did you? I hope the seniors haven't forgotten that during the election for the mastership, Nightingale sent around a note disparaging my wife and saying she would not be a fit resident of the lodge.
Surely it's best to let all that lie.
Do you remember what she did?
Yes.
Yes. She tried to kill herself. So far as I know, Nightingale may have been spotless ever since. But I still feel entitled to ask you not to rule out another crime.
You're determined not to make this easy, aren't you?
Do you think the last 18 years have been easy for me? I would also ask you not to rule out the possibility that Howard might be innocent.
I take your point.
What will you do?
You win, Jago. I think we're going to have to make some accommodation for Howard.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, it's a beautiful night, and I'm going to enjoy the walk home. Good night to the both of you.
Good night, Jago.
And please, don't be such a stranger.
Thanks, Brown. I think perhaps I'll take you up on your offer sometime soon.
On Wednesday morning, I waited for a message from the combination room where the seniors were having their last meeting. I thought it might take an hour or so, but they didn't finish until gone 12.
We must apologize for keeping you waiting. We have had some difficulty finding a way of framing our intention. We have decided to quash the previous verdict against Donald Howard.
As I listened to the master, I felt nothing but elation. Savage elation. The elation of victory.
Dr. Howard's fellowship will continue until the original term is ended. Thank you. Dawson Hille, is there anything you'd like to say?
Quite a lot, as it happens, but I don't suppose there's much point.
We are grateful to you. Are you satisfied, Eliot?
When does his fellowship run out?
13th December this year.
6 months more? Then you're only giving him half a loaf.
No, he's getting the substance of what he wants. The fellowship will have run its course. Besides, the best thing for him and us would be if he went to another university.
I'm not sure all of the Howard faction will accept this.
Then you'll have to persuade them. I know your brother and some of the others will be worrying about their futures in the college. I can say with full confidence that they ought not to. It is also interesting to note that there is no candidate to stand against Sir Francis Gatliffe in the mastership election.
It's a formality, and I regret having to say it, but I'm afraid there was one dissenting voice that did not agree with our conclusion. Dr. Nightingale wishes his objection to be recorded in the ledger.
It was a relief to get back to town. I felt as though I'd been well chewed. As for Nightingale, he showed no remorse, just refused to acknowledge that anything said in the Court of Seniors had touched him. He intended to continue as bursar, to play out his remaining days in the college society as though nothing had happened. Howard's supporters were affronted, but soon shut up once they knew this was the best offer they'd get. And besides, Martin and Francis were sick of Howard and weren't going to argue on his behalf anymore and looked forward to seeing the back of him. Francis Gatliffe didn't stand for the mastership. He'd lost his appetite for cut and thrust. My attitude to Cambridge wasn't ever the same again, and I don't think I've spent a night in the place since.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by David Haig, Martin Eliot by Tim McInerney, Nightingale by Jeremy Child, and Crawford by Hugh Quarshie. Francis Gatliffe was played by Geoffrey Whitehead, Brown by Jonathan Coy, Jago by Sean Barrett, Dawson Hille by Peter Blythe, and Winslow by Clive Merrison. Skeffington was played by David Acton, and Howard by David Tennant. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Jeremy Howe and Sally Avens. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with David Haig as Lewis Eliot and Ian Glenn as Roger Quaife. The Corridors of Power, Part 1, An Even Bet, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
In 1955, I turned 50. I was blessed with a beautiful wife and a beautiful child. Although not a career civil servant, I was now a fixture in Whitehall. My job was to coordinate Britain's atomic bomb project, not a task I relished. The Cold War cast a chill shadow across us all. One spring evening, in the run-up to the general election, my wife Margaret and I were invited to a party in Lord North Street, the London home of Roger Quaife, a youngish Conservative MP who was beginning to be talked about. It was an evening that set me on one of the most extraordinary adventures of my career.
Hello. Caro told me you were here. I'm Roger. You're Louis Eliot, aren't you? And you must be Janet.
Margaret.
Of course. I'm so sorry. And you're David Rubin.
That's right.
I was wondering if I might have a word with you both in the study. Just for a moment.
Is that all right, Margaret?
Don't worry, darling. I'll go and talk to Lady Caroline.
Thank you so much, Margaret. How long are you in town, David?
Till Wednesday.
Terrific. Would you like to come to the Festival Hall Tuesday night? Peter Sellers is doing a show. You'd love him.
Oh, that'd be fun. Thank you.
And thank you both so much for turning out tonight. There are a few issues I'm trying to get a grip on in advance of the election. You'll appreciate it's on our minds, David.
Of course.
I'm pleased you could come, Louis.
Thank you for inviting me.
There are very few people in Whitehall with any real grasp of the nuclear issue.
Who do you think's going to win the election?
The Conservative Party will win. I don't believe the press speculation. Now, I'd like to ask you both something, if I may.
Surely.
Do you think the British strategy on nuclear weapons makes sense?
Well, there are certainly a good many reasons why Great Britain should feel it needs to be a nuclear power in the modern world, but personally, I think the expense is difficult to justify with an economy your size.
All right. Put in its crudest terms, how significant is our weapons program?
You'll never account for more than 2% of the world's nuclear stockpile.
But it gets us a place at the table, doesn't it?
Certainly, but that isn't necessarily much practical use. If there were an exchange of nuclear weapons, Great Britain would be obliterated before the first bomb fell on America.
All right. Well, what about American policy? Doesn't it depend on retaining technical superiority over the Russians? And how long do you expect that to last?
Neither side will be able to rely on bombers anymore because anti-aircraft missiles are getting too good. Rockets capable of carrying nuclear warheads up into space and across continents are the essential tools of future conflict. Without them, you're out of the race. Now, I estimate the Russians will have an effective intercontinental missile system within 10 years.
And where will that lead you?
Either we'll blow up the world or agree to bury the damn things.
It's your turn now, Louis.
As a civil servant, I obviously don't have a view. I spent a lot of the war helping the Barford people make us a bomb. A lot of my work is still concerned with supporting their research.
I'd very much like to meet some of your old colleagues from Barford, particularly Sir Walter Luke and Sir Francis Gatliffe. Could you arrange that for me?
Certainly.
And what about you, though?
I'm sorry?
You must have an opinion.
Not one that's necessarily relevant.
Don't worry, I'm not out to get you the sack. I'd just like to know what you think.
Well, privately, I am pretty much against nuclear weapons.
I was aware of that.
Were you? How?
Never mind. Tell me your reasons.
Francis Gatliffe is the strategy expert. He reckons the rules of the nuclear game are inherently flawed because they're too difficult to stick to. The bombs have to work, but mustn't ever be used. That doesn't allow for ambition, temper, political unrest, economic disaster, or extremism.
I see. As a matter of interest, as a government employee, do you feel at all compromised by our party's policy?
I really don't want to answer that.
A shame. But I understand. Let's put it another way. Louis, what do you think of Tory policy?
I think there are some Tories who understand the nonsense of building more bombs. But I'm afraid I think your party is living in the wrong age. We talked on for a while. Roger interrogated David and myself very gently and listened more than he spoke. Against my better judgment, Roger impressed me. He was very well briefed, and by the time we parted, he'd fathomed exactly where I stood on nuclear weapons, but I had no idea about him.
Here you are, the division bell, Roger.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Lewis. I have appreciated your candid remarks. Please don't leave. We shan't be long. How's it,
What's the matter, Lewis?
It's one of the first rules of Whitehall.
What is?
Don't give yourself away.
How important is Roger Quaife really going to be?
He'll probably be a minister in the new government. Then, who knows?
Do you like him?
I don't know. But I do know I wouldn't give his party the time of day.
I remember very clearly the afternoon I met with you and Hector Rose straight off the plane from America to tell you we'd made a bomb. I remember how confused you both looked. Like you didn't know whether to be pleased or terrified.
I'm not confused anymore. Having children of my own sorted that out.
I don't know if sentimentality has much of a place in the politics of the nuclear age.
That would be a shame. I think it might save our skins. The election went according to plan, or rather, according to the plans of Roger's friends. Their party came back with a majority of 60. As prophesied, Roger duly got office, serving as Parliamentary Secretary to Lord Gilby, in whose office I served alongside a rising star of the civil service, Douglas Osbaldeston.
We had a real purpose during the war. It was essential to have a department like this, coordinating the development of new weapons and sorting out the industries to make them. But that's pretty much over. We're a bit of a white elephant. I think of our job as being to keep things ticking over until this department gets a thorough overhaul.
But I don't think we're entirely without purpose, Lord Gilby.
I didn't say we were, Osbaldeston. But I'm sure we'll all be well pleased when we get given a bright, shiny coat of new paint and a clear remit into the bargain. I liken it to guiding the Fighting Temeraire safely back to Portsmouth before she gets a refit. Or decommissioned. Does anyone want that tea cake?
You go ahead, sir.
Mind you, it will most likely do us all here a bit of good, having a live wire like Quaife as my spokesman in the Commons. Do we know anything about him? Is he signed?
There'll be a lot of interest in his maiden statement next week.
What do we want him to talk about?
At some point, the government is going to have to make a statement about our nuclear strike force. Do we stick with aircraft or move to long-range missiles?
What do you think, Osbaldeston?
About what, sir?
This suit.
Sir?
Got into Selfridges. Never bought anything off the peg in my life. Got talked into it. And you know what?
What, sir?
I don't think it's half bad. Makes one wonder what those Jermyn Street Johnnies are up to.
Sir, regarding Quaife's maiden statement, we need to say something about a British nuclear missile. The Navy, the Air Force, and our industrial friends are all getting edgy.
Really? Well, we can't go making any pronouncements, you know. We probably need to slow things down.
Surely the Cabinet will want to say something soon.
I doubt it. No one's mentioned it to me.
Does that mean there won't be a policy white paper on nuclear defence?
Not unless or until it's unavoidable. Well then, that's what Quaife's maiden statement should be about. It should be a holding action, referring to discussion concerning the next stage in our nuclear weapons programme. Missiles, that sort of thing. Do your usual, Osbaldeston. I'll clear it with the PM's office. Let's just hope Quaife manages to remember his lines and not bump into the furniture.
I want this House to be certain that in the government's opinion this is a matter of profound importance, but not something we should rush into.
This isn't what I wrote. How different is it? He's completely redone it.
The Russians may have an intercontinental missile system capable of thwarting Western defences and of delivering nuclear warheads to targets in Europe and America. This government takes the view that Great Britain should consider creating a comparable missile system of its own.
God, he's not going to make a commitment, sure.
However,
The enormous cost of such a programme would without doubt affect other areas of public spending. Consequently, this government believes that we ought not to confirm our intention to commit to nuclear missile development until the fullest possible range of scientific opinion has been sought concerning the inevitability of such a step.
Thank God for that. Not bad for his first ministerial speech. I'll be out of a job at this rate. Maybe Gilby ought to watch out.
What do you mean?
That wasn't the performance of a man without ambition.
Where did that bit about consulting scientific opinion come from?
No idea. He completely redrafted the speech himself. I must say, though, he really is spectacularly well briefed. One cannot deny that this afternoon Roger Quaife has shown all the right instincts. He understands just how fully one must embrace the principle of inexplicitude.
Afterwards, in the lobby of the House, Roger Quaife asked me to come to his home in Lord North Street around 11. This was a shock to the system, as Lord Gilby refused ever to work beyond 5. What he told me that evening was to change my life.
I've seen an early edition of the Times. Marvellous. If they'd been reviewing a play, then I think I'd run long enough to please the investors.
The Times is the most important. You know, Lewis, they hardly paid any attention to Gilby's statement in the Lords. It was all about Roger.
I'm very pleased for you. I couldn't live in the public gaze like that.
Oh, that's what it's all about, Lewis. Playing to the gallery.
That's good about the Times, of course, but I wonder how it'll go in the Manchester Guardian. Now, I was thinking it would be useful if we could come up with a way of getting me on with Dimbleby.
I'm off to bed. Good night, Lewis.
Good night, Lady Caroline.
Night, Roger.
Night. What did you think of this afternoon?
I thought it went down very well.
What did you get from the statement?
It was a very effective holding action.
But you'd like to have heard something more, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd like it if the government made some changes to its defence policy.
That's not my business. Actually, I wanted to say something about that.
About what?
My attitudes. When we spoke before the election, I told you what I thought. But I hope you don't imagine I'd let my personal opinions get in the way of doing my job.
No, I don't. But it would be nice for you if the two things could come together in some way, wouldn't it?
I don't understand.
Lewis, I want your help. But I'm going to need you to be absolutely honest with me.
Right.
You want to make the world a better place. More than that, you'd like to save it from destruction, wouldn't you?
I am disgusted that anyone could seriously consider a nuclear war.
I agree. Indeed, if the race between the Americans and the Soviets continues, I think the outcome is inevitable.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
I have come to the opinion that it isn't realistic for Great Britain to try and keep pace with the USA and the USSR. We have to get out from under this thing, and the way to do it is to broker a treaty that will wind down the number of atomic bombs in the world. I believe we can help to avoid a nuclear war and save the British economy from bankruptcy into the bargain. And that's what I'm out to achieve. You look shocked. Isn't that what you want too?
Certainly. But it's a tall order given the kind of government we have.
You may not like Toryism, Lewis, but take it or leave it, we're the only party that can get things done. The Americans think Labour are idiots, besides which it'll be a decade before they get back in. And if you haven't already gathered it, then I'll tell you to keep in mind that I'm my own man. I may have to keep my head down until the right moment, but I'm going to do something important. That's for sure.
I don't know what to say.
Lewis, are you going on this journey with me?
I'm not sure I understand.
I need a team, an inner circle who know what we're trying for, and I want you to coordinate it.
I am amazed and honoured. Of course I will.
Well, the whole thing is, of course, academic if we can't get a real grip on power. I need Gilby's job.
I was shocked and excited by Roger's declaration. I had felt the full muscular force of his determination. He asked me to contact my scientific knights. I did so immediately. Francis Getcliffe was 52, a statesman of science, and our top expert on nuclear strategy. Walter Luke was the cleverer man, but less celebrated than Getcliffe. Even so, at 43, he was already head of the atomic energy establishment. I arranged the lunch date. Roger was late and briefly apologised before ushering us straight to the table and revealing his hand.
Bloody hell.
Now, Sir Walter, I am aware there is a body of scientific opinion, chiefly represented by a former colleague of yours, Professor Brodzinski, which believes Britain should develop its own long-range missile. I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
This is a lot to take in. Well, first off, technically speaking, what they want might be possible. Only 50-50, though.
And why is that?
You need a substantial infrastructure. Launch sites, factory workshops nearby, tracking stations, etc., none of which could be sited in this country. It would all have to be done at arm's length in, say, Australia. Also, the money you have to pour in to get a result out is really quite staggering.
And what do you think, Sir Francis?
I think developing our own long-range missile is a completely ridiculous idea.
Indeed?
The price tag would be too awful.
Well, how many millions?
No, I don't mean money. I mean the end of the world.
Besides, we just can't play in this league, Quaife. A long-range missile would cost the same as the entire bloody defence budget for the next 10 years. Then what would we have? A single weapon strand, which in reality we couldn't use.
And what do you think of those scientists who are supporting a new missile?
I don't believe most of them can think straight. A lot are European immigrants who can't stand the Soviets and can't see beyond their own yearning to incinerate communism. They tend to be frighteningly unbending. In that regard, Brodzinski is certainly a perfect example of the type.
I see. I asked Lewis to organise a couple of taxis for us after lunch.
Where are we going?
I'm not sure I should tell you.
Sir Francis and Sir Walter.
Professor?
Indeed, it is a great opportunity you are allowing me. I'm so pleased that the government minister is making these efforts to progress our plans.
I'm grateful that you were able to give us some of your time, Professor Brodzinski.
It is important you should understand, Parliamentary Secretary, that there is nothing which is technically novel in my proposals. Everything has been proven. Sir Walter, my esteemed former colleague, will assure you that I'm not overstating my case.
Well, maybe so, but I do have a few reservations.
Yeah. What reservations? Sir Walter, you must explain yourself to me.
Come off it, Brod. You've always known I don't agree with your budget projections.
I don't think we need to get into detail of that kind.
What?
So, Walter, I would prefer to bow to the Professor's assurances, at least for the moment. I believe it's up to us to establish some principles and proceed from there.
I see.
Well done, Parliamentary Secretary. We have to get something moving. We must get something done. Even if we started tonight, it would take us until 1963 to have the weapons operational.
By which time they won't have any strategic meaning.
We need missiles, Parliamentary Secretary. When can we expect some action?
You understand, I mustn't raise false hopes.
You are going to say that will cost £1,000 million. Some say we cannot afford it.
No.
I say we cannot afford not to do it.
Let me say something to you. Within these four walls, I think it will be a hard job to convince my own minister, Lord Gilby. Without a cabinet minister behind us, no government would begin to listen.
That afternoon I saw the full depth of Quaife's cunning. He had ambushed us with Brodzinski in the knowledge that Luke and Getcliffe might otherwise have refused to meet him. Then he'd mentioned Lord Gilby as a hurdle to Brodzinski's plans, so now Brodzinski saw Gilby as his enemy. That meant Brodzinski would be doing Quaife's dirty work for him, ruining Gilby's reputation.
What the bloody hell are you up to, Quaife?
I'm sorry if you didn't like what I said just now.
You made it sound like you're on his side.
He's a mad Polish bastard. You can't take him seriously.
Brodzinski has influence, and he's going to need careful handling. It isn't going to be easy to get rid of the bomb. We're going to have to tell lies and play games. Now, if you two don't want to get your hands dirty, then you might as well clear off, because you're of no use to me. You know, if I wasn't prepared to play rough, then I wouldn't be any use to you either.
During the winter, gossip radiated out from the clubs and the Whitehall corridors that Lord Gilby was past it. Roger had Gilby in his sights and was going to keep going until the old man buckled. Prominent figures in commerce and industry were smiling on Quaife because they'd heard about Brzezinski's hero worship. Then early in February, Roger's stock took another leap upwards when he was invited to spend a weekend at Passant, Diana Skidmore's house in Hampshire. It clearly wasn't a coincidence that Margaret and I were invited too. Late 50s, not what you'd call pretty, but she's got a kind of sexual charge.
Funny thing to say.
Well, it's true. For heaven's sake, Margaret, don't imagine I find Diana Skidmore attractive.
Well, why say it then? I suppose it's the money thing, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, money is sexy. So is power. I'm always amazed by all those tubby little men with gorgeous young wives at the Opera House. It has to be what they've got in their wallets.
You have a lot in common with Diana.
Do you really think they'll have footmen serving at supper?
Certainly.
You'd have thought 2 wars would have put paid to that sort of thing.
That hasn't changed a thing.
Why is Diana so involved with the Tories?
Her husband was always a power behind the scenes, and she's determined to carry on where he left off. I'm sure you and she will get on. In fact, I'm hoping you'll be my eyes and ears among the ladies.
What should I be watching out for?
I'd be interested to know how Roger is doing with this lot. Diana is a good judge of people's exchange rate. The frequency of a man's invitation to Bassett bears a high correlation to his political progress. Her judgment is pretty much infallible.
Lewis!
Whoops! I didn't see the entrance. Sorry. There.
I don't believe it. It's absolutely extraordinary.
Heavens above. It is.
Tell me quickly, who's going to be here?
A brace of life peers. Then there'll be the Quaifes and Montague Cave, probably on his own, as everyone says his wife is playing around. Poor man.
Yes, but don't say that to anyone. It'll make us sound suburban. To these people, affairs are like having one's bicycle stolen. An inconvenience, but not worth changing one's plans for.
And there will be a cabinet minister, Collingwood. Now, he's the one to watch. You'd think he was singularly ill-equipped for office, given he has no conversation at all, but he has an eye like a hawk in matters of politics. He has enormous backstage influence, the eminence grise of the party hierarchy.
Eliot, I wondered if it was you. To be honest, I wasn't sure enough to speak up at the table. Now, how's old Gilby? Here he isn't doing so well.
Hard to believe that a lovely old cove like you can be so bashful, Reggie.
Well, that's it, isn't it? No good at the banter, I'm afraid. The war put a lot of us where we ought not to be. Oh, I'm sorry, no one has introduced us. I'm Reggie. I presume you must be Mrs. Eliot.
That's right. How do you do, Lord Collingwood?
Oh, Reggie. Reggie.
Reggie.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm supposed to have a word with old Viscount thingamajig over there. Hope to see you later.
I was entertained watching Roger at work, a political animal in the jungle of the offstage Conservative Party. Then after the meal, Margaret and I went for a stroll. We arrived back in the drawing room to discover a full-blown row in progress.
I meant to say that I don't expect he spends much time in the company of people who have to work for a living.
That's uncalled for. True, Carrie. But then it was uncalled for that he should write and publish a book like that.
What does he know about Anglo-Indian relations? He's never been there. How dare he take sides with Nehru and Gandhi against Churchill?
He can say what he likes, surely. It's a book. It's a treatise on what went wrong in India.
It's a bloody impertinence, and I hope we shan't hear any more from Samikins, if you know what I mean. Doesn't do the party any good, this sort of thing.
I am not my brother's keeper.
Well, my dear, some might say he could do with one.
Then perhaps they had better say it to his face.
It's got to stop, and that's it. If he writes anything like this again, or makes any more speeches on the same lines, then the party can't have anything to do with him.
You mean you're ready to take the whip away?
Certainly.
No one likes being out of things, do they?
I'm sorry, Lord Collingwood. I've been standing here trying to keep out of it, but I'm afraid I don't think I can. You know, I utterly disagree with what you've just said.
I don't know how you can, Quaife.
Well, I have the advantage, of course, of knowing Samarkand's very well. Apart from my wife, I don't think anyone else here does. I can tell you straight, if a few more of us had my brother-in-law's kind of spirit, then the Conservative Party would be in a much better state.
Maybe you're confusing spirit with lack of judgment, Quaife.
Everyone in this room who is qualified to come to a serious conclusion about India can't help but agree with what he said. Just because it isn't politically expedient to be saying these things right now, that doesn't make him a fool.
I can't agree.
We need men who have the backbone to say what they really think. That's why we need my brother-in-law. And I'll say it so you understand me, Reggie. If there's any question of him being pushed out, I shouldn't be able to sit quietly by.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. I'm sure you wouldn't.
I didn't doubt that Roger loved his wife, and it was his fierce loyalty to her that had prompted the counterattack against Collingwood. It was a dangerous thing to do, but what else could he have done? If he hadn't defended Caro's brother, that might have been taken for lack of character. The problem would be whether or not Collingwood decided to bear a grudge, and if so, when he might show his hand. Meanwhile, Lord Gilby was the subject of a concerted internal Tory whispering campaign. In March, they got what they wanted, when Gilby's wretchedness precipitated a heart attack, and the doctors weren't sure he'd survive.
This is very civil of you, Eliot.
I hoped you'd like a visit, Lord Gilby.
I hate being in this damned bed. But they won't let me up. I'll confide I told my private secretary to phone around and encourage people to come in. Did he get in touch?
Yes, he did.
You're one of the few that have bothered. But you know, who turns up at your bedside isn't necessarily an indication of who is actually on your side.
I beg your pardon.
Politics has always had its smiling poisoners. I hate it in here. Once I'm discharged, you must let me stand you lunch at the Inn and Out.
Have they said when you might be allowed home?
Oh, about a month. Then another month before I'm back in Parliament. Now, there was a chap standing where you are yesterday, asking me if I was afraid of death.
That was nice of him. Who was he?
Oh, from one of these raggedy-arse little churches. Thought he was comforting me, would you believe?
What did you say?
I've been close to death too many times to start being frightened now. And it's true, you know. I've seen a lot of the battlefield and a lot of men killed. Every year since the war's been a bonus in my book.
Did you enjoy going to war?
Of course I enjoyed it. The first lot particularly. More than anything else in life. Look, Eliot, I know perfectly well that I'm being conspired against. When we were up against the Burmese, we always knew what to do in these situations. I know who's after me, Eliot. I tell you, once I'm back, he'd better watch out. And I don't care if it kills me. You just watch.
Next afternoon, I went to see Roger speak in the House. With Gilby ill, he was acting in charge of the department. Unfortunately, he was responding to a question put down for the specific purpose of undermining Gilby.
Is the Minister aware that his government's defence policy is drifting aimlessly? No decision has yet been announced on which of this government's aircraft research projects is going to be carried through. Is he aware that in the post-war period, British aircraft production is the best in the world? And our scientists and our workers don't deserve to be neglected in this manner.
I'm sure the House will join with me in expressing its good wishes for Lord Gilby's continuing recovery. Obviously, in the Minister's absence, I cannot comment directly on matters of such import and would ask both our factory workers and the honourable members to be patient. These are weighty matters, and while we recognise a response is overdue, we're obviously all going to have to wait a little longer.
After questions, Roger took me along to his room.
Have you visited Gilby yet?
Yes. Yes, I've been to see him twice.
What did you think?
But he's lucky to be alive.
If Lord Gilby gets better and comes back to the job, what will you do?
He won't be coming back. The party wants rid of him, so he's finished. You know, I don't have anything against Gilby, except that he's got a cabinet job and I need it.
What are your chances of taking over the department?
Slightly better than evens.
Did that night at Bassett do you any harm?
I think it might have. But I couldn't do anything else.
I'm glad to hear you say it. They did it to Gilby while he was in hospital. It was leaked that he was sicker than had been thought and ought not to come back to full-time politics. Roger's name was mentioned in the papers alongside other possible replacements. Roger pretended he didn't notice and got on with his job without any fuss. Do you know if you've got the job?
Not yet. I thought I would have heard by now. I'm very much afraid it's all gone wrong.
Nobody said anything to you when you were at the house?
No, I didn't go in this afternoon. Might have been pushing my luck. How's Margaret?
Fine.
And your little girl?
Fine too. Getting quite clever.
This is the file with the information you asked for about that hydroelectric project.
I can't deal with it now.
But you asked for
Look,
it,
just take it away, will you? I'll tackle the bloody thing tomorrow.
Sir?
$6:00.
Oh, that's it, Lewis. We've had it. Quaife here? All right, put them through. It's number 10. Hello, Quaife here. Of course. Of course, I'm sure I can be with you by 20 past. I suppose he could still swing either way. Thanks, but no thanks.
Good luck, Roger.
I went to my own office to tidy away before going home. There was a message from Margaret saying I was to meet her at Diana Skidmore's London house as soon as I could. I was let into Diana's house and went straight through to the garden, where a select little party was already well underway.
You are looking at the youngest cabinet minister this country has had since the war.
Congratulations, Roger.
What have you got to say for yourself?
I think I'd go so far as to say the situation is pretty all right.
Look here, Roger. I want to give you a proper party. Make a real splash. We can clear the decks here and lay it on for tonight, or have it tomorrow. Which would you like?
I don't think it's quite the right time, Diana.
Oh, come on, Roger, do please say yes.
You deserve it.
Give yourself a night off.
Why on earth isn't it the right time?
There have been thousands of cabinet ministers before me. Most of them didn't deserve a party.
Oh, rubbish. You're you. And I want to have a party for you.
I feel a bit superstitious, if the truth be told. Why not wait until I've actually achieved something?
48 hours after he'd taken up his post, Roger called the scientists, Walter Luke and Francis Getliff, into his office.
This is it. Everything we needed to make a real start is in place. I need the report in 3 months' time, the end of October.
Well done, Roger. Bit scary, though, wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because now we've got to bloody well do it, haven't we?
Well, the first stage is to set up a scientific committee to produce a report which can inform the policies in the White Paper. Sir Walter and Sir Francis, I'd like you to form the core of that committee. If you agree, then I will want your conclusions to be brutal, unmediated by protocol. I'm going to assign you Lewis to coordinate and edit the report. I really want this to be a gloves-off affair. I want naked opinion.
Given that Her Majesty's government pays my bloody wages, I have no problem about playing ball with you, Quaife. It's going to be fun working with you again, Lewis.
Thank you, Walter. I hope we can achieve something that will be really important.
What about you, Getliff? You going to join our team?
Sir Francis, I hope you'll come in.
Minister... Of course, it's an honour to be asked.
I doubt it will turn out to be that. I suspect it will become an intolerable nuisance once opinion starts flying about.
I should really rather like to be excused from serving on this committee.
I don't think I can allow that.
Pardon?
Sir Walter Luke and you are the most experienced men in the country.
What's the matter with you, Getliff?
Francis, the committee will be significantly weaker without you.
Just over a year ago, I was a candidate for the mastership of our Cambridge College. I withdrew. Quite late in the day, I'm sorry to say. I'm having my best scientific ideas right now. I'm of a certain age, and I won't always be able to battle on. I regard time away from my laboratory as a dreadful waste just now.
I make reactors. That means I'm regarded as a sort of glorified plumber. You're the high priest, I'm the temple cleaner. You invented radar. You're our expert on nuclear weapons strategy and the only British scientist who's had close contact with the American hydrogen bomb project. Your presence will make a difference, to say the least, Francis.
I'm afraid I don't much relish the cut and thrust of being in the public eye anymore.
I don't think that's good enough.
Now, please, don't talk to me like that.
As you said, we're of a certain age. Sir Francis, we have duties precisely because of our age and experience.
If, in your judgment, Minister, you feel that I have a contribution to make, then I shall consider myself obliged to accept.
Excellent.
That's very good of you.
Although how you expect us to do this kind of thing and look after our college departments at the same time, I don't really understand. Sometime I'd appreciate a word with you concerning the pressures upon university science in general.
Oh, a bit of spirit. So you're not dead yet, then, Getliff?
Now we've got the beginnings of a very strong committee. I should like to know what you'd feel if I added an unexpected name to the roster.
Who?
I wouldn't mention it if I didn't think it would be wiser to have him inside, where we can keep him under scrutiny, rather than outside working against us.
Who are we talking about?
Brodzinski.
You must be bloody mad!
It's an impossible idea.
You have to look at this from the strategic angle, Francis.
It is a daft idea, Roger.
Everyone here is used to debate, but that isn't Brodzinski's style.
Let's get this straight. It's not my intention to try and convert Professor Brodzinski to the campaign for nuclear disarmament. My reasons for wanting him on the committee are entirely calculated. I want him to get the impression we are giving his views a decent airing and including them in our report. If we don't involve him, he'll have it in for us from the word go. We need to be tactical and, yes, ruthless. You know what we're about here. And I'm afraid I will ask Brodzinski to join us. In fact, I already have.
A week later, at the same office, Michael Brodzinski made his first appearance on the committee. He stared across the table at Roger, hung on his every word, and obviously thought of Quaife as his saviour. Roger's pure energy was intoxicating. He sustained the illusion he was only concerned about nuclear weapons in terms of what would be best for the Tory knights of the shires and their voters.
Lewis, I want you to convene a group of top civil servants to get some administrative machinery ready in time for the scientists' report.
What kind of machinery? The committee isn't supposed to know what they're going to recommend until they finish their deliberations.
True. Well, then we have to create a mood we can just step into with the scientific report under our arms. We have to conjure up the impression that the committee's conclusions are the only logical ones, that they're inevitable. All right. Let's invent some sort of consultation process we can manipulate. Number one, we'll need someone from the Admiralty.
Why?
Because the thing we're out to scupper first is development of long-range missiles. That means the Navy won't get to launch them from ships or subs. That means no budget increase, maybe even cuts, and they'll bleat about it. So they need to feel they have a voice. But whomever we get mustn't be bright enough to clock what we're really up to.
I'll ask Douglas Osbaldiston to make up a list of the most appropriate people, then we can screen out the smart ones.
I'm sure we can get the armed forces on our side by leaking that Brodzinski's plan for a new missile is too expensive and will mean big budget cuts for all three services. We'll leak that he's in the minority and the rest of the committee feels an allocation of such funds would do serious damage to the military. And we'll let it be known that the Treasury has grave doubts.
Does it?
Oh, I have no idea.
You're sure we can't be had up for some kind of intrigue?
This isn't intrigue. It's the mysterious process of crystallizing official opinion. The important thing is to lead senior civil servants into concluding for themselves what's needed. Then they'll start doing the sums and we'll have the figures at our fingertips when we have to explain the report to the House. It will seem as if I am representing a respectable opinion that already has official weight behind it.
Hector Rose is the most difficult person we'll have to deal with. He'll know if wool is being pulled over his eyes.
I saw him at the opera the other night.
He's tone deaf and hates music.
If the proposed long-range missile development program fails to win approval, that could be good news for the aircraft manufacturers. That'll get them on our side. At least until they get wind we want to scrap their nuclear bombers. Guess who Rose was sitting with at the opera? Your old boss, Lord Lufkin, who, as you know, has interests in aircraft.
You're not suggesting Rose was accepting some sort of bribe?
No, not at all. No, I've no doubt they go back years. We need to cook up ways Lufkin's organization can benefit from a flow of funds into other aspects of the defense industry. I want to create a working relationship with him. You know, I think this department should hold a dinner in honor of Lord Lufkin's 61st birthday.
The dinner was lavish. Lufkin was the same cryptic, vain, opinionated man he was when I worked for him before the war. Roger had made a friend of the old crocodile and lavished such flattery on him that it was embarrassing to listen to. At the end of the meal, after Quaif's perfectly judged words of praise, Lufkin followed on with an appalling Mein Kampf-style paean to himself. Roger now had all his cards lined up, and we were feeling pretty pleased with ourselves. 1 week later, I was standing in the crowded drawing room of the American ambassador's house.
Lewis.
Reuben?
I've got something for you. It's sensitive. Ah, what the hell. It'll be all over town in an hour or so.
What is it?
Your people and the French are going into Suez.
Leave it, the bloody fools.
Didn't you expect it?
Good God Almighty. Of course it's been talked about, but no sane man would have taken the idea seriously. I am astounded by the stupidity of this damned government.
Well, when a country knows its power is slipping away, it's inclined to do something stupid.
We can't make Egypt into an independent sovereign nation, then invade bits of it according to convenience.
I don't imagine this is playing very well in Washington.
What do you mean?
The United States won't support this.
Bloody Tories. I found a quiet room with a telephone and called Roger. Despite the lateness of the hour, he was in his office and snatched the receiver up immediately. I've just heard.
I can't talk. Things are bad.
Are we really invading Suez?
Yes.
This isn't going to help, is it? The country will be gung-ho and the government won't want to hear about anything that contradicts the mood of the nation.
We'll have to let it go for a while. Good night, Lewis.
During the next few days, wherever I went, tempers were more frayed than they had been since the Munich Agreement. Interestingly, while most top civil servants had been devoted to appeasing Hitler, they couldn't tolerate Suez. Hector Rose, our departmental head, astonished me.
I confess I don't see how I'm going to hypnotize myself into voting Conservative again.
I don't think I've ever heard you speak this way, Sir Hector.
I don't care about having to work with these politicians with second-rate minds, but I do care when they fail to show the judgment of so many budgerigars. You're rather close to Roger Quaif, aren't you?
I suppose so.
Closer than one might usually expect a civil servant to be to a politician.
That's more or less true.
The rumour is that he put up some sort of opposition to Suez in Cabinet.
I can't really say.
I'm curious because I've come across a good many ministers who were full of puff in public but weren't so brave once they got around the Cabinet table.
I'm afraid I can't say.
Well, I don't know if it would be of any use, but you might tell Quaife that there are a number of comparatively sensible people like myself who feel they are suddenly working in a lunatic asylum. I'd like you to communicate that to Quaife, if you wouldn't mind. I would be grateful.
I will do as you ask.
I'm sure he knows, but it might be worth reminding him. That whole Skidmore circle who congregate at Passant, they're all solid for Suez. We might be slumped in our chairs, but they're euphoric. He might remember that, and look to his rear-view mirror a little more often.
Roger called me into his office one morning during a respite from Cabinet meetings. He wanted some instructions given to the scientific committee. He said nothing about Suez. His secretary interrupted us to say that Monty Cave, who was often a friend to Roger, was asking to see him.
A group of our more sympathetic backbenchers has asked me to call on you. They want to know if you are under any particular sort of pressure over this Suez business.
I don't know what you mean.
We're your friends, you know. We are searching for a way to maintain some respect for the Cabinet.
Oh, surely you don't imagine I would breach Cabinet confidentiality to tell you what was said?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time. You've dropped the odd hint when it suited you.
You're wondering what I said in Cabinet. I'll tell you. I said a few words about the damage I felt the invasion might do to our interests abroad. Then I shut up and said nothing more. Absolutely nothing at all.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, I think you should have done.
Oh, do you? Then it's time you learned something about politics. You know, I'm sick and tired of having to explain myself to everyone every step of the way. Yes, I acquiesced in a disgusting example of violent international intimidation. The point is, nothing I could have said would have made the slightest difference, and I'd have lost any credibility I might have had in Cabinet.
I do not agree. You'd have been recognized as a man of honor.
Oh, that's naive nonsense. I've taken on the job of making the world safer, and at best I've got a 50-50 chance. I would have had no chance at all if I'd spoken up any more against Suez. I don't care if you think I'm a trimmer and self-server, but please don't come here trying to teach me some nobility.
Then Gilby reappeared and turned his return to the House speech into an opportunity for revenge on those who'd kicked him out of the Cabinet. He had worked out that the enemies of Suez had been his own enemies. The world seemed to be turning dark around Roger, and it was only the fact that Caro was famously pro-British action in Suez that helped deflect the evil eye from her husband.
You know, the main thing Roger has got wrong is that he assumes there is a body of voter opinion out there that's anti-imperialist. And anti-nuclear, for that matter.
I agree with him on that score.
You and he share the same cloud cuckoo land, Lewis. I run a little session for the poor end of Roger's constituency on Monday afternoons, down past the end of Cromwell Road and Earl's Court. All the frightened and neglected elderly, they're pro-Suez. It makes them feel safer to know the country can still do things like that. And the workers? The ones with jobs on the underground and in small factories, and who are in unions and vote Labour. They support our actions in Suez too.
Those people don't understand the real issues. You can't take their opinions seriously.
That's the funny thing about you Democrats. You don't really like universal suffrage, do you?
I am ashamed of our government.
Well, most people aren't. We ought to have stayed in Egypt and seen it through. That would have pleased the voters even more.
Oh, Caro, you ought to know better.
I am not going to get annoyed with you, Lewis, because you're a friend. What you need to understand is this project of Roger's, this thing about not building missiles and so on, well, it's flying in the face of the party and the voters. And he'll be very lucky indeed if he pulls it off. I want you to look after him, Lewis. He can't fight on more than one front at a time. Roger is in shark-infested waters, and he needs you to protect his back.
While others were still complaining about Suez, Roger was looking out for opponents he might have to engage when the report of the scientific committee was published and his policy ambitions came out into the open. He drip-fed them items of half-truth in order that his objective wouldn't come as a shock. He felt that Brzezinski now needed to be groomed to accept failure when it came, and Roger wanted me to be the messenger. A few days before Christmas, I took Brzezinski to lunch at the Athenaeum. I'll show you the candidate's book on the way out. You'll see that you've been nominated for membership.
That's very pleasing. Who has nominated me?
Francis Getliff, Walter Luke, Hector Rose, myself. Everyone involved with the scientific committee, as a matter of fact.
That really is very kind.
How do you think it's going?
Let me ask you a question in reply. Where did Walter Luke and Francis Getliff go together after today's meeting?
I don't know.
To continue drafting the report without me.
The minister is extremely grateful for all you've done on his committee.
He's fine, man.
The minister authorised me to say that he's put you down for an OBE in the June honours list. Of course, you mustn't mention it.
That kind of reward doesn't matter. What counts is that we get a long-range missile.
The minister is extremely grateful for the advice you have given.
And it will be soon time for him to turn that advice into action.
Yes, of course. But you do understand that what a minister can do on his own is actually pretty limited.
I'm afraid I do not understand you.
You mustn't expect miracles. Roger Quaife is prepared to go further than most ministers would, but he can't do much without the support of his colleagues at all levels.
I still do not understand you. Or, at least, I hope I do not understand you. We have been discussing issues this afternoon on which no agreement is possible. It is now time that the minister took a view. He must use his authority to carry it one side or the other.
He could in some circumstances.
Yes, these circumstances.
I don't think you should count on it.
Why not?
The minister is bound to listen to his advisers. He can't just favour one side.
I think I understand. The minister is not to be allowed to make up his own mind. It is clear that you have manipulated the membership of the committee to engineer the outcome you want. It is also evident you have controlled the flow of information to the minister. And that, should Roger Quaife undertake to support my program of missile development, you will mobilize your bureaucratic allies in the effort to stop him.
I repeat, the minister is very grateful for all the effort you've put into this work.
In the future, I will not deal with you. I shall go straight to him.
That may not be possible. He is usually very busy.
I have always known we are at war. I had not expected the battlefield to be so close and yet so quiet. But this is England, after all, and you commit your crimes pleasantly. This government cannot ignore the opinion of the Americans on the matter of nuclear weapons. Have you considered that the Americans may take a view on British scientific advisors and civil servant as well, particularly if security issues are involved?
Professor Brzezinski, you must do what you think best. Then suddenly, Brzezinski disappeared off our radar screens. The noise of falling post-Suez debris subsided, and a quiet government putsch prompted the PM's resignation. Westminster fell silent, then 3 days later breathed again with the news that Charles Lenton had been invited to take the highest office. Within 24 hours, the Prime Minister had set himself up with a working confidant, Reggie Collingwood. The gossips all agreed that Roger's stock was on the way down. Then he was summoned to dine with Lenton and Collingwood, just the three men alone. Margaret, Caro and I waited on tenterhooks at Lord North Street.
Roger, how did it go?
I don't know how it went. It gave me the impression I was in. Didn't have anything to worry about.
Oh, well done, darling.
I can't believe it. I get the feeling things might change. I'm in favour now, but it may not be the same in 12 months' time.
I don't understand.
Darling, what on earth could be wrong?
The PM was cordial. Collingwood went out of his way to be friendly. If I didn't know better, I'd say he actually liked me.
Well, why shouldn't he?
Why should he? So far, they've been perfectly content to let me crawl my way up, fighting every inch of the way. And now, for the first time, someone has beckoned to me and said, "Come on, there's room for you up here."
They're telling you you're in.
Then why am I so worried?
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by David Haig, Roger Quaife by Ian Glenn, Margaret Eliot by Juliet Aubrey, and Lord Collingwood by Ronald Pickup. Lord Gilby was played by John Woodvine, Sir Walter Luke by Jeremy Swift, Sir Francis Getliff by Geoffrey Whitehead, and Sir Hector Rose by John Carlyle. Brodzinski was played by Christopher Rodziski, Caroline Quaife by Julia Watson, Diana Skidmore by Avril Clark, Osbaldiston by David Leonard, David Rubin by Rolf Saxon, and Phillips by Simon Firth. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Jeremy Howe and Sally Avens. Strangers and Brothers by C.P. Snow, with David Haig as Lewis Eliot and Ian Glenn as Roger Quaife. The Corridors of Power concluded. The Choice, dramatised by Jonathan Holloway.
In the summer of 1957, we were in the thick of the terror known as the Cold War. The debacle at Suez had damaged Britain's standing at the top table, toppled a prime minister and made the new Conservative government very nervous. I was working in Whitehall alongside the new rising star of the Tory cabinet, Roger Quaife. The prize on offer was the greatest of my career. Against type and precedent, Quaife was working on a plan to scrap Britain's atom bomb. It was something I believed in with every fibre of my being. This proposal would soon be published in a white paper that would mark an astonishing turnaround in Conservative thinking. I was worried about our enemy Brodzinski and decided to confide in my colleague Douglas Osbaldiston.
Brodzinski made it clear he thinks I'm the reason the committee is made up entirely of people who won't give him the time of day.
Not entirely correct. Not far off it, either.
He detests Francis Getliff and Walter Luke, thinks I put them on the scientific committee to thwart his plans, and that Roger has somehow been duped by me. Now, instead of making a hullabaloo, Brodzinski's gone totally silent. I phoned Imperial College on Monday, and no one has seen him for a week or more. I have to assume he's cooking up an ambush. But if I can't find anything out, then the first I'm going to know is when it blows up in my face.
Brodzinski will realise sooner or later that Quaife only has him on the scientific committee so he can be managed. But if he brings Quaife down, you will come with him. I have to say, Lewis, I think you've been sailing close to the edge for some time. I don't agree with what Quaife wants to achieve, but I see my job as being to support my minister, whatever his political hue. But that doesn't mean bending the rules the way you have.
You think I've gone too far?
Yes, I do.
I feel like I did during the first year of the war. Suez has really put the wind up me. I'm afraid of the bomb, Douglas. Afraid for my family? Afraid for all of us?
Perhaps if we are so close to the brink, then it's even more important we stick methodically to the rule book.
In September, with the House in recess, Roger still kept coming to his office and one afternoon asked me to accompany him to St. James's Park.
I think there's going to be a spot of trouble.
Has Brzezinski done something?
Not to my knowledge.
Has Lord Collingwood said something to the PM?
No, nothing like that. It's not a political issue of that kind. I am having a relationship with a young woman. Her name is Ellen.
I see.
We kept it absolutely quiet, but someone's found out and now she's been threatened. That's why I'm telling you.
I can't believe it.
What? That a young woman might want me?
No, I can't believe you would risk a scandal at a time like this. It might kill your plans to get rid of the bomb stone dead.
We can get the white paper through, I'm sure of it. But we'll need to keep this other business out of the newspapers.
Who do you think has found out?
I've no idea. It was a muffled voice on the telephone. But she didn't recognize him. The thing is, she's frightened. I've never seen her lose her nerve like this.
It would be best if you got a good, tough lawyer right away. Someone they won't want to tangle with.
I rather hoped you'd help us. You impressed a lot of people the way you handled that business in Cambridge a year or two ago.
Are there any rumours yet?
No.
Then it ought to be possible to stop the whole with some firm action. I'm sure this can be handled. I think you ought to tell her that.
Why don't you? Would it be all right if she telephoned you?
Yes, all right. What do you think Caro will do if the news breaks?
I expect she'll stand by me in public. That's the way with Tory wives. But I hope she never does find out. I'll be damned if I want her hurt by all this. And there's something else. Ellen is married to an MP.
Oh, bloody hell.
Do you think I should end this affair?
I assume that's what you'll do.
But the thing is, neither of us wants to stop.
Are you saying you won't give her up?
I suppose so. Listen, Lewis, I'm sorry if you feel compromised by all this.
I don't. Not yet, anyway. Just a bit grubby. My wife, Margaret, was away visiting friends in Bath. Next day she returned and we rendezvoused at the corner house on Trafalgar Square before going to the theatre.
Damn him!
Shh, Margaret, you have to keep your voice down.
Well, what's Caro supposed to do?
This isn't just about Caro.
He has behaved atrociously, and she's the one who's going to have to face it out.
She might never know.
Don't be foolish, Lewis.
Roger isn't the first person in the world to forget his obligations.
That isn't fair. Would you rather I'd stayed with Geoffrey?
I didn't mean that. You're being oversensitive. But we know both of them, and we can't start taking sides. Besides, Roger doesn't want to hurt Caro.
You mean he's afraid she'll go off the deep end when she finds out? Well, putting aside the fact he's behaved shoddily, what about the risk to this policy he seemed so convinced about? Well, surely we're talking about a serious lapse of judgment. This is a man who has set out to save the world and now appears able to compromise everything for the sake of some below-stairs affair.
There's nothing below stairs about it. She's married to a Tory MP.
Oh, my God. Who?
I don't know. Roger wouldn't say.
Well, of course, the party aren't going to be very happy about him carrying on with the wife of another MP. And there's the question of what Caro might do herself. She's paraded her love and loyalty. She's pulled strings for him all along. Caro comes from a proud family, and if she's wounded, she'll return to type. I think she might be very dangerous in a situation like this. In fact, if she finds out you've known and not said anything, then you might have to watch your own back, Lewis.
Douglas Osbaldiston said pretty much the same thing the other day.
Well, surely he doesn't know about this.
No. He was referring to the way I've been helping Roger.
Well, at least you won't be splashed all over the Daily Mail. You'd have to sell secrets to the Russians before they take any notice of you.
A few days after Roger's confession, my principal, Sir Hector Rose, called me to his office. After I traversed the 10 yards along the corridor, I was greeted with the usual energetic thanks for this great athletic feat.
My dear Lewis, how very, very good of you to come.
It's chilly in here.
I find I've developed an alarming propensity to nod off if I don't get fresh air these days, Lewis. Now then, a new cabinet advisory group is to be set up.
What's it about?
It will oversee the process of drawing up Roger's white paper, which, as we all know, is due to take its lead from the scientific report you're working on. Obviously, if Quaife is going to represent government policy, there are some people who will want to dabble their fingers in it. You and I are to have the inestimable privilege of attending some of their performances.
Who's going to be on it?
Lord Collingwood will be in the chair.
Which is as good as saying the PM will be present.
Indeed. And the others will be good, solid Tories, too.
This means something, doesn't it?
From the outside, one might assume it's a plan intended to strengthen Roger's hand. So, on the face of it, there ought to be advantages for policies which our Mr. Quaife has taken to heart.
But what do you really think?
I have a suspicion there's something more. Roger Quaife is that contemporary and unpopular rarity, an intelligent Tory. I think I ought to warn you, Lewis, that knives are being sharpened. And I might add, for your own benefit, that if I were close to a certain politician, I'd start looking over my own shoulder when I hear the PM has offered him extra support.
Are you saying that I am being talked about?
If it were the case that rightist elements were listening to a disenchanted voice, and that voice had implied that a particular senior civil servant had been aiding a campaign which might be working against the feeling of the party, then I could understand how some Tories might want that individual neutralised.
When I did receive a telephone call from Ellen Smith, at first I had no idea who she was. Then, moments into the conversation, the penny dropped. I told her we shouldn't speak on the phone and offered to call at her flat. She was small and slender and would have looked insignificant next to Caro Quaife, who was, by contrast, confident and splendid.
It's kind of you to come.
Is it?
This is damned awkward.
I've remembered where I saw you.
Where?
At the American ambassador's house in Regent's Park, the night of Suez. Roger said you were married to an MP. It's Jack Smith, isn't it? He's the MP for Brighton West. That's who your husband is.
That's right.
Look, I'm no great shakes at this, but if I'm going to help, I suppose I ought to know as much as I can.
Fire away.
Where is your husband? How are you managing to carry on in this way?
Carry on?
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
That's what you think we're doing, don't you? Well, from the moral angle, I'm afraid it gets worse. My husband is in a mental home, in a little place on the A23, called Gatwick. He's unlikely to get better, but for the moment it's been kept quiet. Most people would think I ought to stick by him. But he's got much nastier over the last 2 years. The truth is, if he hadn't got ill, I'd have left anyway. I suppose there must be something wrong with a woman who marries a man she can't endure, and then falls for one she can't marry.
I married a woman who was ill. She stole my best years. I understand what you've gone through.
It's surprising what one can get used to, isn't it?
But surely your relationship with Roger can't be doing either of you much good.
Roger and I aren't at all miserable when we're together, you know. I'm happier now than I've ever been in my life. And I think he's happy too.
How long have you been seeing each other?
18 months. Do you think I ought to give him up?
Do you think you could?
I don't know. You see, I believe in his political objectives. I think he's noble. So God help me if I were the cause of all that being ruined.
What about the threatening telephone calls? Have you been to a lawyer?
Yes. He's had my calls intercepted. Now the blackmailer sends notes instead.
Can I see them?
Oh. They're polite and businesslike. He says he knows when Roger visits me here. Apparently he has documents which prove everything. What do you think?
This all looks carefully orchestrated. It's political. I'm sure of it. Can I take these away?
What for?
I know people in the security services. They're absolutely discreet. And I'm certain they'll track him down. Now, I must go.
I wanted to ask you, do you know Caro well?
Yes, I know her.
What's she like?
Never mind about that, Ellen. Good night. I hadn't wanted to like Ellen, but she touched me nevertheless. On a Friday evening in October, a week before the new session of Parliament, and with politics very much in the air, we were invited to a shooting party at Passant. It was a weekend which taught me more about the behind-the-scenes workings of political power than anything else I had experienced. We were again guests of Diana Skidmore, the English widow of a wealthy American banker, and a Tory centrepiece of several decades' standing. The shooting parties set out on Saturday morning. It was a beautiful autumnal day.
I don't imagine Roger had even been near a shooting party before he met Caro.
Well, he's convincing enough, don't you think? Lolloping tweedily along as though he were born to it.
Come on, you two, don't dawdle. And I thought you'd enough of romance by now at your ages.
Morning, Reggie. Roger's convincing in other ways, too. You wouldn't guess he was getting second suppers elsewhere, would you?
He's got to play happy families, hasn't he? I just hope he manages to keep it up.
We'd better hurry along. Mustn't miss Lord Collingwood starting the slaughter.
I was out with some Americans a week ago, and, you know, some chap referred to it as hunting. So I raised my gun, bagged a bird, turned straight towards him and said, "I never hunt."
Margaret and I felt rather frayed by the chilly day and constant sound of shooting. Then, when we were dressing for dinner, I received a summons to meet Roger in Collingwood's bedroom.
Ah, there you are, Eliot.
We've received a cabinet paper.
About what?
It's from the Minister of Labour. He says, a sudden slowdown in our nuclear weapons programs would mean unemployment for at least 7,000 men, most of whom are specialists who would be difficult to assimilate elsewhere.
May I see? This would embarrass the government. Furthermore, any longer-term changes to weapon research and production would produce large pockets of unemployment. This would be unacceptable to the electorate. The government has to be sure of its intentions.
This here is what I'd call a sighting shot. They're getting your range. But this hasn't been cooked up in Cabinet. I'd have known it was coming.
Who do you think is behind it?
I think our Minister of Labour has been growled at by some interested party. Most likely a company that's concerned it will lose out on government contracts.
I could offer a few guesses on that score. But the important thing is they have to be careful not to overplay their hand. The PM isn't going to stand for strong-arm stuff.
Yeah, unless it's a lobby group who will stick together and won't flinch if we start barking. Then they might be more of a menace.
There's always going to be government contracts, and they'd be fools to make enemies of this administration. They know that.
Yeah, that's just maybe, Quaife. But look here, I think your scientific committee needs to finish up its report pretty quickly. Then my little advisory group can have a look at their findings. And I think perhaps we should consider keeping the report within government and not publish it after all. Once we've had a good think, you can have a go at drafting your white paper. You see, this letter is right in some ways. Opinion within the party has to agree with your white paper before it's made public. We can't push the party further than it wants to go. Your white paper will need to comfort the party. The thing to remember is this is a conservative white paper we're drawing up. Yes, that's the thing.
Can I ask you a question, Reggie?
Of course.
Where do you stand on nuclear weapons?
You know, you're not going to get everything you want, Quaife, but if you're clever, you might get something.
As the weeks went by, it became clear that Collingwood and his cronies were out to emasculate Roger's white paper. They had the measure of him, and they weren't having it. Roger was beset by problems. The party, his future, his affair, and we all felt his vigour diminish and his certainty cool. It was as though our efforts were sinking into the sand. Then, at the November Fishmongers' Hall dinner, one of the series of city events which afforded ministers a policy platform, captains of industry sat in Tudor gowns tipped with fur and politely applauded as their guest of honour, Roger Quaife, stood to speak.
I don't need to tell anyone who has fought that war is hell. But nothing any of us here has experienced on the battlefield can begin to compare with an exchange of nuclear weapons. And so, we all know the bomb must never be used again. For if it is, then our grandchildren will curse us. If there is not worldwide control of the number of nuclear weapons or their deployment, how many countries do you think will have the bomb within a decade? And why will they want it? And how do we feel about the combination of nuclear weapons and political or religious evil? And how can we arrest this slide towards a possible catastrophe? Well, I can't give you the solution. But thank God we are blessed with great scientific and strategic minds in this country. And I expect that sometime soon we may begin to evolve plans for which our grandchildren will thank us.
This was Roger's breakout. It was fantastically exciting for those of us who'd begun to think the cause was lost. Not only did Roger get away with it in the Tory press, but he was also being hailed as a hero of the left. Then later, the same week, I noticed an item in the Times which explained Brzezinski's silence. He was in America. It read, Los Angeles, Dr. Brzezinski, a British-based physicist, in a speech here, attacked the new-look British defence policy as defeatist and calculated to play into the hands of Moscow.
Thank heavens I've caught you. My secretary has just brought me notice of a parliamentary question. It's a bit of a mess, so I assume it's been cooked up in a hurry.
What's it about?
The MP concerned is the extremely reactionary member for Hille, and I reckon it's a put-up job.
Read it out.
To ask the Minister if he is satisfied with security arrangements for his department, especially among its senior officials.
They think we're spies. Someone's decided that's how they're going to get Roger. I've been through this before, Douglas. It's horrible for everyone, and unfortunately, the mud does tend to stick.
It's a pretty bloody nasty trick. Roger must not answer the question himself.
Won't it be worse if he doesn't?
If Roger stands up to answer this, it will make him look embattled. Leverett Smith, he's the man for this little job. He's a parliamentary secretary without an idea in his head, as a result of which he's trusted implicitly by Tories in the House.
Leverett Smith doesn't like Roger.
I'll tell him the Minister wants this business killed stone dead, that Leverett Smith carries the confidence of everyone, and the Minister believes he's the man to do it.
Has the Minister seen the statement made by Professor Brzezinski on November the 3rd, which has been widely published in the United States?
Yeah. My right honourable friend has seen this statement, which is erroneous in all respects. My right honourable friend, the Minister, acknowledges with gratitude the services of his advisers on the scientific committees and elsewhere. These men are one and all of the highest integrity and devoted to the national interest. As a matter of standard procedure, Her Majesty's ministers and advisers are subject to rigorous security vetting.
Will the Minister produce the dates on which certain members of this scientific committee, the names of whom I am willing to supply, were last submitted for security vetting? Some of us are not prepared to ignore Dr. Brzezinski.
Sit down! This supplementary question is covered by my last answer. The question is also an unworthy reflection on gentlemen who, often at great sacrifice to themselves, are doing valuable service to this country.
Roger kept his head down after the initial flurry of the Fishmongers' Hall speech. I had given him the rough copy of the scientific report, and I assumed he must be working feverishly on the white paper, somehow managing to weather Collingwood's interference and straining to keep Ellen under wraps.
I hear Leverett Smith was pretty good.
You'd have taken it personally and it would have shown. You know, I don't think Brzezinski is about to just disappear.
His stock is too low to be taken seriously. He's done himself a lot of harm in the scientific community by going on.
I thought I saw Ellen coming from the Strangers' Gallery.
She'll be going straight home. We can follow in a few minutes. She's getting jittery. I'd like to check to make sure she's all right.
Why did you want to see me?
I've got something to say to you. It will also help to cover where I'm going. You can say the address to the taxi driver just in case someone overhears. What's the matter?
I don't think Leverett Smith has solved the spying issue.
I understand, old boy. Now let's go.
When Roger and I arrived at Ellen's flat, she immediately threw herself into his arms, and they kissed passionately. I saw from their eyes they would have liked to go straight to bed.
Aren't you going to take your coat off?
We can't really stay. I just wanted to make sure you're all right. I'll see you later in the week.
It looked as though Leverett Smith did rather well.
Not too bad.
Will the question do any lasting damage?
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure we'll hear something from the security people.
What about Brzezinski?
I don't think we've handled him well.
I wish we could have Brzezinski done in.
I hope you're not going to say that to anyone outside this room.
I can't help it. It's the way I feel. There are some others I'd be pleased to see gone.
Our situation is no fault of my wife's.
I know. But who do you think is behind these telephone calls?
So they've started up again?
I've been thinking, Lewis. I wonder if we ought not to revise our tactics over the white paper. Our plans for scrapping the bomb.
What do you mean?
Well, the consensus is that it will take the Russians 10 years to achieve technological parity. So that gives us a few years until their planes and missiles can effectively penetrate our defences. In reality, that gives us a little time to play with.
But the weapons still exist. They're still as deadly. It only takes one bomb to finish us off.
I think we need to get our heads together and thoroughly think through our tactics. What's going to be right 10 years hence might be dead wrong now.
For God's sake!
Lewis.
No. People have committed themselves to you, Roger. You can't get cold feet now. Is this a political tactic, or are you running scared in case your affair comes out?
I beg your pardon.
Now, I put my career on the line. Not for your sake, but for the cause you told me you believed in.
I don't think it's much use carrying on this conversation. I just think we need to be a little cautious, Lewis. We'd better go. We should use the alleyway to the mews at the back. I'll go ahead. You follow in a few minutes, Lewis. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. I can see why you're angry. But you have to understand, things are changing between Roger and I. It's not enough anymore.
I'm really not interested.
I would do anything. If I could just be close to him all the time. Day after day, forever.
I was shaken and worried that Roger was getting ready to throw away everything we'd worked for. Then one morning in early December, I received a telephone call from my man in security.
Your blackmailer is a fellow called Hood. Montague Hood. Ring any bells?
No.
There's a photo here. Pleasant-faced, cherry-cheeked Pickwickian type. Currently working as an exec at Imperial Aircraft.
I do know him. I reckon Imperial have put Hood up to this. They think they're most likely to lose out if aerospace contracts are cancelled. How did he get onto Ellen Smith?
Imperial have got strong American connections. The Yanks can find out anything if they set their minds to it. Bye, Eliot.
It was 3 days after Christmas that I attended a memorial service at St. Margaret's Church, Westminster. It was in honour of old Sir Thomas Bevel, who had died at 88. I had worked for and admired him during and after the war. Sir Hector Rose took me off for a slow walk back to Whitehall, and we both remarked on the general meanness of Beville's writing off.
So far as I know, our masters are about to take the rather unusual step of approving a white paper containing some common sense. I hear there isn't as much common sense as I'd hoped for, mind you.
It's nearly there. We've redrafted the damn thing so many times I've lost count, but no, there is enough common sense in there to make one feel Quaife is onto something worthwhile.
One is grateful for small mercies. Whether they stick by it when they get under shot and shell, well, that's a different matter.
Is there something wrong?
I've had to spend a lot of time with the security people in recent weeks.
I had no idea.
Nor should you. It means some of our most eminent scientific advisors are going to be put through a security investigation. Not very elegant, I'm afraid.
Why didn't the PM's office say no?
Washington. That fellow Brzezinski has had a considerable effect over there. The transatlantic telephone lines have been pretty busy. Sir Francis Getcliffe is a well-known left-winger. The Americans have combed every speech he's made and have assumed we're too stupid to notice there's a Russian agent in our midst.
This is absolutely appalling.
You might have noticed that our masters are not at their most confident when dealing with a suggestion from our American allies.
I know Francis very well. I've known him since we were young. He's proud, and I really doubt he'll agree to this.
You must tell him he's got to.
Why should he?
Duty. It will be humiliating, but the alternative is to be entirely cut off from real scientific research. It would be the end of his career. Your other friend, Walter Luke, he'll have to put up with it too.
It's an insult.
My dear Lewis, most of us are insulted in one way or another towards the end of our careers, but that doesn't permit us to abdicate. He's the best scientific mind we've got, and the authority behind Quaife's white paper. You'll just have to swallow his pride. And I'm afraid the same procedure is going to be applied to you.
You're joking.
Sadly not. If you were to refuse, then of course you couldn't remain near defense work.
I wouldn't want to leave for that reason.
I know. I've done my very best to deflect this ridiculous intrusion, but it is going to happen nevertheless.
I rang Francis in Cambridge that night. I was angry, and I was frightened too. I had the intense, mescaline vivid sense of being watched. Ellen telephoned later that evening and asked me to meet her and Roger in a Pimlico pub next day. They had resolved to take a strong line with Hood, and we agreed to a short note saying they knew he was the blackmailer and he must stop right away. Despite all the distractions going on around him, Roger remained focused on the white paper. It was at times like this that his raw energy came into its own. I was exhausted as we worked until dawn, night after night. Somehow we managed to get a draft white paper out before the House reassembled in the new year. It wasn't the declaration we had hoped for, but it had teeth. It turned down the idea of Brzezinski's new missile and also suggested no more British atom bombs should be made. Everything else was overtaken within just a few days by the arrival of a security man called Monteith.
You've had a most distinguished career. You will understand that I have to ask you some questions on certain parts of it.
Of course.
When you were a young man in Leicester, you were politically active?
I made a few speeches in pubs, attended rallies.
You were quite far out on the left, though, weren't you?
I believed in socialism. I had all the hopes of my time, but I never carried any of it through into my professional life. I was too ambitious in other ways.
It's natural for young men to be interested in politics. I was myself at university.
Were you?
Like you, but on the other side. I was on the committee of the Conservative Club.
Not exactly chairmanship of a nihilist cell.
Quite so. I have a list of the committees you sat on before the war. Would you glance at this? Tell me if it's correct.
Is that right? Yes, I think it is. Yes, that looks correct.
In the course of these activities, you mix with people whose politics were very extreme.
I think I ought to ask you to be more specific.
You will appreciate no one is suggesting that you were at any time a member of the Communist Party.
Good, because I wasn't.
But you had friends who were. I'm thinking particularly of Mrs. March.
Anne's husband and I have been intimate friends since we were very young men. I met Anne at Charles's father's house 20-odd years ago. They dine with my wife and I 3 or 4 times a year.
Then you don't deny that you have remained in close touch with Mrs. March?
Anne March once invited me to join the Communist Party over lunch at the Ritz. I laughed and turned her down. I have been involved with sensitive government work for many years, but it has never occurred to me to drop my more left-wing friends.
Yes. I was interested to discover how remarkable your circle was. But that isn't the point, is it?
I haven't altered much as I've got older. I'm still a socialist in my heart, but not a radical one. I believe in honour and duty. And I really don't think the security services need to worry over me.
Few more questions, if you don't mind. Just before the war, your first wife made a rather large donation to a certain communist.
She would have done it because perhaps one rainy afternoon in a cafe in Chelsea she fancied herself a communist. There wouldn't have been anything more to it.
I have informed myself about your tragedy. I don't need to ask you anything more about her. But about you. Just after the war started, you attended a meeting of the Relief Fund for Ukraine.
No.
Please think again.
No. No, I definitely didn't. The RFU was a front organisation. We all knew that. It was a recruiting ground for Moscow. Very ineffective, as I remember it.
This is very curious. My evidence is from someone very reliable. He saw you there.
I know, I'm sorry, no.
Sat near you, remembers how you cut your hair, said you stood and made a speech.
Who said this?
You ought to know I can't reveal my sources.
Monteith, you have to understand there are a few embittered old commies out there who'd love to take a pot shot at me this way. That's where this information came from, isn't it?
You have no right to ask such questions.
If I had attended one of their meetings, then I wouldn't have minded saying so today, but the fact is I didn't. And that represents a serious inaccuracy, which contrasts, rather, with the entirely factual details you've given so far.
I will look into it.
I assume you will give a report of this meeting to Sir Hector Rose?
I shall.
Then I'd like you to mention this particular matter, and I'd like you to say that I requested you should do so.
I would have done that anyway. I have evidence that you were opposed to the use of the atomic bomb.
But I didn't do anything about it. That wasn't what I was there for.
I was going to ask more about Barford, but your brother's successful interrogation of the spy Sawbridge speaks for itself. And your evidence was crucial in the conviction.
I'm not particularly proud of that.
You should be.
I think 15 years was cruel. A disgrace.
That's as far as I want to go. I can tell you now, I believe what you've told me.
I'm glad.
Thank you very much for being so cooperative.
I waited in my office until Monteith had finished with Francis Getliff. I had promised to drive Francis to Liverpool Street in order to speed his escape back to Cambridge.
If it weren't for you and Roger, I wouldn't have let myself be subjected to that. Oh. Politicians never take care of the likes of us. You're useful so long as you're useful, then you're expendable. I expect if this thing doesn't come off as he'd like it to, then Roger will play safe and run for cover. He'll act the gentleman and go back to the fold, leaving his advisers to soak up the disgrace.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise Monteith would get to you like this.
Oh, they won't dare to say I'm a security risk. But when all this is over, win or lose, somehow it will become convenient to stop involving me in committees and appointment boards and so on. It will be better to have safer men. And that will mean I'm progressively cut off from my work, which is, currently, coincidentally, the best I've ever done.
I think you're underestimating how much you're needed.
No one is needed that much.
You're too thin-skinned.
You know I'm right. Oh, let me off here. I'll walk the rest of the way. It'll be quicker.
A few weeks later, having returned from America, Brzezinski turned up at a meeting of nuclear experts at the Royal Society. Walter Luke and Francis Getcliffe were there, and the session broke down amidst appalling face-to-face recriminations. Brzezinski stated openly that he expected a nuclear war and looked forward to a depleted population saved from the curse of communism. Shortly afterwards, my American scientist friend David Rubin telephoned saying he'd been trying to see Roger. He had been rebuffed because Quaife was preparing for the House debate on his white paper. Rubin was annoyed and insisted I set up a meeting. We arrived at Lord North Street at about 9:30 in the evening. Caro and Roger were just finishing dinner.
It's nice to see you both, but I hope you understand just how busy Roger is.
Well, you're here now. Sit down.
I came to tell you to get out while there's still time. If you don't, you'll cut your own throat.
Get out of what?
Your plan to get rid of the British nuclear deterrent, then to press for worldwide arms reduction.
Why do you think I should pull out?
First of all, let me say, everything you're trying for is sensible. Anyone who knows the facts knows you're right. There can only be two really capable nuclear powers, the Soviets and us. From your own economic and military point of view, the sooner you get out, the better.
And that's precisely what you once told me in this very room.
What's more, we want you out. Nuclear weapons ought to be concentrated in as few hands as possible. I'm ready to predict, before too long, the U.S. will be pressuring you to give them up.
You're not making a very good case for Roger to pack up, David.
But you can't press ahead, Roger. There's a time and a tide in politics, and it isn't now. If you carry on, your colleagues won't be able to stay loyal to you.
Why?
Washington may not want a British nuclear capability, but it's worried about your motives for wanting to give it up. They're going to make it clear that's how they feel.
It would be appalling if they tried to interfere.
They already have. The thing they fear is that you might be trying to slide sideways out of the Cold War. Put your plans to one side for 5, maybe even 10 years. Then you'll be swimming with the tide, not against it. Sooner or later, Washington will be begging for you to do exactly what you can't do now. You're a valuable man, Roger, not only to Britain. We can't afford to waste you. But if you don't step back now, you will be ruined in politics.
You've made the situation very clear. Thank you.
Roger.
It's all right, darling. The problem is, David, I think if we don't go for halting the madness of escalating weapons production now, then we never shall. Weapons production is spiraling upwards and no one feels they can stop it, and the outcome might be no one left. Full stop.
The light on Big Ben shone gold in the clear January evenings of early 1958. The House had reassembled, and it was party season. Margaret and I went out for dinner 3 times a week. The faces revolved like an onstage army, and Roger and Caro were always there, looking as impregnable as the rest. Roger maintained a capable manner, and ripples of admiration flowed along the corridors. Even the middle-grade civil servants responded well, those who usually only wanted to get home and listen to long-playing records. Closeted in a stall of the Gentleman's Convenience, I overheard the popular view.
My God, the old bleeder's going to get away with it. Just goes to show, if you go on talking sense for long enough, you wear them down in time.
When I mentioned my perception of the mood to Hector Rose, he responded wryly, although I could see he yearned to believe in Father Christmas.
Sancta Simplicitus. Oh, by the way, Monteith has been in touch. That false piece of information you protested about, it has been checked. He's satisfied it was an honest mistake.
February came, and at the end of the month, Roger was due to deliver his speech on the Defence White Paper.
The opposition has put down a motion to reduce the naval defence allowance. What do you make of it?
It's an opportunity to discuss the use of naval vessels as platforms for nuclear missiles, and an attempt to force you to talk about the White Paper in advance of the debate.
I thought what I was trying to do would at least find support within the Labour Party.
I wouldn't be surprised if there'd been some collusion with your own backbenchers.
I can withstand a handful of Tory defections, but if they vote with the opposition in any real numbers, then I'm a dead duck.
Then what we'd all feared happened. Margaret and I were dining with my old boss, Lord Lufkin, when he took me aside and said he knew all about Roger's affair with Ellen Smith. He wanted Roger to know he'd found out about Hood's blackmail, had poached him from Imperial Aircraft, and then sacked him 2 days later. Is it really a good idea to leave London right now?
They need me to help out at the by-election, and I'm feeling a little hounded. A few days away might be useful.
It's good to know Lord Lufkin's on our side.
Indeed it is. But whatever might happen to him now, Hood has still managed to deliver his coup de grace.
What's happened?
Caro has received a letter telling her all about Ellen and me and how long we've been seeing each other.
Oh, God. What will she do?
Oh, she's going to stand by me. Put her face on things until after the White Paper debate. She said she'll laugh off the rumours and tell Collingwood to his face that it's all lies.
And afterwards?
She said she'll refuse to give me a divorce. Well, she wants Ellen out of my life. If I don't do as she requires, she will systematically disassemble everything she's done to further my career since we met.
Have you spoken to Ellen since?
Yeah. Well, she's triumphant that Cara knows. I saw a side of her I never have before.
That's because she really loves you. At the Cabinet meeting next Thursday, your White Paper debate's on the agenda. You'll have to be there to find out who's on your side.
I have to deal with the opposition motion first. Collingwood telephoned me today to say if there were too many Tory abstentions, then my White Paper will be withdrawn. I'd better get my train. An MP has to show his face in the north now and again, I suppose.
The debate on the motion to reduce the naval defence allowance was to take place over 2 days, 2 evening sessions, at the end of which there would be a division. The first hours of the debate were good-natured. Then an MP called Trafford stood and the mood changed abruptly.
I am a loyal supporter of this government, but I cannot support the suggestions in the forthcoming White Paper on the nuclear issue. I believe it to be the policy of an adventurer who wants to make his name. What else would you call a man who's done nothing of note except to inveigle his way into society? Some of us have compared him with my right honourable friend, the member for Brighton West, but not favourably, I assure you. For there are those of us who wish it was my right honourable friend, the member for Brighton West, who was standing there with the country's military future in his hands. For they would be safe hands indeed.
It was a shocking intervention. The member for Brighton West was, of course, Jack Smith, the ultra-rightist Tory backbencher who was currently languishing in a mental hospital and to whom Ellen Smith was still married. The reference would have meant nothing to anyone unfamiliar with the details of Roger's affair, but for the handful who did, it was a bombshell.
It's time this government stopped making eyes at political matinee idols and thought about the good, solid virtues of bravery and determination and fidelity that once made us great.
I had promised to phone Ellen when we adjourned. She cried with anxiety for Roger when I told her about Trafford's reference to her husband. I went to Lord North Street and was aghast to see Roger and Caro drinking champagne and guffawing.
Would you sit, Lewis? Do you know, I'm actually beginning to believe the old devil might manage it.
Yes, it didn't go too badly. I'm so sorry, Roger. I've got a taxi outside. Would you just come out and sign some papers?
Oh, what a bore.
I'll only be a minute.
Oh, never mind. See you tomorrow, Lewis.
Yes. Good night, Caro. What on earth do you think you're doing?
Opening another bottle shortly, I hope.
I have just been speaking to Ellen.
Good. I hoped you would.
She's terribly lonely. It's worse for her, you know.
Of course it is. But what do you expect me to do?
I have to give Carol all my attention to make sure she sticks by what she said. I can't even show a moment's consideration for Ellen. If Carol picked up anything like that, she might just fly out of the door.
The next day began well. The Times was playing down the whole debate, and Trafford only got a couple of lines. Then, as I entered the lobby for the evening session, I saw the House would be crowded. Hector Rose shared the staff box with me. What do you think?
There are 315 possible government votes. I'd say the White Paper will definitely make it onto the floor if he gets 290. Anything under 280 and he's in great danger. Under 270 and it's all over.
When Roger finally stood, he looked relaxed. He was good-natured and soon had the House laughing.
I don't like it.
Why? What's wrong?
He's making light of it all. He will read as arrogance, as though he's put himself above the battle.
Most people in this country don't understand them. I'm not sure how many of us have actually even started to comprehend what it's like living with the reality of the bomb. Now, we have taken a great deal of responsibility upon ourselves, and we ought never to forget that. It has been said in this house that I want to take risks. Of course, all choices involve risk, but there are different kinds of risk. I believe if all the countries that end up having the bomb carry on manufacturing them and testing them, then sooner or later the worst will happen. Now that science has caught up with us, this country can't be a superpower any longer. But I'm certain that we can help. By example, by good judgment, by talking sense and acting sensibly. And so swing the balance between a good future and a bad future. That future is poised on a knife edge. Our influence upon it is limited, but it exists nevertheless. Now, I want to take that risk, and I don't believe we have a choice.
Shame on you! Order!
Roger sat down, and after a short silence there was heartfelt cheering from behind him and one or two hears from the backbenchers opposite. But it wasn't an ovation. After the division, the voting came out ayes to the right, 186, noes to the left, 271.
I consider this unfortunate.
You said under 270 would be a disaster.
Yes, but 271 isn't convincing.
Surely he's got just enough to face it out.
I think, my dear Lewis, that you're hearing the answer.
I was crushed. Until that moment, caught up in the rush of it all, I hadn't realised how much Roger's policy meant to me. Next morning, there were headlines, questions in the papers, and rumours in Whitehall. It wasn't until I was about to leave that I received a message asking me to call in on Roger.
Someone is going to get rid of these bombs. It'll happen, sooner or later. Maybe I can still do it.
Do you really think so?
I'd have to start all over again. Without influence, powerful friends, without any money, it'll be harder than if I'd never done anything at all. I've written my letter of resignation. Will you read it?
Of course. I cannot persuade myself that I am wrong.
Oh, don't read it out loud. I've been worrying at it all day.
I think it's very good. It's determined, but elegant.
I expect it'll be accepted.
Yes, I have no doubt it will be. Where shall you go?
To Ellen. I shan't see Caro again, except when the lawyers want it.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Not about Helen and I, anyway. Good night, Lewis. I want to sit here for a while. I doubt I'll see this view again.
Good night, Roger. As I left Roger's office, it struck me that politicians never understand that they can lose power until it has gone. And even then, many of them can't believe it.
When I arrived home, it took Margaret and I less than half an hour to decide what I must do. Then we cracked open a very nice bottle of malt whisky to seal the deal. I have outlived my usefulness. It's time for me to go.
I should have thought that was overstating the case.
I backed the wrong horse in a very open fashion. If I stayed, I'd have to do business with the people I was up against.
You have occasionally acted in a manner which would have been unusual for a career civil servant. The issue of Roger Quaife isn't the only one. The service has been prepared to put up with a trifling amount of embarrassment because we feel we have gained from your rather curious liberties. I don't want to overstress the point, but we have felt the service was better off with you than without you.
I know you have been very good to me.
It ought not to be beyond the wit of man to make a slight redistribution of your functions, to save blushes all round.
Thank you for that, but I'm afraid I want to go.
Why?
I want to be a private citizen again.
I take it there is no financial problem?
No.
You're lucky. I was very expensively educated, but I don't have a bean. I shall retire in a few months, and I shall be dependent on my pension. What a thought. Well, it only remains to us to make your departure as painless as possible. If you resign now, it will not go unnoticed. I suggest the discreet thing to do, the best thing for both the service and yourself, would be to allow a slight pause before you leave. The service likes to avoid drama and speculation. You understand?
Of course.
Will you stay until the end of this year? 10 months, much of which might be spent on vacation.
That would be fine, of course. In the summer of 1959, a year and a half after Roger's resignation, I attended an informal dinner along with all the usual suspects, except for Roger, who wasn't invited. He and Ellen were surviving in suburban anonymity, financed by a couple of directorships Lufkin had found him. But Caro was there, performing. True to his word, Francis Getcliffe had given up public life and retired to a house outside Cambridge and to his research. I occasionally met him for dinner in Hall at the college of which we'd been fellows. We would always reminisce about the same happinesses and the same dramas, and somehow never grew tired of them. At 54 years of age, the clearest images in my mind were of my old friend Roy Calvert, practising in the nets on a crisp spring evening, and of my first wife's blank eyes as she stared at me from the comfort of death. Now, in my close circle, we usually talked about our children. We talked as though the future was easy and secure, and as though their lives would bring us joy.
In Strangers and Brothers, Lewis Eliot was played by David Haig, Roger Quaife by Ian Glenn, Margaret Eliot by Juliet Aubrey, and Lord Collingwood by Ronald Pickup. Sir Francis Getcliffe was played by Geoffrey Whitehead, Sir Hector Rose by John Carlyle, and Ellen Smith by Emma Brown. Caroline Quaife was played by Julia Watson, Osbaldeston by David Leonard, Monteith by Paul Venables, David Rubin by Rolf Saxon, and Trafford by Stephen Critchlow. Strangers and Brothers was written by C.P. Snow and dramatised by Jonathan Holloway. It was produced and directed by Jeremy Howe and Sally Avens.